Order, order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Luke Murphy. Luke Murphy.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Was rejected by our domestic courts, as well as by victims and survivors across Northern Ireland, not least because it proposed giving immunity from prosecution for the most appalling terrorist crimes. Any incoming government would have had to fix this mess, and that is what the government is seeking to do in the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill published yesterday.
Could the Secretary of State group?
Well, if you... I will happily group it with number 8 as well, and the same answer.
Marvellous. Great. Luke.
I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. Can I also thank him for his remarks in his statement previously about the professionalism, bravery and sacrifice of our armed forces and veterans, including those that live in my constituency of Basingstoke, both their role in Northern Ireland, across the UK and abroad. And could he tell the House what discussions he's had with veterans, the Defence Secretary and the Veterans Minister, on the new provisions and protections that there are in this new legislation?
Well, I've had many such discussions, as I indicated in the House in making my statement yesterday, and those discussions have informed the package of veterans' protections that are contained in this bill, which the government has set out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Unlawful Legacy Act shut down 200 investigations into the deaths of British soldiers, across the country and in my constituency, there would have been people who thought that was desperately unfair, not just on the individuals but also on the families and the victims. Can the Secretary of State assure me and my constituents that under the new Legacy Act there will be opportunities for those victims to get the justice they finally deserve?
Well, there certainly will, because with the Commission as it is now and the Commission as it will be reformed by the Troubles Bill, any incident relating to the Troubles anywhere in the United Kingdom can be referred into the Commission. And recently, the M62 coach bombing and the Kingsmill massacre and the Warrant Point massacre are all currently subject of investigation by the Commission.
Sir Julians.
Mr. Speaker, many families are desperate for answers about what happened to their loved ones. It's often not wanting to take legal action, they just want to know. How quickly, under this new bill, will families wanting to know what happened to their family members, how quickly will that be delivered, and how quickly will they get the information they've waited for decades to receive?
Well, I know from my discussions with the Commission that they are working very hard with the 100 or so cases they are already dealing with to go through that process and be able to start producing reports for families. We know that there are many families have decided not to engage with the Commission because they objected to the Legacy Act and in particular to the immunity it was proposing to give. That is why we are removing that. And I would encourage more families to come forward because I know the Commission is determined and its staff to try and provide the answers that those families seek.
Sir David Davis.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State's allegations about the Legacy Act rest on a fiction that the Labour Party government had not already handed out amnesties to all those terrorist killers. And there are two facts that need to be put in front of the House. One is, from the Good Friday Agreement, it put in place mechanisms to provide for an accelerated programme for the release of prisoners convicted for scheduled offences. That's one half of the amnesty. The other half are the comfort letters. And the right place to look on that is the judge's ruling in the Downey case, which shot down any future prosecutions, in which he said there is a public interest in, let me read it carefully, holding officials of the state to promises they have made in full understanding of what is involved in the bargain. Hence, I've concluded this is one of those rare cases in which the particular circumstances it offends the court's sense of justice and propriety to be asked to try the defendant. In other words, it's an amnesty, whether the government likes it or not.
Well, on the first issue the right honourable gentleman raises, anyone who was serving a sentence for a trouble-related offence, part of the Good Friday Agreement was that they were released after 2 years. The people of Northern Ireland voted for that by about 70%. It was part of the agreement. On the second point he raises, there were specific issues in that case of Mr. Downey because he had been given a letter that said he wasn't wanted when in fact he was, and that is why that prosecution wasn't able to proceed. But his point is undermined by the fact that Mr. Downey, and this is a matter of public record, Mr. Speaker, is currently facing prosecution for 2 counts of murder in 1972. It therefore cannot be that any letter he received gave him an amnesty.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tony Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of the core provisions of the last government's Legacy Act have been deemed by the Northern Ireland courts to be incompatible with our human rights obligations. Does he agree it is little wonder that legislation was so widely opposed, and doesn't this make the task of repealing and replacing it even more important?
Well, it certainly does make it more important because it's a piece of legislation that has not worked and did not command support in Northern Ireland. And if you pass legislation in this House which doesn't command support in Northern Ireland, how on earth do you expect that these problems, the answers that the Right Honourable Gentleman referred to a moment ago that families are seeking, are going to be provided? We have a responsibility to give more people in Northern Ireland confidence in the new arrangements so they will come forward to get the answers they've been seeking.
Jim Ellis.
Right. The Secretary of State has done much to talk up the alleged special provisions in relation to ex-servicemen. But legally, isn't it the case that any such provisions would have to apply across the board? If I'm wrong about that, would the Secretary of State now tell this House which special provisions apply exclusively and only to servicemen?
Well, the provisions which apply exclusively and only to service personnel are, first of all, the arrangements to prevent cold calling, and a protocol will be agreed with the Commission in relation to that. The second relates to not being required to rehearse the history when the Ministry of Defence would be perfectly capable of providing that information. As the Honourable Gentleman will know, being a distinguished lawyer, in respect to other arrangements for witnesses, the law requires that they are available to all witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many families have been struggling and campaigning for years for truth and justice, and they're hopeful now that hopefully we can get to the truth. But what we do know is that MI5 only a few months ago admitted that they hadn't given all the files over to Operation Canova. I'm also aware that there are many NIO and MOD files that haven't yet gone through the Freedom of Information process, therefore are not available to the National Archive. Will the Secretary of State commit today to making sure those files are available to the new Legacy Commission?
Where are the IRA files? Well, the Legacy Commission has the right to receive all information that it requires for its job. We are proposing in the legislation to amend the arrangements for disclosure, to require the Secretary of State to conduct a balancing exercise, which was not in the previous Act, to require the Secretary of State to give reasons in line with standards that apply across the UK, and any decision of the Secretary of State is open to be judicially reviewed. Those are important changes that I hope will give people in Northern Ireland greater confidence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State said yesterday that his new Legacy Commission will not relitigate previous investigations involving veterans unless there are compelling reasons to do so, and that's reinforced by the bill that has now been published at Clause 30. To remove scope from opportunistic lawyers, would he consider defining far more closely than he has up to this point precisely what he means by compelling reasons?
Well, that is no doubt an issue that the House will discuss as the bill is considered in detail. Compelling, essential, I think that is a pretty high bar. It will be for the Commission to interpret that, but no doubt we'll continue to discuss it.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Paul Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to the Secretary of State's comments on the adequacy of the Legacy and Reconciliation Act, I'd like to turn to the role of the European Convention on Human Rights. As you would be aware, the Leader of the Opposition seems more interested in the views of the member for Mar-a-Lago and Moscow than the vision of her predecessor, Winston Churchill, who is calling for withdrawal from the ECHR. Can I therefore ask Secretary of State what assessments his department has made as to the effect ceasing to be a signatory of the Convention will have on the Good Friday Agreement, the Windsor Protocol, the new Legacy Framework and Northern Ireland's institutions in general?
Well, the government is absolutely committed to the European Convention on Human Rights, and I very much regret that the current opposition has moved away from that historic support that goes right back to Winston Churchill in the way the honourable member has set out. I also think it is highly irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, to suggest that you would pick away at one of the essential foundations of the Good Friday Agreement.
Gavin Robinson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, in an atypical fit of pique, the Secretary of State failed to answer my question as to whether the Attorney-General, Lord Hermer, had been excluded from this legislation or whether he had personally reclused himself. So today it's an easier question. Given that the Secretary of State yesterday highlighted the protections for veterans in this legislation, could he tell this House which page, which clause or which line uses the word veteran?
Well, the clauses that would implement the protections in relation to veterans and others are clauses 30, 31, 36, 51, 84, 54, 84, 56, 69 and 84.
Gavin Robinson.
And they may cheer, but not one of those clauses refers to veterans. These aren't protections for veterans, these are protections for everyone. And you have to look at the explanatory notes in paragraph 20 to see what I am saying is true, and many of them available already within the criminal justice system. It's a mirage, Mr. Speaker. But to be collegiate, the Secretary of State has spent many years now criticising the Legacy Act of 2023 and previous efforts on the basis that they commanded no political support whatsoever across the parties of Northern Ireland. So today I ask the Secretary of State if there is agreement across Northern Ireland's members of Parliament on amendments during the passage of his legislation, will he agree to those amendments?
Well, the right honourable gentleman invites me to speculate on an amendment I have not yet seen. As I indicated to the House yesterday, I want to work in as collegiate a way as possible in trying to take this legislation through. I would, however, in respect to the first part of his question, say the only reason the protections and the clauses I've just read out are in the bill because of the government's determination to treat our veterans fairly.
Alex Houston.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, as part of safeguarding the Union, Intertrade UK was established to advise on and promote trade and investment across the UK, and the terms of reference and work programme were published on gov.uk. The NIO provides secretariat support, but Intertrade UK is free to submit advice and recommendations to the government as it sees fit.
Alex Houston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What indicators is the Secretary of State using to measure growth in trade within the UK internal market, and will he commit to publicising an independent assessment of the barriers that the Northern Ireland Protocol is having on trade within the UK and Northern Ireland, which I believe affects the ability of Intertrade UK to fully promote trade within the UK and operate independently?
Well done. Well, as the honourable gentleman will be aware, there are a range of organisations, including Intertrade UK, that are looking at the impact of the Windsor Framework. We've had, for example, Lord Murphy's report recently, and the government is committed, of course, to publish that. The House of Lords Committee has just published a report this morning on the same subject.
Well,
the Secretary of State agree with me that one of the major deterrents to investment and growth in Northern Ireland is the absence, 20 months after the restoration of Stormont, of a published investment strategy from the Executive, any sort of a roadmap for investors or businesses on what sort of infrastructure, what roads, what housing developments the Executive are going to invest in. And would you agree that in the absence of that strategy, we are flying blind in investment terms? And has he had any discussion with the Executive about this?
Well, like my honourable friend, I look forward to seeing the investment strategy being published, because Northern Ireland has a great opportunity under the Windsor Framework because of the dual market access, which no other part of the United Kingdom has. And if you're looking to come and invest, to trade both with the UK and the European Union, there is no better place to come and do that but Northern Ireland.
Kevin Bonnemer.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this role, I am committed to supporting all people across Northern Ireland. From its businesses to its community groups, there is much to champion, and I will do all I can to build upon the excellent work of my predecessor, the member for Putney. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 3 and 4 together. The Defence Industrial Strategy is great news for Northern Ireland. We are committed to economic growth that you can feel in your pocket. And the £250 million allocated to 5 defence growth deals, including one in Northern Ireland, will see its booming defence sector thrive.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer. Airbus, which manufactures satellites in my Stevenage constituency, will soon be integrating the civil aircraft wing business at the historic Shorts site in Belfast, close to where Thales test their satellites and produce vital missiles for Ukraine. Will the Minister work with colleagues across government and the Northern Ireland Executive to ensure that the Defence Industrial Strategy is complemented with the Industrial Strategy's Advanced Manufacturing Sector Plan so as to maximise skills, innovation and growth?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He is right to highlight the rich expertise in Northern Ireland's defence sector, which brings benefits right across the UK, including to Stevenage, and I can assure him the Secretary of State and I will work across government and with the Executive to ensure a joined-up approach that benefits Northern Ireland.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm incredibly proud of the naval engineering history that we have in the Black Country, including at companies like Summers Forge in Hellsowen and Brooks Forgings in Cradley Heath. So I'm delighted that this Labour government is increasing defence spending to levels never seen under the last government. Does he agree with me that that investment in Northern Ireland at places like Holland and Wolf will not just benefit the local economy there, but the supply chain all across the country?
He's absolutely right. I warmly welcome this investment, and I know my honourable friend is rightly proud of the defence expertise in his own constituency. Backed by this Labour government, increasing defence spending to 2.5%, Holland and Wolf is building the next generation of support ships for our Royal Navy. We are safeguarding jobs, skills and our future security.
Rick Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Minister to his place and also welcome the Defence Growth Deal. Would he agree with me that what needs to happen now is that he needs to work with the Northern Ireland Executive to ensure that the supply chain within Northern Ireland extends beyond Holland and Wolf and beyond the Greater Belfast area, so that everyone in Northern Ireland can benefit from what is potentially a life-changing development for industry in Northern Ireland?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank him for his warm words. He's absolutely right. We need to make sure we're working across Northern Ireland to ensure this life-changing investment he mentioned, is felt right across Northern Ireland. I will make sure that happens.
Robin Swan.
Speaker, can I welcome the Minister to his place as well? Can I ask him to ensure there is that co-working across the Executive and the Ministry of Defence in regards to the Northern Ireland Executive's investment strategy also being integral to the Defence Industrial Strategy, and that the NIO will work to remove any blockages that would prevent the two being actually merged together?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank him for his warm words as well. Of course, we'll be working. I'll be meeting with Executive Ministers in Northern Ireland next week to discuss this and other matters. I'll ensure that any blockages that we can remove, we will do so working together.
Question 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 5, 10 and 13 together. The Government is committed to repealing and replacing the Legacy Act with new arrangements that seek to command greater confidence in Northern Ireland. Yesterday we published the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill and a draft remedial order in order to do just that.
The Secretary of State announced this Labour Government's new Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. Despite all the justifications for this bill, it still means one thing: veterans, many of whom are elderly, being dragged back through the courts. Does the Secretary of State think that is an acceptable way to treat those people who bravely served and defended our country?
Well, I say to the honourable gentleman, he says dragged back to court. Now, the only circumstances in which a veteran or anyone else appears in court is if they are charged with an offence. He will know perfectly well what the figures show about prosecutions, in the 27 years since the Good Friday Agreement. What we're talking about here is coroner's inquest. There will be a small number that will be restarted because they were already in train and were stopped by the last Legacy Act. The rest will go into the sifting process governed by the Solicitor General. We think we have a fair and reasonable framework that we're going to put in place to ensure that veterans are protected and properly looked after.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 25th of September, the Prime Minister assured the BBC that veterans would receive protections not afforded to paramilitaries. So can the Secretary of State confirm to the House which of the statutory protections will apply solely to veterans, or is it not the case that they will also extend to paramilitaries?
Well, I'll give him one example, which is representation of veterans on the statutory advisory group, drawing on the experience of Operation Canova that will be established. And that allows the voice of veterans to be heard, and that will be covered by Clause 8 of the legislation.
Blackman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the concerns of dragging veterans through lawfare in our courts is the effect on army recruitment. So what's his reaction to Colonel Nick Kitson, the son of General Sir Frank Kitson, who said, how can anyone volunteer to put their life on the line for a government, indeed a nation, that does not have their back?
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman, I meet many cadets who are very keen to join the armed forces, and we should pay tribute to all of those that are offering their services to the nation in defence of the realm, and we should not talk down the importance of that recruitment effort. I think if anybody looks in the round at what we are putting forward, they will think it is reasonable, and I've met many veterans, as the Veterans Commissioners have said, who will argue we're not looking for immunity under the law, which is what the Legacy Act gave. They're looking for fairness under it, and that is what we will provide.
Toby Perkins.
Mr. Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree with me that people who join the British Army absolutely recognise that they have to abide by the law, but also expect the government will have their back and will offer them that fairness? Can he offer the assurance that people who've served in Northern Ireland will be given the same fairness that they should expect, and that this is a government that genuinely has their back?
I'm very happy to give my honourable friend that assurance, and to take one other example of the protections, saying that no veteran will have to return to Northern Ireland to engage with legacy processes is something that was put to us by veterans in the discussions that we had. We are legislating for it in the bill.
Secretary of State Alex Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, unusually, I rise to congratulate the government on having admitted a terrible mistake. Earlier this year, this side of the House voted against Labour's draft remedial order, which would have allowed Gerry Adams to sue the taxpayer. So we welcome the fact that yesterday the Labour Party amended that order. But the question remains, why did they ever bring forward such a ridiculous policy in the first place?
Well, I hope that the honourable gentleman would say not only congratulations, but I hope that that is the spirit in which these discussions about legacy matters will continue. Because when I say I'm prepared to listen, I mean it. But I would just point out to him the problem arose because of the Supreme Court judgment, as he's well aware. For just over 2 years, the last government couldn't find a solution. The one that was put in place didn't work because it was found to be incompatible, but I have reflected on the point that was made in representations, and this will ensure that there is no gap, as it's been referred to, but we have found a mechanism which we believe will achieve what 46 and 47 sought to do but failed.
Alex Burkhardt.
Well, I invite the Secretary of State to look at his own legislation, because clauses 89 and 90 are markedly similar to the sections that we left him. Now, this side of the House may have won the battle over this, but we still haven't won the war to protect our veterans from vexatious complaints. But isn't it the truth, Mr. Speaker, that if it hadn't been for months of campaigning by the Conservative Party, by the Shadow Defence team, by the media, reports from Policy Exchange, which may now well have saved the taxpayer hundreds of millions of pounds, Labour would have stuck to their plan and allowed Mr Adams and his comrades to sue anyway.
Well, I indicated to the House quite some months ago that we were determined to find a means of dealing with the Supreme Court judgment in 2020 on the subject of the Carltona principle. That is what our proposed legislation will seek to remedy. We think it's a better formulation than 46 and 47. I look forward to his support in passing it.
Andrew Rosendahl.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to safeguarding Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market and implementing the Windsor Framework in good faith. The internal market scheme enables traders to move goods from Great Britain into Northern Ireland tariff-free and since May with significantly reduced paperwork and checks.
It is a disgrace that the Safeguarding the Union provisions severely restrict trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, binding the province to 300 areas of EU law over which the people have no say. So, will the Secretary of State take steps to remove what is left of this damaging international trade border within our own nation and restore the birthright of the people of Northern Ireland as equal citizens of this United Kingdom?
Well, I'll just say to the honourable gentleman, those who advocated that we should leave the European Union, this is the consequence of it, because you had an open border, 2 different jurisdictions. How are you going to deal with trade in those circumstances? And secondly, the goods are flowing, the goods are moving. And if you look at the evidence, the Northern Ireland economy in the second quarter grew by 2%. That is not indicative of a problem.
Minister Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 26th of November last year, the Health Secretary assured this House that the Tobacco and Vapes Bill will apply in Northern Ireland. Now, the Secretary of State will know that the age-based sales ban affects the placement of tobacco products on the market and so is potentially in breach of the EU's Tobacco Products Directive. So can the Secretary of State repeat the Health Secretary's assurance and also tell us whether the government has confirmed with the European Union that the ban will stand in Northern Ireland?
It is certainly the government's intention that the ban. It is certainly the government's intention that the ban will apply in Northern Ireland, because I think it's very important that young people all over the United Kingdom are protected in the way in which the bill seeks to do.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, can I welcome in the gallery the Honourable Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji and the Chairman of the Parliament of Ukraine. Members will also know that today marks the 4th anniversary of the death of our friend and colleague Sir David Amos, who was murdered in his Southend West constituency in 2021. Sir David was a long-serving Member of Parliament, respected and liked by members across the House, dedicated to his constituency. We remember him fondly. We come to Prime Minister's questions. Tom Rutland.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you've just said, today marks 4 years since the horrific murder of Sir David Amos. Sir David was much loved across the House, kind and generous, and I know it was a huge loss to many members opposite. May he rest in peace. As we remember Sir David and our friend Joe Cox, of course, I want to take this opportunity to condemn unequivocally the death threats made against the Honourable Member for Clacton. I know the House will welcome the justice that has been done. Whatever our disagreements, we are all parliamentarians, and I won't stand for violence or threats against our democracy. Mr. Speaker, on that point, may I update the House on the China spy case? I'm deeply disappointed by the outcome. We wanted to see prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, I know just how seriously, rightly, that you take these matters. National security will always be the first priority of this government, and we will always defend against espionage. In recent weeks, there have been baseless accusations put about by the party opposite. Let me set out the facts. The relevant period was when these offences took place. That was under the Conservative government between the years of 2021 and 2023. This period was bookended by the integrated review of 2021, the beginning of the period, and the refresh of that review in 2023, setting out their policy. These statements of government policy were very carefully worded to not describe China as an enemy. Instead,
Mr. Stewart, somebody who is on the Speaker's panel, I've told once before, should know better. Do not question my judgment. I thought it was important that the Prime Minister tells this House first rather than somewhere else. So please, this is very important to me and very important to the House. I take it seriously, so I don't need any more side comments. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The review of 21 and the refresh of 23 were very carefully worded to not describe China as an enemy. Instead, they stated increased national security protections where China poses a threat, and that the then government would engage with China to leave room open for constructive and predictable relations. The Deputy National Security Advisor, Matt Collins, set out the then government's position in a substantive witness statement in 2023, which was subsequently supplemented by 2 further short statements. The Cabinet Secretary assures me that the DSNA faithfully set out the policy of the then Tory government. I know firsthand that the DSNA is a civil servant of the utmost integrity, and those opposite who worked with him, I'm sure, would agree with that assessment. Under this government, no minister or special advisor played any role in the provision of evidence. I can't say what the position was of the previous government in relation to the involvement of ministers or special advisers. If the Leader of the Opposition knows the answer to that question, and I suspect that she does, I invite her to update the House. Last night, the Crown Prosecution Service clarified that, in their view, the decision whether to publish the witness statements of the DSNA is for the government. I have therefore carefully considered this question this morning, and after legal advice, I have decided to publish the witness statements. Given the information contained, we will conduct a short process, but I want to make clear I intend to publish the witness statements in full. Let me say this. To be clear, had the Conservatives been quicker in updating our legislation, a review that started in 2015, these individuals could have been prosecuted and we would not be where we are now. I'm happy to answer any questions on this. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I visited Rayner, a world-leading provider of cataract solutions based in Worthing, a winner of this year's King's Award for Enterprise Innovation and a fantastic employer of local apprentices. So can I welcome the government's ambition to get 2/3 of our young people into an apprenticeship, further education or university, and ask the Prime Minister what he will do to ensure that every young person in East Worthing and Shoreham has the skills they need to thrive?
Thank you for this question. We want a country where young people are supported, where the quality of teaching is raised and every skilled apprentice is valued and respected. We've set a new target of 2/3 of young people to be in apprenticeships or university. That will smash the glass ceiling and renew our country. Mr. Speaker, we've supported this with record £3 billion budget for more apprenticeships, more technical colleges and guaranteed training, apprenticeship or work for all 18 to 21-year-olds.
The Opposition, Kevin Bell.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for marking 4 years since the terrible murder of Sir David Amess. I know that the whole House will want to join me in remembering our former colleague. He is very much still in our hearts and minds. The way he died reminds us that the security of members and this Parliament is paramount. So it concerns us all that the case against two people spying on members of this House has collapsed. It is simply unbelievable. Exactly as I expected, the Prime Minister had to be dragged out at the top of PMQs to give a statement that answers no questions. I don't know what they're laughing. I don't know what they're laughing at. We are talking about the security of this Parliament. He had to be dragged out to repeat only more obfuscation. It is simply unbelievable. It is simply unbelievable that he is trying to say the last government did not classify China as a threat. So I will refresh his memory. In 2021, the previous government's integrated review described China as the biggest state-based threat to the UK's economic security. In 2024, the Minister for Security said from that dispatch box that China poses a threat. But let's leave aside the government. In 2022, the Director General of MI5 in November classified China as a threat in his remarks. How is it possible that the government failed to provide the evidence that the CPS needed to prosecute?
The substantive evidence was provided in 2023 by the previous government. That is when the witness statement was submitted. I am going to disclose it. They will all be able to read it. The substantive evidence was written and disclosed and submitted in 2023 under the last government. I noticed she didn't indicate whether ministers were involved in that at the time. Mr. Speaker, she questions what's in the review, the refreshed review in 2021 and 2023. Let me be clear. The then Foreign Secretary, sitting, I think, over here, the Honourable Member for Braintree, 1 month after the arrest, so absolutely the relevant time, gave a speech at Mansion House. It was called Our Position on China, setting out the government's policy. He said in that speech, summing up China as a threat in one word would be, his words, impossible, impractical, and most importantly, unwise. Foreign Secretary, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just him. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition was Business Secretary at the time. In September 23, the Leader of the Opposition said, her words, September 23, the relevant year, her words, we should certainly not be describing China as a foe. It's worth looking up the word foe in the dictionary, Mr. Speaker. She went, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't end there, Mr. Speaker. In September 2024, the Leader of the Opposition said this, I quote, I have shied away from calling China a threat. She is playing politics with national security.
The Prime Minister can read the beginning of a quote. Let me finish that quote. At the end of that quote that he just read out, I did describe China as a threat. But this whataboutery that he is doing neglects the fact that those spies were charged under a Conservative government. They were let off under Labour. He has not answered any questions. On Monday, Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Security Minister repeatedly told the House that ministers did not take decisions, that it was the Deputy National Security Advisor who had full freedom. Is the government seriously saying that only one man, the Deputy National Security Advisor, had anything to do with this failure? Is he seriously saying that the Deputy did not discuss with the National Security Advisor, did not discuss with the Home Secretary or with anyone in Downing Street? Is the Prime Minister seriously saying that?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, let me explain why. Firstly, the case was charged under the last government according to the evidence submitted under the last government, which set out their policy decision. What was an issue in the trial is not the position of the current government, the position of the last government. And they carefully avoided describing China as an enemy because that was their policy at the time. Mr. Speaker, so far as the position under this government is concerned, no minister or special advisor was involved. And I will double-check this because I've had it. I will double-check this. So, Mr. Speaker, this is important. After the charging decision, the prosecution were very careful about who would then see the witness evidence. I will double-check, Mr. Speaker, exactly what instruction was taken. But I can be absolutely clear, no minister was involved, no special advisor was involved in this, and I'm assured as I can be that the prosecution was saying that it would be the witnesses only that were involved in short updates to the evidence that was submitted under the last government.
That's not good enough.
Mr. Speaker, the end of the answer was different from the beginning of the answer. What on earth is the point of us having a lawyer rather than a leader as the Prime Minister if he can't even get the law right on a matter of national security? He keeps going to the CPS. The CPS have said that they are satisfied that they were right to charge in August 2024. The Sunday Times reported that Jonathan Powell, the Prime Minister's national security advisor, convened a secret meeting to discuss the security consequences of the China spy trial. Did the meeting happen, or is the Sunday Times making it up?
Mr. Speaker, she's clearly not a lawyer or a leader. Mr. Speaker. The problem for her is I do actually understand the law. I know what's got to be proven. I've also looked at the evidence. That was put in under the last government in relation to this case. There was a meeting in September. That did not involve the National Security Advisor discussing the evidence in any way, nor, Mr. Speaker, one further piece of evidence. The final statement in this case was submitted in August 2025. There was no further submission of evidence, one way or the other, after any discussion in September. This is a red herring, a completely scurrilous allegation made by the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has now twice directly contradicted the words of his Security Minister. They cannot both be right. The chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee couldn't get any answers from the Security Minister. The CPS said that they were satisfied that the decision to charge the case in April 2024, not August, in April 2024, was correct on the basis of where the law stood at that time. This is a matter of fact. It is not a matter of what the previous government had thought. It is not a matter of it not meeting a legal test. It did. Something must have changed when the charges were brought and when the case collapsed. The charges were brought under us. The case collapsed under them. Can the Prime Minister tell us what changed and what collapsed the case?
Mr. Speaker, I've said I will publish the witness statements in full. The whole House will then see exactly what was set out in 2023 in the substantive witness statement and exactly what was set out in the two supplementary witness statements, and she will then realise what she's just said is entirely baseless.
Mr. Speaker, the CPS has said in the clearest terms that this prosecution was dropped because this government did not provide the statement they expected. Why should we believe a man who at the last Prime Minister's questions said he had full confidence in the best friend of a convicted paedophile? Forgive us if we don't trust a word he says. This all stinks of a cover-up. Given his statement earlier, will the Prime Minister publish today not just the government witness statements, but also the meeting minutes and all of the correspondence that he had with the CPS?
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The only process I want to go through is in relation to some of the individuals in the statements to make sure they know it's coming out. I can assure the House there's no substantive delay here. I know it is of concern to a number of people, acute of concern to them. I will have the statements out in full. There is a bit of proper process I need to go through. The honourable member will understand why that's necessary. Then they'll be published in full. She asks about minutes, etc. There is a usual rules and process for government. But I remind her that the substantive issues in this case were discussed at meetings under the previous government. So they're asking me to disclose the discussions that they had in relation to the witness statement in the first place.
Mr. Speaker, you deserve better, and this House deserves better than the evasive answers that we have had from the Prime Minister. Even the former Cabinet Secretary, Lord Butler, has accused the government of being economical with the truth on this issue. The Prime Minister can't tell us why Jonathan Powell had a secret meeting which the Security Minister said he had no involvement in the case. He can't tell us why his government did not provide evidence that China was a threat. I suspect those statements won't prove it either. He's blaming his civil servants. He's blaming the media. He's blaming the last government. He cannot explain why he could not see this case through. He should have seen this case through. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, about what has happened. A serious case involving national security has collapsed because this government is too weak to stand up to China. And if the Prime Minister cannot protect the members of this House, what does that say about his ability to protect this country?
The case did not proceed because the policy of the past government did not meet the test that was necessary. That is the long and the short of it. Far from evading, I have said I will disclose the full witness statements that set out exactly what was in the witness statements, exactly what the subsequent statement says, and the allegation that somehow they were changed, that the first statement and the second statements are different, is completely and utterly unfounded. Mr. Speaker, it's a pathetic spectacle. Instead of taking responsibility for the fact they failed to update the law so this case could actually be the review, Mr. Speaker, 2015 was the review into the legislation. They took 8 years to change the law. Had they done that more quickly, this case would have proceeded. It was their failure, and they're just slinging mud. Meanwhile, we're getting on, Mr. Speaker, with renewing our country, new planning reforms, online hospitals for waiting lists, new opportunities for young people. Labour's building a better future. They can't even come to terms with their past.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Derby is a city on the up, but unfortunately this last year we've been devastated by knife crime. Nasty Tory austerity decimated frontline policing, and we're now paying the price for that. At my regular city centre safety summits, the message is clear: to turn the page, we need action and not words. Can the Prime Minister update my constituents on what action this government is taking to make sure all our residents, our visitors and our workers can enjoy our city centre safely?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for his question. As he will have heard at our conference, we had Pooja Kanda there, who I've met a number of times. Her son Ronan was fatally stabbed, and I'm proud that we've delivered, Mr. Speaker, Ronan's law to tackle the sale of ninja swords, and we've also banned zombie knives and strengthened controls for online knife sales. I pay tribute to his work setting up the City Safety Summit.
Daisy Cooper, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I associate myself and my party with the tributes to David Amess? And on behalf of my party, can I also pay tribute to Ming Campbell, who is being laid to rest today? That is the reason why my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, cannot be here. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister and other members of this House for their very kind tributes yesterday. We welcome the new level of transparency from the Prime Minister, and we will scrutinise those witness statements closely, but it is clear there are still many questions to be answered, including questions from Hong Kongers, Mr. Speaker, because Hong Kongers in St Albans and across the UK have settled in our communities after they have fled repression at the hands of the Chinese state. But now they see a British government that wants to make it harder for Hong Kongers to settle here permanently, that refuses to impose targeted sanctions on Chinese officials who put bounties on Hong Kongers' heads, that is refusing to rule out a Chinese super embassy and is failing to tackle Chinese espionage. Mr. Speaker, Hong Kongers are starting to ask whether the Prime Minister is trading away their security and safety in our communities for a cosier relationship with Beijing. What is the Prime Minister's answer to them?
The answer is no, and we have given and will continue to give support to Hong Kongers who need and deserve that support, and she will be assured that the Jimmy Lai case is raised regularly at every opportunity by my ministers and indeed by me.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that Hong Kongers will require a lot more reassurance and action from this government. But it is not just the Chinese government that is a threat to our country. On Monday, the far-right, racist hate preacher Tommy Robinson, who is currently on trial for allegedly refusing to comply with counter-terror police, claimed that his legal costs are being paid by Elon Musk. It is outrageous that a man who has so much control over what people read online every day could be funding someone who stokes far-right extremism on our streets. If this was Putin, the government surely would act. So will the Prime Minister commission the security services to assess the threat that Elon Musk poses to our democracy and recommend measures to this House that we can take to stop it?
Well, I can tell her we do look across the board at threats to our democracy and must continue to do so. I won't comment on the particular case, given the state of legal proceedings.
Alex Backen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next year marks the 75th anniversary of the Battle of Imjin River, where the 29th Infantry Brigade's last stand prevented the capture of Seoul during the Korea War. That hill is now called Gloucester Hill, as a proud testament to the incredible bravery of one of those battalions, our glorious Gloucesters. Will the Prime Minister join with me in calling for a commemoration for the glorious Gloucesters and all those who fought to defend democracy, liberty and freedom in South Korea?
Well, I join my honourable friend in marking the heroism and sacrifice of the 29th Infantry Brigade, an enduring example, Mr. Speaker, of the bravery of all our armed forces. I know Defence Ministers would be happy to discuss commemorating their courage. Our debt to armed forces undermines our commitment to veterans, including delivering homes for heroes, a new network of veteran support centres backed with £50 million.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Ahead of his party conference, the Prime Minister told the BBC he wasn't sure whether he'd campaign in Caerphilly for the by-election on the 23rd of October. This is an important by-election in Wales. Well, there's just over a week to go and he hasn't shown his face there yet. So what's the problem, Mr. Speaker? Is it his party decision to close 10 libraries in the community? Cuts to disability support? Or perhaps it's the fact that even the council leader resigned from the Labour Party and is calling on people to support Plaid Cymru?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she leaves out of account that we provided £21 billion, the largest ever settlement for Wales. And what did she do? What did she do? She voted against it, if you can believe it. I noticed, whilst we're on the question of money, she's accepted figures this week showing independence would cost every Welsh person £7,000. They should be honest about the cost to the people of Wales of their policies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the past year, I've been campaigning for a new SEND school to open at the Osprey Quay site on Portland. As it stands, there are far too few specialist school places for children with SEND in my part of the world, so local families urgently need to see this school open its doors. A new school here would provide around 70 new places for local children. So given the urgent need to get this school finally up and running, will the Prime Minister commit to working with the Department for Education and Dorset Council to ensure that a SEND school opens on Portland without further delay?
I thank my honourable friend, and I know just how important this school is to parents and children in his constituency, and share his determination to fix the broken SEND system. That's why we've boosted investment in SEND to £12 billion, Mr. Speaker, to put new facilities and tailored support in place for children who've been long failed. We want decisions taken swiftly, and I'll ask the Schools Minister to update him in relation to the particular school.
Sir Julian Smith.
Speaker, family farms in North Yorkshire and across the UK are increasingly worried about the tax changes coming up next year. We really need the next generation of these family farms to keep farming for our national food security. Sentax has produced an excellent, detailed academic report proposing a number of compromise amendments and changes that would both deliver to the government and protect the family farm. I realise he cannot comment about the budget, but could I ask him and the Chancellor to look at this report as they prepare for the end of November budget?
Well, I agree with him that food security is national security. I do believe our reforms strike the right balance and enable investment in public services to rural communities that they rely on. I do thank him for drawing my attention to the report. He's right to do so. What really matters is increasing the year-on-year profitability of our farmers, and that's why the former president of the NFU is leading a review for us on farm profitability. We're also delivering, Mr. Speaker, a 25-year farming roadmap, boosting export opportunities through the EU and US trade deals, backed by £11.8 billion in the budget for farming.
Ben Goldsborough.
Mr. Speaker, as many honourable members know, I am currently being treated for stage 2C skin cancer. I'm responding well, but only because it was caught early and because I've had the very best of NHS care. Not everyone is so fortunate. Zoe Panayi, a 26-year-old from the Isle of Wight, was told her mole was harmless. She had it removed privately, but proved to be malignant. She tragically died in 2020. Her family, Charlie and Eileen, in the gallery today, have shown extraordinary courage, working with my honourable friend, the member for the Isle of Wight West, and me to campaign for Zoe's law. Compulsory testing of all moles to be removed. Will the Prime Minister meet with us and Zoe's family to discuss how we can make this a reality?
Well, on behalf of the House, can I wish my honourable friend the very best for his recovery? I know this is a deeply personal campaign for him, a campaign that's also supported by my honourable friend for the Isle of Wight West. Can I send my deepest sympathies and pay tribute to Zoe's family who are with us today. Their bravery is staggering, and I share their determination to improve cancer survival rates. That's why we're investing billions to see earlier diagnosis, faster treatment of cancer, and developing a national cancer plan. In relation to a meeting, yes, of course, we will get that set up. And if the family are available and it's convenient, and I don't know whether it is, I will ask the Health Minister to meet them later on today, or at the earliest opportunity if that's not convenient, so they can have that discussion.
Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business confidence has fallen for 5 consecutive quarters, and Rix has said there is significant concerns in the housing market. Now, the Prime Minister could inject some confidence back into the economy. He could help working families get onto the housing ladder, and he could even simplify the tax affairs for his cabinet if he adopted the policy advocated by the Leader of the Opposition in scrapping stamp duty on residential properties. Now, will the Prime Minister at least commit that he won't be raising property taxes in his Nightmare Before Christmas budget?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're certainly not going to be following the Leader of the Opposition. She unveiled what she called her golden economic rule, I think it was. That involves, on the one hand, £47 billion of spending cuts. That's a fifth of the NHS budget, with not a shred of detail about where the money would come from. The Institute for Government said it was on shaky foundations. More unfunded tax cut, more austerity for public services. They haven't listened and they haven't learned.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between 2021 and 2023, 41 mental health patients in the care of Teessask and Weir Valley NHS Trust lost their lives, leading to a damning report by NHS England and calls from my constituents for a public inquiry. And it's not just historic. My surgeries are still filled with harrowing stories of failure. Will the Prime Minister join my calls, therefore, for a public inquiry to get to the bottom of what went wrong and to rebuild confidence with new, more appropriately sized local NHS mental health trusts which are fit to serve our constituents?
Well, my honourable friend has been a strong advocate for his constituents on this issue. The Health Secretary has met the families affected by these failures twice, I think, this year to hear their stories. And I want to be clear that what happened to the loved ones is unacceptable. The Health Secretary is currently considering the best way forward so the families will get the answers that they deserve. It's right that they receive any update first, but I can assure him that we'll provide that update just as soon as we're able to do so.
Becca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
later on this afternoon, I'm going to be launching a small business survey so that the 3,000 SMEs in my constituency who employ thousands of my constituents can have their say about what it's like to run a business under a Labour government and what their concerns are ahead of the budget. However, Mr Speaker, I want to give the right honourable gentleman the opportunity for me to share a word of hope from him ahead of the budget. So will he tell my constituents that he has heard the pleas of SMEs and their frightenedness about the budget, and that he will scrap business rates for hospitality and leisure, that he will scrap the family business and family farm tax, and that his government will commit to no further tax rises for business?
Mr Speaker, just a few months ago we published our small business strategy. That was based on what small businesses take to it. I'll make a copy available to her so she can give one to every member of her constituency before they fill in the survey.
Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government is renewing Britain's, and for the benefit of the Leader of the Opposition, that's So, this government is renewing Britain's infrastructure after 14 years of neglect, and nowhere is this more clearly needed than in the A226 Galley Hill Road in Swanscombe in my constituency, which collapsed more than 2 years ago with no fix in sight. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that the announcement of the Transport Structures Fund in the spending review shows that under this government we're ending the Conservative decline and getting on with fixing broken roads like Galley Hill?
Well, he's right. The party opposite let roads crumble after years of uninvestment. We're building infrastructure that working people rely on. Mr Speaker, that's £1 billion to repair bridges, tunnels and flyovers across the country, and £92 billion in major road and rail upgrades. Mr Speaker, we're rebuilding Britain. They can't even spell it.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Much like the honourable member for Bishop Auckland, my constituents are served by Tuve, the Mental Health Trust. They face travelling to York or Middlesbrough for local inpatient beds, with some people being sent as far afield as Glasgow or Southampton. This is completely unacceptable, and we need a provision of local mental health inpatient beds. I welcome the openness to an inquiry into Tuve, but my concerns would still be that whilst that's going on, we need real action now so that the continued failings don't see the loss of any other lives. So what steps will the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State take now to reassure and rebuild trust in Tuve?
Well, I thank him for his question, and he will have heard my response to my honourable friend a moment ago. And can I say again that what happened to his constituents is unacceptable, and we'll give the answer as soon as we can. In the meantime, he asks what is happening, and we are getting on with recruiting 6,700 additional NHS mental health staff. We're building 85 new dedicated mental health emergency departments, and we've boosted NHS spending on mental health by almost £700 million.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his strong words at our party conference, calling for unity at a time when many feel our country is divided, and rightly calling out racism. As a second-generation immigrant born in this country, people like me and so many of our constituents have every right to be here. No one should face hatred because of the colour of their skin. Does the Prime Minister agree that some of those on the benches opposite who seek to stoke division and keep close company with those who accept Russian bribes cannot and should not be trusted to govern this country?
Mr Speaker, she captures the choice between us as a country. Either we can give in to division or come together as a country and renew our country. This is Hate Crime Awareness Week. And in the past fortnight, we've seen the horrific terror atrocity in Manchester and a despicable arson attack on the mosque in Peacehaven. I want to be clear as Prime Minister. I am proud to lead and to serve this beautiful, tolerant and diverse country. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us.
Susan Murray.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, Calithia Studios in Mid Dumbartonshire is a prime example of a business doing everything the government asks. The owner of this beauty salon and her 3 employees each earn less than £30,000 a year. Yet the business will pay the government over £36,000 for the year in VAT, employers' national insurance and pension contributions. Does the Prime Minister think it's fair the hard-working owner who is providing jobs and training on the high street contributes more to the exchequer than she earns in a year? And does he believe this encourages entrepreneurship, which is important for economic growth and local jobs?
Speaker, as you will know, we protected business rates bills from inflation, extended relief at 40% with new permanent lower rates set on and introduced for retail, hospitality and leisure. And as part of our small business plan, we're providing £3 billion so that lenders can offer more loans to small businesses. We're, of course, introducing the most significant package on late payments, a real issue for small businesses, and reforms that are bigger than anything in the last 25 years.
Whitby. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Prime Minister update the House on the Government's elections bill? And does he agree that in light of recent court cases and the conviction of Reform's former leader in Wales, that no party whose leaders take Russian bribes can be trusted to defend our democracy?
Mr Speaker, Labour is introducing an elections bill to protect our democracy from foreign interference. But look at Reform. The member for Clacton and his deputy worked alongside someone who took money to spread Putin's propaganda. Whatever their denials, they have serious questions to answer about what they knew. But that is the choice. Kremlin cronies sowing division or Labour patriots working for national renewal.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The lines that we've heard from the government in recent days have been a conflation of fabricated stories, trying to set up straw men and knock down things that have not been said. Yes. The real question in this whole debate is whether or not the DPP charged legally and properly. If they did, then the OSA is valid, and all this talk about the National Security Act that I introduced is completely irrelevant. If they did not, why is he not charging his successor with abuse of power? Well, we know the reality, Mr Speaker, because although he has answered the question about evidence, the real question is what political direction did this government give to their officials before they went to give evidence?
Absolutely none. Absolutely none. And I will also tell him this. I was the Chief Prosecutor for 5 years. And I can say, in that 5 years, which included 3 years under the coalition government, when we were taking difficult decisions on MPs' expenses, not once was I subjected to political pressure of any sort from anyone. That is the tradition in this country. It's a proud tradition. It's one I uphold as Prime Minister, just as I upheld it when I was Director of Public Prosecution.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. Point of order, James Clough.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On a point of order, in the statement that the Security Minister made earlier this week and then again in answer to a question, I have been misquoted, and the misquote, I think, is significant. It has been said that I, in a speech at Mansion House, said that describing China as a threat was impossible, impractical, and most importantly, unwise. The quote was that describing China as one word, or our policy in one word, is impossible, impractical, and most importantly, unwise. And, Mr Speaker, in that speech, I went on to say that our policy, first, we will strengthen our national security protections wherever Beijing's actions pose a threat to our people or prosperity. And I finished by saying, and when there are tensions with other objectives, we will always put our national security first. How can I get redress for this misquote, Mr Speaker?
Do you want to come back? No. What I want to say is, look, you put it on the record. It is there now for all to see. I will now leave it at that stage. That completes Prime Minister's.
Out the chamber swiftly. We have an urgent question shortly. Ed Morello.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Minister whether he will make a statement on the adequacy of Jehoots as a pharmacy provider.
Minister Stevens.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for West Dorset for securing this important urgent question. Pharmacies play a vital role in our healthcare system. They are at the heart of our high streets and the cornerstone of communities up and down the country. That's why this government has given pharmacies a funding boost of almost £500 million this year, more than any other area of the NHS, and the biggest uplift in years. Indeed, we've provided a 19% uplift over the 2-year period. The vast majority of pharmacies provide excellent care to their patients, but unfortunately there are some that fall short of the standards that we expect. And sadly, the services provided by Jehoots are falling well below the mark. Honourable members will know that several integrated care boards have been deploying contract management actions against Jehoots, initially in the form of breach notices. Integrated care boards enforce the NHS terms of service on pharmacies for things like their opening hours, and the General Pharmaceutical Council regulates pharmacy premises and pharmacy professionals. Both integrated care boards and the General Pharmaceutical Council have powers to address problems in pharmacies, and they are actively using those powers, including in relation to stores that are part of Jehoots. I have written to the Honourable Gentleman about this case, and as he will understand, it is difficult for me to go into the specific details about one specific pharmacy chain, at least in terms of the specifics of the measures that we're taking. But what I can tell him is that where there are problems with access to medicines, integrated care boards are supporting affected patients in the short term. For example, by allowing local dispensing doctors to provide dispensing services to affected patients. Where pharmacy stores regularly breach their terms of service, integrated care boards can give them notice that they are being removed from the pharmaceutical list. This power applies to any and all pharmacies, including Jehoots, of course. This means they will no longer be able to provide NHS services. Such notices can be appealed, so it does take some time to work through the system. I'd like to stress to honourable members that pharmacies are private businesses and must be responsible business owners. Whilst we can regulate what pharmacies should and should not do as part of their NHS terms of service, it is not possible to prevent pharmacies from, for example, not paying their staff. In conclusion, if pharmacies breach their terms of service, for example by not being open when they should be, or where there are patient safety concerns, we take action. The General Pharmaceutical Council is taking regulatory action. Integrated care boards are taking regulatory action and are supporting patients with access to medicines where necessary. This is aimed at improving the pharmacy's behaviour, but can ultimately lead to pharmacies being forced to close their business. I have also asked my officials to explore whether we can strengthen the regulatory framework to be able to deal more quickly with pharmacies that do not play by the rules, and my officials are working on this as a matter of urgency. My office is setting up a meeting as well with the Honourable Gentleman to discuss this further, and I will keep the House updated in the usual way. Thank you.
Edward Morello.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd be grateful if you could pass my thanks to the Speaker for granting this urgent question. I thank the Minister for his response. The collapse of service provision in some places, the constant closure in others, and general governance at Jehoots Pharmacy, which operates 150 branches across England, does demand immediate ministerial intervention. In West Dorset, Jehoots branches in Lyme Regis and Bridport have closed for months, leaving thousands without access to essential medication and placing huge strain on overstretched neighbouring pharmacies. Jehoots staff have gone months without pay, despite pay slips being issued, tax deductions made and pension contributions not deposited. I've been contacted only this morning by staff who have not been paid for the third month. Many are unable to buy food, pay rent, and are relying on food banks and the amazing communities that have stepped up to support them. There have been reports of staff recruited by Jehoots under skilled workers visas being left without income or resource. I've also been made aware of deeply troubling reports of controlled drugs being removed without proper documentation or process, which, if proven true, may constitute a breach of the Misuse of Drugs Act. I've raised my concerns with the General Pharmaceutical Council, HMRC, NHSBA, the ICB and Minister Kinnock, who I thank for his response. And while I understand that processes must be followed, this situation requires immediate action. Jehoot staff are not being paid. People across the country do not have access to vital medicine. Can the Minister please confirm what steps are being taken to assure that all Jehoot staff are paid without delay? What discussions have taken place with the NHSBA, the General Pharmaceutical Council and other regulators about Jehoot's business practices? And finally, will the government commit to urgently reviewing Jehoot's suitability as an NHS pharmacy provider, outline what safeguards will be introduced to prevent this from happening again, and review the pharmacy funding model?
Yeah. Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his words, and I agree with absolutely everything he's just said. It is completely and utterly unacceptable if a business such as Jehoot's is not paying its staff. If indeed there are these reports that controlled drugs are not being handled properly, I would strongly recommend that any mishandling of drugs be reported to the General Pharmaceutical Council, who regulate pharmacy professionals and premises, so that appropriate action can be taken. Regarding his question on paying staff, pharmacy staff are vitally important parts of our NHS in terms of the NHS part of what pharmacy does. They provide vital services to our communities and should be paid according to their contracts. Any failure to do so is completely unacceptable. Of course, pharmacy staff are not employed by the NHS, but by those businesses that they work for. Therefore, any dispute between staff and a pharmacy business should be raised with the Advisory, Conciliation and Arbitration Service, ACAS. But I am also in touch with the PDA, the Pharmacy Defence Association, and I know they're doing important work in terms of representing their members, and I will be meeting soon with them as well. But we have, of course, responsibility for the NHS part of the work, but it is up to individual businesses to ensure that their employees are treated fairly. In terms of the review of suitability to operate, as he rightly points out, we are looking at this now across the board in terms of what is the role of the General Pharmaceutical Council, what role is what's taking place in terms of ICBs taking contract action, where there is no sign of improvement and the pharmacies continue to be in breach. The next escalation for that is that they be struck off the pharmaceutical register. That takes some time because certain pharmacies, I'm not going to name names, but I'm sure the honourable gentleman can imagine who, are trying every single thing they can to appeal, to push back, to stop some of the actions that we're seeking to take. That is elongating the time that this all takes. But I want to be clear that if there is clear breach and that action is not taken to remedy that breach, then pharmacies will be struck off the pharmaceutical register.
Very own pharmacist, Shadiq Al-Hassan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and as a pharmacist for nearly 20 years and MP of North Somerset, I have the dubious pleasure of having 2 Jehoot's pharmacies in the town of Portishead in my constituency. Now, I can't say operating because they shuttered their doors, with reports of them not having paid their bills, not having paid their rent, not having paid their staff. Now, as a pharmacist, I know that this affects the perception and view of community pharmacy up and down the country. Can I ask the Minister what efforts he and the department are planning to mean that bad actors in the pharmacy space, such as, in my opinion, Jehoot's seem to be obviously one, are going to be dealt with more quickly and more effectively under new legislation?
It should not be statements. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend and I pay tribute to his direct professional expertise and experience as a pharmacist. He is right to point to the fact that the regulatory framework is clearly not as strong as it needs to be. The behaviour, I've spoken with officials in my department who've worked in the pharmacy sector for many, many years. They haven't seen anything like this before. It is quite unprecedented, but nevertheless, I think what it is doing is shining a light on the fact that we don't have a strong enough regulatory framework. We need to look at the way that business owners are regulated. There is strong regulation in terms of pharmacists and pharmacy staff, technicians, etc., but business owners are not being regulated as strongly as they could and should be. He's right that speed is also very important. That's why we need to look at ways of fast-tracking particular cases where there is clear breach, because sometimes the appeal process can be very slow indeed. We are looking at all of this in the round, and I have commissioned urgent advice from my officials to see how we can beef up the regulatory framework.
Shadow Minister Dr. Luke Evans.
The National Pharmacy Association Chief Executive Henry Gregg only this weekend said he's concerned that reports of Jehoot's pharmacy branches across England failing patients risks damaging community pharmacy's reputation and could imperil its ability to secure a good 2026-27 funding settlement. Across the country, communities have been left without functioning pharmacies. Doors locked without notice, patients arriving to find no pharmacist, no prescriptions, no stock. Staff unpaid, staff threatened with being sacked. Jehoot's pharmacy faces allegations of not paying wages, repossessed premises, and serious regulatory breaches. The General Pharmaceutical Council has already intervened several times, yet for many patients, it's too late. They simply can't get their medicines. This is not an isolated business failure. It exposes a deeper fragility in the community pharmacy network, one that local people depend on for basics and often life-saving care. So I have four questions for the Minister. Number one, when was the NHS England first made aware of these closures? And has the Minister met with the Jehoot's leadership? If not, why not? And if he did, what was the outcome? Number two, has the department assessed how many people have been left without local pharmacy access as the result of Jehoot's actions? And what is the Minister doing to remedy this, considering it's across the country? He mentioned ICBs, but there are several involved. Number three, what mechanisms exist to ensure continuity of care when a contractor collapses or walks away? Again, he mentioned ICBs, but is there a national contingency plan? And finally, will the government now review whether the current model, with chains and expanding rapidly through acquisition and debt, is fit to safeguard community pharmacy in the long term? And linked to this, can the Minister definitively confirm the funding settlement is not compromised? The 10-year NHS plan states it wants to move more care into the community, yet it's completely missing a delivery chapter on how to achieve it. At the same time, we have issues like Jehoot's. So I hope the Minister will be taking steps to investigate this issue in its entirety, taking actions to safeguard against the type of incident happening again, and spelling out the delivery aspect of the 10-year plan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister for his questions. In terms of first awareness of what was happening with Jehoot's, he will know that they entered the market through the purchase of a number of Lloyd's pharmacies that were no longer a going concern, and that took place in 2023. So in terms of the question about the due diligence on Jehoot's as an operator, that's probably a question he should be asking one of my predecessors from his party that were in power at the time. Since they purchased, they have expanded rapidly, and that has been where we've seen then the question marks around their ability to operate and serious downgrading of services. I have not met with the management of Jehoot's. We are looking at a whole range of legal and regulatory enforcement procedures, and the decision we have therefore taken is that it is better not to interfere in any way in those processes, but I am certainly monitoring that very closely, and if we have legal advice that suggests such a meeting would be a good idea, then I'm of course open to that idea. But the current legal position, the advice we've received is that it would not be appropriate at this time. In terms of local pharmacy access, Integrated care boards are, of course, have a statutory responsibility to ensure adequate pharmacy provision. So some ICBs, for example, have allowed dispensing GP practices to provide dispensing services to affected patients, whilst others have worked with local GP practices to advise patients to nominate alternative nearby pharmacies for their prescriptions. We've looked at the impact geographically in terms of where Jutes is placed, and in most cases our view is that there is an alternative pharmacy provision within striking distance, but there are I think 4 or 5 areas of the country where that's not the case, including the honourable gentleman who secured this urgent question in his constituency. I'm very conscious of that, and then extra provision needs to be made through the ICBs and through GPs to ensure, perhaps it might be through distance selling or other means, to ensure that patients are getting access to their pharmaceutical needs. He asks about continuity of care and national contingency. This is a very challenging situation because, as I mentioned in my remarks, and as officials have said, we haven't seen this level of decline in service so rapidly, and so we are working at pace to strengthen the regulatory framework and looking at contingency plans. I don't see any reason why the overall funding settlement for pharmacy should be undermined, and we will continue to protect community pharmacy as a crucially important part of our NHS.
Select Committee Member Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank the Minister for his response. The role of community pharmacies, like a pharmacy in my area called Lodge Pharmacy in Perry Common, is absolutely vital. And this is why, but also I'd like to, I've lost track, but community pharmacies offer an excellent service, and this is why I'm concerned with places like Jute Pharmacy closing and folding, or maybe folding. The question I'd like to ask, coming up to the winter months, I have been passionate about winter measures. How are we going to ensure that our pharmacies are going to be able to offer the winter vaccines that are needed this year if we lose large chains like Duke's Pharmacy? Sorry about that.
Right, Minister.
I thank my honourable friend and pay tribute to her work on the Select Committee. NHS England is assessing the situation and preparing contingency plans in case Jutes does become insolvent. Such plans involve working with other local pharmacies and dispensing GP practices to ensure that patients continue to have access to medicines. Continuity of care, as she rightly points out, has to be at the heart of our response to this, and we are working at pace to ensure that continuity of care is protected.
Select Committee, forgive me, Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first thank my honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, for raising this appalling issue. Pharmacies are at the heart of our communities, and they are relied upon by millions, and they're under increasing pressure right across the country, where we're seeing irregular opening hours and unforecast closures. Families living in communities that rely on Jehoots pharmacies, like those in the constituency of my honourable friend, and many other parts of the country, will be deeply concerned that they and their loved ones are about to be left without medicines potentially that they desperately need, while their staff have been placed in an intolerable situation. The National Pharmacy Association Chief Executive has said, as we've heard, that Jehoots risks damaging the reputation of community pharmacies. The government urgently needs to grip this issue and ensure that patients and the staff of these pharmacies are not being let down. So will the Minister and the Secretary of State agree to meet with all the members in this place whose communities are being affected by potential closures? Will he update the House at the earliest opportunity as to what steps he's taking to stabilise the crisis in community pharmacy across the country? And is he confident that ICBs, who are distracted by 50% cuts to their budgets, a top-down reorganisation, that they have the capacity to deal with this urgent situation as they head into planning for the next winter crisis?
I thank her for those questions. I would certainly be happy to meet with honourable members who have Jutes in their constituency and are affected by this. I will absolutely update the House. We are taking action on looking at strengthening the regulation, but there is also a some constraints on what I can say because so much of this is now going through legal process. As I say, there is pushback. We don't want to do anything to jeopardise the legal action that we are taking through the appeal process. So I'll have to be relatively circumspect in what I say, but I'm happy to have those discussions and to update the House. I am confident that ICBs can take this forward. As I said, in most cases across the country, based on our assessment, there is a pharmacy within striking distance of a jute. But certainly in those areas where there isn't, that may require particular follow-up action, and my officials and I will be following up with those ICBs to ensure that the appropriate action is being taken.
Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. 5 members of Jahoot staff have been to see me from the Laceby Road pharmacy. They've been going into work but haven't been paid since July. It is absolutely appalling. Can the Minister set out what pressure he and the department can bring to bear on this chain, which has now, unfortunately, closed its doors for good?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. I agree with absolutely every word of what she's just said. It is completely unacceptable that people are coming into work, doing an honest day's work and not receiving an honest day's pay for that work. Unfortunately, there's a limit to what we can do because pharmacies are private businesses and each employer is required to fulfil their legal obligations in terms of paying their staff. I would recommend that the members of staff that she mentions contact ACAS, and they should also, if they're not already in touch with the PDA, their trade union, if they are members of that union, I would strongly recommend that joining a trade union and seeking legal advice from a trade union is a vitally important part of what trade unions do. They need to take action on this and to force jutes to do the right thing.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my friend and neighbour for West Dorset for introducing this urgent question. I have exactly the same problem as he and the Honourable Member for North Somerset, but in Shaftesbury, in my constituency. I want to thank the staff of Boots who are picking up such a huge amount of slack because the Jahoots isn't there. There's a danger to the one member of staff who is on duty because there are prescribed drugs on the premises and she's the only person there, and I do worry for her safety. I wonder what additional support the department can give to those existing providers like Boots who are picking up the slack, particularly during the winter peak with regards to advice to patients and also administering vaccines. This is a clear breach of contract, but I'm told by our ICB it doesn't fall within contract law. The regulations are mute on this point because the circumstances that Jahoots find itself in was never envisaged when the regulations were written. That's the problem which the Minister has identified. There does seem to be some timidity amongst officials and others with regards to the overhanging threat of a judicial review were the government to act in extremis to introduce some urgency to it. I would urge the Minister to take that risk on behalf of all of our constituents, and I certainly welcome and look forward to his offer to the suggestion of the Honourable Lady from North Shropshire that all members of Parliament with constituents affected by this dire problem will be involved in meetings so that we can provide timely advice and update and support to our constituents who are, of course, rightly worried.
Minister.
I thank him for his question, and I pay tribute to the employees in the Boots, which is close by the Jutes, that is not providing the service that's required, and we really do appreciate that. I can assure him that absolutely nothing is off the table. He has rightly identified the problem, which is that the regulatory framework is strong on pharmacists, strong on pharmacist premises, strong on pharmacy staff, but it seems that there is something of a gap when it comes to regulating pharmacy business owners. That is a gap that has been identified. I have asked I've commissioned my officials to work on that at pace, and I would happily keep him updated on that work.
Noshaba Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the context he's provided and the responses he's provided so far. Jutes in my constituency of Gillingham and Rainham have provided an incredibly poor service, not paying staff, not dispensing vital medicine, and often not opening on time. However, any replacement pharmacy or provider is not able to come in because at the moment the pharmaceutical needs assessment locally suggests that the provision is functioning. Will the Minister consider a review of the criteria surrounding P&As so that not only do they list those pharmacies that are available, but also look at failures such as the ones that we are seeing with Jutes and are able to recognise that so other providers can take their place if needs be?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and she's also put her finger on an issue within all of this, which is if you're looking to bring in other pharmacies to open up to replace Jutes or indeed to take over a Jute store, you can't do that in the latter case until such time as there is an insolvency and that business is no longer a going concern. And if you want to bring in, there is a process for opening new pharmacies as set out in legislation. Potential new pharmacy contractors can apply to open in the area and evidence how a new pharmacy can provide benefits for patients. It is, however, a challenge for new contractors to make such a case if a Jutes pharmacy is still listed as open and providing services in the area. So it's something of a catch-22 situation. We first of all have to resolve the issue with Jutes, take the necessary action, and then we see where we are in terms of potential gaps in the market.
Select Committee Chair Leila Moran.
Deputy Speaker, this case of Jahoots is clearly hugely unfortunate given the incredible work that community pharmacies do up and down the country for our constituents. I'm pleased to hear the Minister say that this case won't negatively affect the funding settlement, but we also know this is in the backdrop of a very precarious sector where actors who want to do good by our communities, who want to do a high-quality job, often find they simply can't make ends meet at the end of the day, and bad actors find a way to move in. When the committee looked last at this, workforce was a key plank to why this sector was not sustainable. What update can the Minister give us on the inclusion of pharmacists in the workforce plan?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady and pay tribute to her work as Chair of the Select Committee. I'm very proud of the fact that we delivered a £500 million uplift to pharmacy, 19% across the two-year period. That was the highest uplift of any sector, not just of my portfolio, but of the entire NHS. I'm also very proud of the fact that we're taking forward hub and spoke legislation to enable pharmacists and pharmacy technicians to operate at the top of their licence. And we have also just the day before yesterday signed off on an SI for improving the ability of technicians on dispensing and to do more in that area as well. So we're looking to empower the workforce, enable them to operate at the top of the licence, and that is a fundamental part of the shift from hospital to community that is at the heart of our 10-year plan.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Jutes Pharmacy moved into the village of Knott End in 2023, and it wasn't long before constituents were getting in touch with me explaining that they couldn't access their prescriptions because the pharmacies were closed and it was very unreliable. However, we do have a very good Overwire Medical Centre which has dispensing rights. However, they are restrained by the 1 mile rule, which means they can't dispense prescriptions within 1 mile of where a pharmacy is, regardless of whether or not it's open or closed. So I feel like we're in a catch-22 situation here. What help can the Minister give my constituents to ensure that those constituents who are within the 1 mile of the Jutes pharmacy that's never open can access their prescriptions from the dispensing Overwire medical practice?
Minister.
I thank her for that question. She has absolutely rightly put her finger on the catch-22 situation in which we find ourselves. It is patently absurd that a pharmacy that isn't operating, as she just described it, the Jutes isn't operating, is blocking the ability of others to step in and fill the gap. That is something we have to resolve. It's part of the work that I've commissioned urgently. We've clearly got gaps in the regulatory framework. This is an unprecedented situation. We're working at pace to address it, but she's absolutely rightly put her finger on the catch-22 that needs to be resolved. We need to move one piece out of the way so that we can deal adequately with this situation.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the way Jahoots is treating its workforce and the community is frankly appalling, suppliers as well, and they're failing communities who desperately rely on them. The government is planning to introduce a health bill at some point in the coming months that will see the abolition of NHS England. Can the Minister update the House on when that bill will come forwards and what provision it will contain within it to strengthen accountability for delivery of community pharmacy provision?
Minister.
I thank him. I know that my colleague, the Minister of State for Health, is working hard on the drafting process for that bill. I can't give him the exact date of its introduction, but I'd be very happy to write to him with confirmation of the expected introduction date.
Jonathan Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased this question has been tabled today because I've written to the Minister about this company, and I'm also very grateful to my honourable friend from North Somerset who's given me advice in this matter. I'm pleased the Government is taking regulatory action in respect of the quality, safety and availability of the service, but I was horrified to hear that several of my constituents working for this company have gone unpaid for several weeks. So please could I ask him to reach out to the relevant Minister within the Department for Business and Trade just to see if there's anything else that we can do for those people, because it's just simply not right that they're out of pocket.
I thank my honourable friend for that. That's an excellent suggestion. I will do that. If there is clear evidence of breach of employment law, and we're hearing colleague after colleague saying that staff are not being paid, we absolutely need to look at that, and I will follow up on his suggestion.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard again this afternoon the line from the Minister that pharmacy staff are not employed by the NHS but by pharmacy businesses, and this is just a dispute between staff and the pharmacy business that should be raised in the first instance with ACAS. Holly Froggatt from Sidmouth has written to me as a former member of staff from Jehoots. She writes, staff have emailed them begging for their wages as they have empty bank accounts. In normal circumstances, the government likes to lean on pharmacies to take the pressure off GPs with such schemes as Pharmacy First. So how can the Minister simply wash his hands of this situation when staff have gone 3 months without pay?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that. I don't think that's an accurate characterisation of what I'm saying. I am saying that we are taking action against Jehoots from the regulatory point of view, and there is clearly a very glaring issue around the payment of their staff. That needs to be taken forward through the industrial relations process, both through ACAS and through the PDA. We will absolutely give all the support we can to both of those in terms of ensuring that Jehoots is held to account.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Sedbergh, which is a rural market town, have also suffered greatly from the terrible pharmacy provision from Jehoots. You know, medicines unavailable, often being closed, staff and locum pharmacists going unpaid, yet pay slips being issued, so it's very hard for them to claim benefits. I've written to the Minister, as he knows, I've met with the ICB, and doctors and neighbouring pharmacists, I mean, I say neighbouring, this is Westmoreland, so that's a 40-minute drive away to the neighbouring pharmacists, have stepped in to help, and of course, as has the Parish Council. So the Minister outlined for me what action he's taking nationally to force students to provide a better service for my constituents.
Minister.
I thank her for that, and we are actively working with integrated care boards, with NHS England, with the GPC, the General Pharmaceutical Council, and indeed trade unions to ensure that all of these issues are being taken forward and given the urgency that they require. Sadly, as I have pointed out, the regulatory framework is not adequate. It is very focused on pharmacists and pharmacy premises, and inadequately and insufficiently focused on business owners. That is clearly something that must be addressed as a matter of urgency, and we are working on it at pace.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The failure of Jehoots is putting unsustainable pressure on other alternative pharmacies around King Swinton and South Staffordshire. But talks haven't even begun on pharmacy funding beyond March of next year. So given the urgent situation with Jehoots, will the Minister review the timescale for those talks so that our pharmacies that are having to pick up this extra work can have some certainty about future funding?
Minister.
I thank him for that question. This is absolutely urgent, as he rightly says. I have commissioned officials to work on this matter at pace. We clearly see that this is a matter of national significance, just simply by the number of colleagues in the chamber today talking about this issue. So I can absolutely give him that assurance, and I'd be happy to update him once I've got a better sense of exactly the time frame, the deadlines, and we will be insisting that things happen as a matter of urgency.
James Naish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I met with the Singh family, which runs 2 pharmacies in my Rushcliffe constituency over recess, and they were clear with me that despite improved funding, they are still struggling with overly complex funding formulas, delayed payments, high energy prices and drug shortages, among other challenges. However, the positive initiatives of Pharmacy First and the Independent Prescribing Pathfinder programme offer a ray of hope. So I wondered if the Minister could commit to continuing to invest time and energy in expanding those programmes and maybe meet with my pharmacies from Rushcliffe to discuss them further.
Minister.
I thank him. We remain absolutely committed to the independent prescribing service, and we are working on the plans and strategy to make that a reality. Pharmacy First, we continue to support. Sadly, take-up on Pharmacy First has not been as good as we would have liked it to be. I think the way in which it was structured and incentivised has not enabled it to realise its full potential, and we are working on that as well. Because I think a number of errors were taken by made by the previous government, which didn't set Pharmacy First up to succeed to the extent that it should have been.
Like.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Jute's pharmacies reveal the severe financial strain facing community pharmacies. The towns of Glastonbury and Bruton are home to fantastic independent pharmacies, continuing to serve their communities despite more than half of pharmacy owners losing money last year. So how will the government ensure that the regulatory framework is robust so that community pharmacy services in rural areas can remain resilient and accessible?
Minister.
I thank her, and she's absolutely right. This is about making the regulatory framework more robust. As I've pointed out, it is robust on pharmacists, on technicians and on pharmacy premises. It is simply not strong enough when it comes to pharmacy business owners, and this unprecedented case of Jutes is throwing that into sharp relief. That is what we are working on at pace, and I'd be very happy to update her once we've got some clear progress on what the plan and strategy is to ensure that we are beefing up the regulatory framework to ensure that this kind of thing can never happen again.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I met last week with staff from Jutes Pharmacy in Thorley and was shocked when they told me that they'd been unpaid for months but still working, with some struggling with their mortgages or unable to afford food for their children's school lunches. But their concern was for their residents, many elderly and vulnerable, who've been left without essential medication because of stock issues and unexpected closures. These are good, decent people who want to provide a community service for our residents. Absolutely. So can the Minister assure my constituents directly that the Department will look at all options possible and that they will work across government where relevant to ensure that the situation allowed this to become a problem and to address the specific situation affecting my constituents now will be addressed?
I thank him, and I pay tribute to his constituents who are clearly going through an extremely difficult and challenging time. I would strongly recommend that they contact ACAS and also the PDA or another trade union if they happen to be a member of another trade union. I think the key point he's made is around how we ensure that this doesn't happen again. The GPHC, the General Pharmaceutical Council, is taking enforcement action against individual pharmacies, and we have to wait for the outcome of those actions. Some of those are going through appeal processes. I think as soon as one of those actions has concluded, that will greatly facilitate and catalyse the process for going after any pharmacy that is not delivering to the service standards that we would expect.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Staff and patients at Jahoots Pharmacy in Southwarton in North West Norfolk have been let down, going months without pay, no communication from management or stock, and the pharmacist left after non-payment. And when I raised the issues with the company, they simply refused to respond. The Minister has referred to regulatory changes in the future. But given this pattern is repeated across the country, what urgent steps is the Minister taking to work with ICBs collectively to ensure that staff get the money they're owed, that services that have been commissioned are delivered, and will he not rule out taking action against individual directors?
Minister.
I thank him for that, and as I say, we are in constant dialogue with ICBs, with the GPC, and we need to, I absolutely get it, we need to speed it up. It needs to be faster, needs to be more urgent. I am absolutely clear about that, and we are taking this forward as a matter of priority. In terms of taking action against individual directors, nothing is off the table. But as I say, the regulatory framework, as things stand, doesn't facilitate that. So we've got to look at other options. But there are views in the GPC which suggest perhaps that there are some ways of looking at interpreting regulations and legislation that could potentially facilitate more immediate action. So that is on the menu of actions that we're looking at.
Steph Ackrow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For almost 2 years now, the people of Sheringham have been suffering from completely unacceptable service from our local branch of Jehoots. Shortages of drugs, shortages of pharmacists, issues with paying staff and a litany of other issues have caused chaos, including one resident sent by NHS 111 to secure emergency antibiotics, only to find themselves standing in the rain outside a closed pharmacy, fearful they would end up in A&E. Can the Minister tell people in Sheringham and the surrounding villages what protection there'll be for services if Jehoots are no longer seen fit to provide them, how taxpayers' money is being protected from being lost here, but most importantly, how on earth was it allowed to get this bad in the first place?
Minister.
I thank him for that question. In terms of the replacement for Jehoots services, that is where we're in this catch-22 situation, because until they have been moved, a pharmacy that's not providing a service, let's say, has been moved out of the way, it's not possible to move in and replace that service with another. So the first step in all of this is to take action against those pharmacies that are not delivering to requisite service standards. As soon as we can get that process moving, we can start to commission and bring in alternative providers. I share his frustration, I share the impatience of his constituents, and I can assure him that we're taking urgent action on all of these issues.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his strong answers and his, to restore confidence as well. Will the Minister acknowledge that pressure on the NHS, especially coming into the winter months, means that pharmacies will be playing a bigger role in providing basic help and advice, and that being unable to rely on a pharmacy cannot be sustained? And can the Minister outline, please, the professional standards that are expected of pharmaceutical chains throughout the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and how these private companies can be held to their public obligations? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank him, and I agree absolutely that the vital role that community pharmacy plays now and going into the future, and we want that role to continue and to be strengthened and indeed expanded. If you look at our 10-year plan, the shift from hospital to community, well, community pharmacy at the heart of that, but also the shift from sickness to prevention, the vital work that community pharmacy plays in terms of delivering vaccines and a whole range of other services that really will support the prevention agenda. So community pharmacy is at the heart of our plan. The standards are as set out by the General Pharmaceutical Council. They are robust standards. It requires a certain level of service to be provided, certain levels of expertise and experience. That is all very robustly regulated. What we clearly now need to do is upgrade the way that we regulate pharmacy business owners, and that is something that my officials and I are working on as a matter of urgency.
That concludes the urgent question on Jehoots Pharmacy. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over, and we will start our first statement. Statement on Ukraine, Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I'll make a statement on the latest situation in Ukraine, on the recent strikes against Kyiv, on our continuing support for Ukraine and our response to continuing Russian aggression, and on a major new package of sanctions against Russian oil and gas that I am announcing today. And it's a pleasure to be able to do so on a day in which we have welcomed Ruslan Stefanchuk, the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, here to the House of Commons, a sign of our strong and continued friendship. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's also a reflection of the importance of Ukraine's security to this government and to all of us here in the UK that Ukraine is my first statement to the House from the dispatch box as Foreign Secretary, just as Ukraine was my first visit when taking up this role a month ago. And before I start, let me also say thank you and pay tribute to my predecessor in this role, the now Deputy Prime Minister and member for Tottenham, for his work to represent our country on the world stage with great principle and distinction, and who showed such strong and continued leadership in supporting Ukraine. Yeah. 3.5 years after Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, President Putin has failed in his war aims. He is failing on his military objectives, on the economy, and on his political objectives for both Ukraine and Europe, thanks to the courage and resilience of the Ukrainian people and the support and determination of Ukraine's friends. As Ukraine stands firm against Russia, the UK stands firm with Ukraine. Ukraine's security is Europe's security, and the security and stability of the whole of Europe is vital for our security here in the UK. President Zelensky stands ready to hold talks for peace, but President Putin seeks only to escalate war. He will not succeed, because now is the time not just to continue with our steadfast support for Ukraine's defence, but to substantially increase the pressure on Russia's economy and on Putin's war machine. Major new UK sanctions against Russia's biggest oil companies and shadow fleet, new concerted actions with our partners to choke off oil and gas revenues and to hit at the heart of the Putin's economy and war machine, because we are determined to support our Ukrainian friends and to stand up for our own security now. Madam Deputy Speaker, what was clear to me in Kyiv a few weeks ago, and I think it's clear to everyone visiting Ukraine, is the enduring courage and unbreakable spirit of the Ukrainian people. And I saw firsthand the damage from an Iskander missile on Ukraine's Cabinet of Ministers building just 10 days after the British Council offices were also damaged. I met families whose lives had been uprooted, their homes destroyed, and their children's education torn apart. And I met up with 2 teenagers who lived with us in Castleford during the first year of the war and have now returned, and who, despite the drones and the bombardments and the disruption to their lives and their schooling, are continuing to train as international standard ballroom dancers. Because, like Ukrainians across their country, they will not let Russia destroy their dreams. And that is what Vladimir Putin will never understand about the Ukrainian people. For 3.5 years, indeed, since 2014, he has questioned their resilience. For 3.5 years, he has doubted the commitment of their allies, and for 3.5 years, he has been proven wrong. And everywhere I went in Kyiv last month, I saw a nation resolute in its fight. So that despite the huge Russian mobilisation efforts in the last 3 years, Putin remains as far away from achieving those military goals as he has ever been. In this war that Putin started, Russian losses are now 20 times higher than Soviet losses in Afghanistan. In this war that Putin is continuing to pursue, Russia is now struggling to equip its forces, and in some areas, stocks are so low they have resorted to using military kit from the 1950s. And as a result of this war that Putin refuses to end, the IMF have revised down Russian growth forecasts, and military spending is now outstripping social spending for the first time since the collapse of the Soviet Union. We know that with increased desperation, however, comes increased danger. And in recent weeks, Putin has engaged in provocative and reckless violations of NATO airspace in Estonia, Poland and Romania, against which NATO stands together, resolute and ready to act. His recent bombardment of Ukraine has seen some of the largest attacks in Europe since the height of the Second World War, with civilian casualties rising nearly 40%, with children killed in playgrounds, hospitals and schools destroyed, and civilian energy infrastructure targeted. Just yesterday, a UN aid convoy was hit, delivering vital assistance to a frontline community. So while we continue to strive for peace for Ukraine, we must be steeled for the war to continue. And that means focusing on 4 priorities. First, ensuring that Ukraine gets the support it needs to stand up to this latest onslaught. In my meetings with President Zelensky and Foreign Minister Sybiha in September, I reaffirmed the UK's ironclad support. We are providing £4.5 billion of military support for Ukraine this year, more than ever before, with over £150 million worth of air defence and artillery delivered in the last 2 months alone, We've used our co-chairmanship of the Ukraine Defence Contact Group to galvanise partners, raising over £2 billion through the UK-run International Fund for Ukraine to support the most urgent military needs. And during that Kyiv visit, I announced £142 million in UK aid to support Ukraine through the winter and into next year, including our largest emergency energy support package since the start of the war, to restore and repair water, heating and electricity systems. Second, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will ramp up the pressure on Russia to ensure that their escalation comes at a clear cost. So I am today setting out a further new set of sanctions, among our strongest so far, to tighten the pressure on Russia's economy. This will be the second set of sanctions I have announced in a month, and I'm ready to go further still. It will take the total UK-imposed sanctions on Russia-related individuals and entities to over 2,900. At the UN Security Council last month, I told Foreign Minister Lavrov directly, shortly before he walked out of the chamber, that we will target your ailing economy, your oil and gas revenues, and the defence industry making your munitions, because we know for Russia the cost of war is piling up. With immediate effect, we are sanctioning Russia's two largest oil producers, Rosneft and Lukoil, the two biggest Russian energy firms ever targeted by UK sanctions. Part of an extensive new sanctions package of 90 targets, including refineries around the world that are responsible for importing Russian oil, suppliers of drone and missile components, and 44 shadow fleet vessels, further disrupting the network of tankers that transport Russia's oil. The UK has now sanctioned more shadow fleet vessels than any other partner, taking billions of dollars of Russian oil off the market. And we're sanctioning not just Russian individuals and companies, but also organisations in third countries who continue to support the Russian war effort, with all those damaging consequences, not just for Ukraine, but for Europe's stability too. And these sanctions stop UK businesses and individuals from trading or transacting with the actors that we have targeted. And importantly, we're also strengthening our coordination with the EU, who are finalising a new wave of sanctions, and we are urging countries across the world to go further, working with us in targeting Russian oil and gas. President Zelensky has made clear in recent months he supports a full unconditional ceasefire and is ready to meet with Putin for talks to achieve a just and lasting peace. President Trump has urged peace and ceasefire talks, but instead President Putin is seeking only to escalate the conflict, and that is why this economic and coordinated economic pressure is so urgent and important to get him to change course. Third, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will ensure that Ukraine gets the financial support it needs to recover and that Russia is the one to pay. The whole House will be aware of the acute financing needs facing Ukraine, both now and in the long term. So we are pushing at every level to ensure that frozen Russian assets can be used to meet these needs. They were on the agenda of the G7 finance ministers when they met on the 1st of October, and today the Chancellor is in Washington, again pressing for progress with her counterparts, as I have done directly with our European partners. And we will continue to argue that the full value of Russian sovereign assets must be used to support Ukraine. The EU has developed a proposal for reparations loans for Ukraine, which we welcome, and this has been discussed between the Prime Minister, Chancellor Merz, and President Macron. We expect and hope further progress will be made in the coming weeks. But finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, while we're prepared for this war to continue, we must also keep working and preparing for peace. We've seen in recent days what's possible when the international community builds a consensus for peace, and we know too the huge international coordination that has come behind the US peace initiative in the Middle East and the huge international effort that will be needed to ensure it is implemented. But those same principles on international coordination and effort over time are important for Ukraine. That's why, together with France, the UK government has convened over 30 countries in several meetings of the Coalition of the Willing, encouraging contributions towards a multinational force which would stand ready to deploy to Ukraine upon a ceasefire or peace agreement to help regenerate Ukraine's armed forces so that Russia is never able to attack again. And we're also implementing the 100-year partnership signed by the Prime Minister and President Zelensky in January, making real our commitment to stand with Ukraine not just today or tomorrow, but over many decades to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, while Ukraine continues to show its endless reserves of strength, Vladimir Putin continues to show his endless depths of depravity. Time and again, he's shown his willingness to threaten the security and sovereignty of other nations, to threaten democracy and undermine the world order, to kidnap tens of thousands of children. From cyber attacks in Moldova to the deployment of mercenaries in the Sahel, Russia's actions seek to topple governments, fuel conflict and spread instability far beyond Europe's borders. That is why the UK continues to support Ukraine, not just to help brave people defend themselves, but to make clear that aggression does not pay, Putin does not win, that force will be resisted with strength, and that criminals will be held accountable. Madam Deputy Speaker, Ukraine's security is our security, and I commend this statement to the House.
As the Foreign Secretary, with prior agreement with the Chair, was allowed to speak a little while longer than the allocated time, the same will be allowed to the front benches on the opposite side as well. Now I call the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel.
Speaker, I'm grateful to the Foreign Secretary for advance height of her statement, and I also would like to welcome her to her place in her new role. We meet again at the dispatch box in the many roles of where we've been shadowing each other, and this time round it feels like she is indeed following me in this portfolio. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the occasion of the visit of the chairman of the Ukrainian Parliament to our Parliament, it is right that Britain stands with Ukraine on what will soon be the eve of the fourth winter of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Putin's relentless efforts to obtain by barbaric levels of force the territory of a sovereign European state has undermined peace in Europe and the established international order. In recent months, we have seen European and NATO airspace brazenly and deliberately violated by Russian fighter jets. From Poland to Estonia to Romania, such aggressive provocation must yield stronger deterrence against Russia. The same applies to the intensified aerial bombardment of Kyiv. The hundreds upon hundreds of Iranian Shahed drones attacking civilians is a cruel attempt by Putin to psychologically torture Ukrainians. But the bombing will not break their resolve. From Russia's kidnapping of Ukrainian children to the daily bombardment of propaganda and bombs, Britain must stand firm to level the playing field for Ukraine so that it can repel those attacks. Britain must continue to be at the forefront of continually refuelling our country's ability to support Ukraine, never standing still. So can the Foreign Secretary say, if she is brokering more packages here at home or across NATO to support Ukraine's air defence, the 100-year partnership agreement with Ukraine must be leveraged to support innovation in defence technology and production within Ukraine right now, while we also learn from Ukraine's successes in these fields. The way the Ukrainian people have conducted themselves and have continued to fight for what is rightfully theirs in the face of the barbarity and savagery that many of us thought was confined to the bygone era will go down in the records of history. We must ensure Russia's defeat goes down in history too. To do so, Britain must lead all allies to raise the price for Russia for its aggression by cutting off Russia's financial lifelines, which continue to fund Putin's war in Ukraine and fight against our democratic values. So I welcome the Foreign Secretary's announcements today of the new entities, including the ships that have been sanctioned as of today. She will, of course, know that China, India and Turkey have become the mainstay of Russian oil exports, together purchasing around $380 billion of Russian crude. This does provide Putin with a lifeline to fund this illegal war and invasion at the cost of around $1 billion per day. So in addition to the new sanctions announced today, can the Foreign Secretary confirm whether she or the Prime Minister has had any discussions with India, Turkey and China about the refineries in question in their own countries purchasing Russian oil and then re-exporting them? And is the UK in a position to spearhead this direct challenge and get this stopped? Will the Foreign Secretary challenge European countries who are still importing Russian liquefied natural gas to phase this out far more rapidly? And I do recognise and appreciate her comments that she's made about EU countries and the sanction package. Further to the new banking sanctions announced, will she commit to review what we can do to limit Russia's banking sector, including their regional banks. On the mobilisation of frozen assets, we do need to go beyond just offering Ukraine loans from the revenues of the sanctioned assets and find a new formula under the law that mobilises the assets now to fund Ukraine's defeat of Russia in the immediate term. London is, of course, home to our world-class capital markets, and the City of London must be deployed to help find solutions to this, which our diplomats can then sell to our allies, because this needs concerted action. So can the Foreign Secretary confirm whether the Coalition of the Willing, convened in February this year, is as determined as it was then to not just stand with Ukraine, but work to find solutions to these major issues that we all see? The UK must be committed to 3% on defence by the end of the decade, and this is a vital step on our route to higher sustained spending, demanded by the new NATO targets. So may I ask, in her new role as Foreign Secretary, is she in discussions with the Chancellor about this? Because Britain must be ready for the continuous tensions with Russia, with the very effective deterrents, including against sub-conventional threats such as hybrid warfare, sabotage of infrastructure, disinformation, election interference and killings. If we do not put up boundaries now, Russia will come closer. But Russia is stoppable. We've seen positive developments in recent weeks, including in the decisive election result in Moldova, that should cement its Euro-Atlantic trajectory. But Russia's behaviour elsewhere, from Georgia to the Balkans, to the stationing of nuclear weapons in Belarus, is deeply alarming. And here at home, there are reports that the cyber attack on Jaguar Land Rover may have emanated from Russia. Is the Foreign Secretary able to confirm the attribution of this to the House? The whole Euro-Atlantic alliance needs to be incredibly robust, because the lessons of the last 20 years are crystal clear, and the outcome of the war in Ukraine will shape the future of European global security. President Trump's recent remarks were absolutely right. Our Ukrainian friends can regain the territory that is rightfully theirs, and we support them on that. Britain and our European allies must now pull out all the stops to help our Ukrainian friends expedite Putin's exit from their country. And we should be clear that territorial concessions must never happen, as this would be a reward for Putin's barbarism. Britain should lead the way and can lead the way in weakening Putin's war machine with a full range of hard-hitting new sanctions and brokering new military packages of aid with our allies to ensure that Ukraine has the capabilities it needs to defeat Putin's tyranny.
Foreign Secretary. Can I welcome the Shadow Foreign Secretary's response, and very glad to be facing her back across the dispatch boxes again. I think she and I probably missed each other, and this is perhaps a very new experience for both of us to be standing opposite each other at the dispatches boxes and actually agreeing on some things compared to the last time round. I did actually check, it was the last time that she and I were opposite each other in the standing opposite each other on other sides of the dispatch box, and I think it was the 5th of September. And it was the day, in fact, that Liz Truss was confirmed as Prime Minister. Perhaps not quite such a good day for the Shadow Foreign Secretary, who at that time, as Home Secretary, then lost her place on the front bench, but also not such a good time for the country either, as well. But it was, interestingly, that day, after we had our exchanges that day, the next discussion that day was a discussion on Ukraine. And that was 2022. And my right honourable friend, the current Defence Secretary, speaking the benches opposite that day, began his remarks by observing that it was day 194 of a war that Vladimir Putin had expected to be over inside a week. And he saluted the bravery of the Ukrainian resistance and pledged the Labour Party's full backing for every aspect of what her government was then doing at the time. So now here we are, not on day 194, but day 1,330. And still all of us in this House full of admiration and respect for the Ukrainian resistance, still all of us determined to support Ukraine in the face of the continuing Russian onslaught. So I welcome the Shadow Foreign Secretary's continuation of that cross-party support for the Ukrainian people and for the actions that we need to continue to take to support Ukraine, both in its defence and also in the pressure that we need. So I can assure her that we will continue to support Ukraine's defences and continue to look at what more we can do. And the Defence Secretary has also set out new partnerships, particularly working with Ukraine on developing new drone technology, both learning from their technological experiences and also helping them with production as well. She also raised the issues about third countries, including countries including China and India and Turkey, and also other European countries that have continued to be involved in purchasing things from Russia. What I can tell her is that we want as wide as possible a consensus on economic pressure on Russia over Ukraine, and I am continuing to raise this with very many different countries, including some of those that she's referred to, and also we are also including as part of our sanctions packages sanctions against entities operating in third countries now as well, because we need to continue to do so. We also need to be clear that the ability to target the Russian sovereign assets needs to be about mobilising the assets themselves and going further and ensuring that there is an effective way to do so. We do believe that there is an effective way to do so, and that we have been working with the EU to do so, and will continue to put considerable pressure on as many countries as possible to join us in taking action around Russian sovereign assets. I think all of us in this House are clear, I hope, or at least the majority of the parties in this House are clear, with some unfortunate exception, but I think the majority of this House is clear that we will need to continue to stand in solidarity with Ukraine, not just now, not just tomorrow, but for the future to come. Thank you.
Select Committee Chair Dame Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can I begin by welcoming the Foreign Secretary to her new post publicly, and to echo the comments that she made about the previous Foreign Secretary. Can I also welcome her commitment to finally using the Russian frozen assets? I hope that the situation will be resolved soon, because they are needed for the defence and reconstruction of Ukraine. I'm pleased to see that she's going to take further advantage of Britain's unique sanctions regime to extend against the Russian individuals and countries. But she knows, particularly given her previous experience, perhaps better than most, that a regime is only as good as its enforcement. And there are times when doors need to be kicked down. What worries me is that the Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation told the Treasury Committee a year ago that they had only implemented one £15,000 fine against British businesses for engaging with a sanctioned individual. So in the time since, in the last year, could she please tell us how many British businesses have faced financial penalties for direct or indirect breaches of sanctions on Russia or the Russian state, and what has been the value of those fines?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I welcome the point that the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has raised, and also thank her for her considerable work and expertise and the work that her committee does in this area as well. She will know that the Foreign Office sets out the framework for sanctions and then works with the Treasury as well around the enforcement. And following the publication of the cross-government review on enforcement in May of this year, the government is committing to take stronger action to make compliance easier, but also to deter non-compliance and to make sure that there is proper enforcement in place. I'm advised that in 2025, the Office of Financial Sanctions implementation so far has totalled penalties of over 900,000, including an HMRC 1.1 million compound settlement. And in April, the National Crime Agency has secured the first convictions for breaches of Russian financial sanctions, but I am happy to work with the Chancellor to ensure she has any further information that she wants on that topic.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my thanks to the Minister for advance sight of her statement today. I'd start off by warmly welcoming the announcement of fresh sanctions aimed at cutting Putin's oil and gas profits. It is vital that we make use of all the tools at our disposal to undermine his war machine, and we know that the oil and gas revenues are primarily what is being used to fund it. So these measures are a further step in the right direction. But today I'd like to encourage the government to go even further. Analysis by the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air, a think tank, shows that UK-owned or insured LNG carriers have facilitated the transport of £45 billion of Russian gas since the start of the full-scale invasion. That means that 76% of the total export value of Russian LNG was carried on UK-owned or insured vessels. It is unconscionable that the UK businesses are still contributing to Putin's coffers. So will the Minister commit today to banning the provision of maritime services for Russian gas, including transport and insurance, and engage directly with the maritime insurance sector, a large proportion of which is based here in the UK, to find practical ways to implement such a ban? On the frozen Russian assets, I was very pleased to hear the Minister's ambition to progress plans to use their full value to support Ukraine's war effort. It is a measure which the Liberal Democrats have been pushing for action on for some months now. The government needs to move at pace as Ukraine continues to face Putin's relentless assault. So can the Secretary of State confirm to me the timetable she is looking at for new funds becoming available from the frozen assets? Can she outline how they will be allocated? And if barriers to seizing these assets are put in place internationally, can she commit to the UK government acting unilaterally with regard to seizing the assets held here in the UK? It is now also over 3 years since Roman Abramovich sold Chelsea Football Club. In June, the then Foreign Secretary said that the government was ready and willing to take legal action to finally secure the £2.5 billion generated from the sale, earmarked for additional support for Ukraine. It appears, however, that in that regard, the government's bark so far has been worse than its bite, as we have heard no more about how the government intends to pursue those assets. So can the Minister update the House today on what concrete action the government has taken since June to secure them? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we all hope to see a just peace in Ukraine, at which point thoughts will switch to reconstruction. So can the Secretary of State commit to providing full UK backing, including funding, to the Council of Europe's Register of Damage for Ukraine? Thank you, Madam.
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Liberal Democrat front bench spokesperson for his questions and also his continued support for Ukraine as well. What I can tell him is we are determined to tighten the restrictions much further on not simply on the oil and gas companies themselves, although this is the first time to sanction these major companies, but also the distribution networks and those who continue to profit. So on the 12th of September, I announced 100 new sanctions, which included 70 more ships in the shadow fleet. Today, I have announced in the second sanctions package that I have announced since being appointed, a further sanctions on a further 44 shadow fleet ships as well, because we are clear that that shadow fleet is otherwise undermining the impact of the sanctions that we have set out. On the Russian sovereign assets, this is an issue in order to have a proper impact, both in terms of the impact on Russia, but also in terms of the market impact as well. It is right that we should be working alongside partners, but we do welcome, as a result of that, the statements from President von der Leyen and the G7 finance ministers. I can tell him that this is a huge priority for me and for the Chancellor, who is pursuing exactly these issues, about the timetables and about what final steps we need to take around Russian sovereign assets in Washington today. I can also tell him that the issue around the proceeds from the sale of the Chelsea Football Club is a priority for me personally as well, ensuring that they can reach humanitarian causes in Ukraine following Russia's illegal full-scale invasion. And I am deeply frustrated that has not been possible so far. But we are fully prepared to pursue this matter through the courts if required, while the door for negotiations remain open. And again, this is a matter that I have discussed not just with the Chancellor, but internationally as well.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you. I first want to thank the Speaker, the Speaker's Office and the Deputy Speakers for the gracious welcome they gave Ruslan Stepanchuk, the Speaker of the Rada, today, and also seeing the Foreign Secretary in Kyiv on her first foreign visit, which was a real fillip to the people of Ukraine. I'd like to thank her for the sanctions package today, but I'd like to ask further questions about the siege of Russian assets. I'm pleased that we're ready to progress the siege of Russian assets, announcing work with France and Germany. But I'd like to ask the Foreign Secretary whether we are working at pace with our allies to ensure the siege of Russian assets. Ukrainians know that the best chance they have of winning this war is to move from freezing to seizing of the assets. And I also want to ask if the United Kingdom will be providing finance for the reparations loan that the EU is proposing.
Secretary.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for what I know has been his continued work for many years on Ukraine. It was certainly very good to see him at the event in Kyiv as well. What I can reassure him is that we think that the work that the EU has done on the provided drawing up a new mechanism to be able to effectively mobilise the assets that are being held. We think that mechanism that they have set out is a really important one. We support that work, and it is on that basis that we believe that we and the EU and other allies should be trying to seek to make as rapid progress now, because ultimately the rebuilding of Ukraine, the support for Ukraine, should be paid for by Russia.
Rishi Sunak.
I welcome the Foreign Secretary to her new role and commend her on a very strong statement. And I welcome the progress that's being made by the G7 finance ministers in DC on this issue of seizing Russian state assets. It's an issue I first started working on 3 years ago, and I know that the current Chancellor has continued that work. Now, because of that, there is a body of very clear technical analysis that's been done in the Treasury that I think shows clearly at this point that, firstly, there is a sound legal basis for taking these assets and using them. Secondly, that there is now a practical way to use them, especially as the bonds have matured into cash. And thirdly, that by acting in concert with allies, any risk to financial stability can be absolutely minimised. So can I continue to urge the Foreign Secretary to show continued UK leadership on this issue, as I know she is, especially sharing that work with our European allies, because I know she will agree with me that this is an urgent issue that requires action.
Foreign Secretary.
Can I welcome all the points the Right Honourable Member and former Prime Minister has said, and also pay tribute to the work that I know that he did, both as Chancellor and as Prime Minister, to support Ukraine and to support the defence of Ukraine, and particularly also this work around Russian sovereign assets, and different ways to ensure that there remains market stability, that we have the proper financial safeguards in place, but that we can make sure that money can get to Ukraine as a result of all of this. I have spoken myself both to colleagues in Belgium and France over the last week alone. As you know, the Prime Minister has discussed this with French and German counterparts in the last week as well. We will continue to press on every avenue to make the progress that he's talking about.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to welcome my right honourable friend to her place and welcome the statement that she's made. In September, the Yale University Humanitarian Research Lab revealed that the number of facilities Russia is using in its forced deportation of Ukrainian children has risen from 53 to 210. That report highlighted that 110 facilities were being used to re-educate children, and that at 39 of those facilities, military training was being provided to train Ukrainian children to throw the grenades and pilot the drones that are destroying their homes and killing their families. So could my right honourable friend outline what further steps are being taken to relocate, rescue and return those children to their families?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I welcome the point that my honourable friend has made? The
The forcible deportation, the kidnapping of almost 20,000 Ukrainian children by Russia is one of the most disturbing aspects of this war. I agree with her with the importance of supporting those families. We have been supporting organisations such as Bring Kids Back UA and Save Ukraine, who are supporting efforts to return Ukrainian children. And just 2 weeks ago, Baroness Harman attended the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children event at the UN General Assembly. We will continue to do all we can to support the return of those children.
Father of the House, Edward Lee.
50 years ago, I was working down the corridor here for Margaret Thatcher, and I make this point to give an opportunity to the Foreign Secretary to pay tribute on the centenary of her birth to the lady who won the Cold War with Ronald Reagan. And the other point I want to make is that why did we win the Cold War? We didn't fire a single bullet. It was all about economic pressure on the Soviet Union, of course, a precursor of Russia. So I really want to follow my right honourable friend, the former Prime Minister. I think the whole House is determined on this, is united on this issue of Russian assets. And I'm also serve on the Council of Europe, and everybody there is passing motions trying to propel this forward. So is she confident that we can actually make progress on this? Because the way to bring down this regime and to end this war is, as we did with the Soviet Union, to break them economically.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I think all of us would recognise the challenging jobs for all Prime Ministers, no matter our parties. He will understand that for a coal mining constituency like mine, there were obviously very strong views against the right former Prime Minister that the Father of the House refers to, but I do also pay tribute to his long service in this place that he has also referred to. I think there is strong agreement really across this House. We have to get those assets mobilised. We have to get that investment and that support into Ukraine. And it is right that Russia should pay the price for reconstructing, rebuilding and also defending Ukraine.
Dame Neil Griffith.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, it was really great to see the Secretary of State out in Ukraine. I know it was very, very much appreciated by the Ukrainian colleagues. And I would obviously, my right honourable friend will be very, very well aware that foreign investment is absolutely vital to the economy and the reconstruction of Ukraine. So I was wondering what talks she has had with ministerial colleagues and others about schemes such as that suggested by the British-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, which proposes using frozen Russian assets and or Western government guarantees administered by the World Bank to provide greater availability of risk insurance for British investors in Ukraine.
Well, and I welcome my honourable friend's points that we need to, she's right, we need to look at different innovative ways of providing the financial support, providing the commitment and investment that Ukraine will need. This is about, obviously there are immediate issues around the defence equipment and also the support, like the support for the energy infrastructure that we are providing, but there will also be issues around longer term investment, and we should look innovatively at different ways to be able to support that.
Sir Duncan Smith.
Deputy Speaker, I'm Chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Magnitsky sanctions, and we've been encouraging the last government and the present government to be much more aggressive about their sanctions regime. When you look at the numbers of people sanctioned, it doesn't compare to what the United States has done and many others. So, number one, I think this whole business of the money from the Chelsea sale, it's long overdue that this was settled, and it just beggars belief that we haven't managed to get that one done. And the other bit here, and I agree with my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, the ex-Prime Minister rather, some of us live in hope, but I simply say that the shadow fleets could easily be attacked by sanctioning British marine insurers who have insured these ships. Without that insurance, they will not put to sea because they will have no financial backing for it. Why we haven't done that up until now is a complete mystery to me. That surely is something we should get on with straight away because we can action that immediately.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Member for his long-standing commitment on these issues, both around issues around sanctions, but also around Russia and Ukraine as well. And tell him is the impact of the sanctions is that any company or any UK company or resident that transacts with, as well as trades with, those sanctioned bodies will therefore be covered by the sanctions as well. And we will continue to look at what further we can do to keep increasing the pressure on Russia. I can assure him on the Chelsea Football Club proceeds, I strongly agree that this needs to move as swiftly as possible, and I can also assure him that this has been something that I have focused on significantly since I arrived in this post as well, and we will continue to do all that we can in these areas to support Ukraine.
Tulip Sadiq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent in Hampstead and Highgate is a refugee from Ukraine whose home and livelihood was destroyed in Ukraine. She contacted me because of the uncertainty of her visa situation. Her 3-year visa will expire in December, but she can't apply for extension until November, which is stopping her from getting a new job and also stopping her from securing a new tenancy agreement. She's at risk of becoming homeless in the coming weeks. I recognise that my honourable friend is now the Foreign Secretary, but she knows the Home Office well, and I want to know what conversations she's had with colleagues from the Home Office about reviewing the Ukrainian visa scheme so that Ukrainians can actually rebuild their lives in this country.
Can I welcome my honourable friend's support for refugees, for those who have come on the Homes for Ukraine scheme, also from other Ukrainian schemes here. As she will know, that the government has extended the visas, has set out provision for the extension of the visas, and I think the point that she is referring to is to do with the timing of the mechanism of the Home Office mechanism about the timings of when applications can go in, and I will raise that issue with the Home Secretary.
Select Committee Member Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary mentioned that the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, the Rada, was here today and was in the gallery. And he also met this morning with members of the Ukraine All-Party Group. Speaker Stefanchuk made the parallel between Western sanctions packages and versions of the Apple iPhone. It feels like we see a new one every other week. Rather than the gradual introduction of sanctions on Russia, will the Foreign Secretary work with the United States administration and other allies to introduce a sanctions package that will really hurt Russian oligarchs in the pocket?
Foreign Secretary.
So I want to see the strongest possible economic pressure on Russia from every avenue, frankly, and it is an issue that we have discussed extensively with the US. It's an issue that we have discussed extensively with Europe. It is an issue that I discuss with my foreign minister colleagues, but also that the Chancellor discusses with her finance minister colleagues as well. We want to see the strongest package. I think we are, however, I do think it is right to continue to introduce new sanctions as soon as we have the evidence ready. I don't think we should wait until more work can be done or more agreement can be reached. If we have the evidence to be able to introduce another set of sanctions, frankly, I think we should get on with it, because we need to maximise the economic pressure as rapidly as we possibly can to put pressure on Putin's war machine.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that more must be done to inform not just the British public, but also countries which are equivocal in their support for Ukraine, that Russia's illegal invasion is particularly egregious in its cynical and cruel targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure? I pay tribute to a member of Rugby's Ukrainian committee who told me today, Russia strikes not only the front line, but homes, hospitals and power plants. Whole regions are left in darkness after systematic attacks. Just recently, a maternity hospital in Sumy was targeted, and yet people wake up after night of bombardment, go to work, children go to school. The unimaginable has become normal. That's the true horror. Does she agree that these horrors can only strengthen our resolve in supporting Ukraine?
We must maintain the strongest of resolves in supporting Ukraine. I talked to families, to children who have to sleep in the corridor or in underground car parks at night to avoid drone attacks, but still get up for school, get up and carry on with their lives each day. The Ukrainian people are showing that resilience. We will continue to support them.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The only thing wrong with the Secretary of State's admirable statement is the fact that it was made by a British Foreign Secretary rather than the President of the United States. Given that only a few months ago, President Trump was saying that President Zelensky had few, if any, cards to play, whereas she takes a much more optimistic view of the geopolitical situation as it regards the invasion of Ukraine. Has she identified any signs that the leader of the free world is coming to a more realistic view of the nature of the killer in the Kremlin?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, this is an issue that we have discussed considerably with the US, and I welcome the President Trump's decision, for example, to enable NATO allies to purchase the vital US military equipment for Ukraine's defence, including Patriots, for example. And I think what we saw is the President Trump called for a peace process around Ukraine. And President Zelensky was ready to have those peace discussions, but President Putin has done the opposite. And I think there is a growing sense of frustration that everybody can see that President Putin has just ignored those requests for peace discussions and instead is actually seeking to do the opposite, not just in Ukraine itself, but also those attempts to destabilise NATO airspace as well.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The NATO PA delegation, of which the Deputy Leader, the member for Wetherby and Easingwold, sat on the opposition front bench, met with the Ukrainian delegation over the weekend and also heard from President Zelensky. Can I say it was a sort of the same line we heard from them time and time again, is the need for more weapons, equipment and munitions. And particularly, as we know, in terms of deep fire missiles, drones, munitions. So can I say this to the Foreign Secretary and welcome her statement, is that a lot has been said today about the need to unfreeze Russian assets and to use the full value. And she's made comments about work is being done. There are numerous occasions in this House when we've seen things happen quickly. I think things need to move at pace to ensure that the industrial capacity that they still have free in Ukraine that can make these things is used by funding it as quickly as possible.
Foreign Secretary.
I welcome my honourable friend's point because we do want to see progress made as rapidly as possible. He will know that the UK has stepped up support for Ukraine this year, the military support that we directly provide, including providing £4.5 billion of military support, which is more than ever before, including thousands of air defence missiles and drones. We want to go further with the Russian sovereign assets process.
Can I remind colleagues that we have another statement of business later on, and questions do not require a preamble. They should be sharp and to the point. Stephen Gethins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the Foreign Secretary on her appointment and welcome her remarks that the consensus that we have around the war in Ukraine has held across, well, the vast majority of this chamber. Can I ask her, she's got a fresh set of eyes, can she look at the efficiency of some of the aid that we're going to? Can we work more closely with organisations like the Come Back Alive Foundation, or can more work be done in Ukraine? I think the UK is doing a good job on this, but a fresh set of eyes is always welcome. Thank you.
Well, we always want to ensure that whether the aid we provide, the defence support we provide, that all of that is done in the most effective way, but crucially in partnership with Ukraine, because Ukraine themselves, who know where their greatest need lies, as a sovereign nation, that is what we support.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the measures that have been announced today, particularly on oil and gas revenues. This comes as Russia continues to target Ukrainian energy infrastructure, including a Ukrainian state-run power plant last night. So how is the government supporting Ukrainian homes to keep warm over winter? And will she join me in paying tribute to the Huddersfield Ukrainian Club, who continue to support Ukrainians who have arrived in Huddersfield since the conflict?
Can I welcome the support she's providing in her constituency and that her community is supporting as well. We've seen that happen right across the country. She's right to focus on the impact on families, because Russia is deliberately trying to target the heating, the lighting for families across Ukraine as they go into winter by targeting their infrastructure. We have just announced, and I announced that in Kyiv, a £42 million energy support package, which is exactly to provide support to keep homes warm, to support the resilience of the Ukrainian people through the winter.
Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, given that time is the most precious commodity in war, and as Eliza Manningham-Buller, the former head of MI5, said, Britain may already be at war with Russia, why have we allowed Russia so much time? For example, to build up a stock of 155 shells, 3 times the quantity of the entire European and American stock of 155 shells. How long has Ukraine now got to hold out against Russia, who has mobilized their entire economy onto a war footing to win this war at almost any cost to themselves? Don't we have to up our long-range weapons support and our other military support to help Ukraine finish this war and win this war?
Foreign Secretary.
So, as I've just set out, the UK has stepped up support for Ukraine this year, providing the £4.5 billion of military support. We will need to continue to provide military support to Ukraine, but we also need to encourage as many other allies to do so as well. And it was striking for me in Kyiv, meeting with the Prime Minister and President, how much they saw the UK as a leading ally, but also recognised the need for this international partnership and support. We need to continue to escalate the support. That's why we also need this pressure on the economic side as well as on the defence side, because it's only by that combined concerted effort will we be able to affect the course of this war.
Luke Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege today to meet with the Chair of the Rada of Ukraine and add my voice to the shared commitment across this House to stand with Ukraine and in defence of our democratic values. In order to increase economic pressure on Russia, we must look to sanction Russian-linked companies operating in third countries, including in the energy sector. So can the Foreign Secretary assure the House that she will apply maximum pressure on such companies, even when based outside Russia itself?
Well, I agree with my honourable friend, and I can tell him that we have increasingly now, as part of the sanctions packages, both in September and this month's sanction packages, are now increasingly looking at entities in third countries which are continuing to heavily support the transit, the exports of Russian oil and gas in order to make sure that those sanctions can really bite.
Helen Maguire.
Deputy Speaker, I just returned from Ukraine, where I learnt firsthand about the challenges that both the military and the emergency services are facing in dealing with unexploded ordnance and their impact when visiting the heroic patients at Superhumans, the prosthetic super centre in Lviv. In Ukraine, there are over 60,000 amputees from the war. The need is immense. So will the Minister consider further strengthening the Strategic Health Alliance for UK-Ukraine trauma recovery with additional funding over and above the £1.2 million already pledged?
Well, we will continue to look alongside all of our allies at the different forms and the different ways in which our support can be provided. That's why we particularly had highlighted the energy infrastructure and the support for homes. But she is right to highlight the resilience and determination of the Ukrainian emergency services, those who have to respond every morning to see where strikes have taken place, who have to respond in the middle of the night when the drones arrive, and we should all pay tribute to their bravery and strength.
David Burton-Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think all of us who have visited Ukraine will know the stoicism of the people. And despite being bombarded night after night, they continue to rebuild, often supported by UK businesses and individuals and others around the European Union. But does she agree with me that we must do more to continue to encourage businesses and individuals to support Ukraine in any way they possibly can, but ultimately it's Putin's responsibility to pay for the damage he is causing to the country, and his responsibility only?
I agree. We do expect Putin to pay and the Russian to pay for the damage that they are doing by this invasion, this unprovoked aggression in Ukraine. We will continue to support Ukraine and encourage everybody else to do so, but ultimately we need Russia to pay for the damage they've done.
Lisa Smart.
Speaker, I welcome many of the measures that the Foreign Secretary has outlined today. Like her, I visited Ukraine and seen the impact of the attacks from Putin and his flunkies, and like her, I've seen the resilience from the Ukrainian people. I also believe, as we all do in this chamber today, that Putin and his flunkies must pay for their crimes. Could the Foreign Secretary confirm if the UK government would support pursuing legally through International Criminal Court those individuals responsible for their crimes?
Good idea.
Well, as you know, we continue to support international law and international court processes as well. But she's also right to say that Russia ultimately needs to pay the price and to be held account for the damage they are doing. And I hope she would also agree what an incredibly beautiful city Kyiv is, and how much so many people are going about their daily lives in exactly the same way, undeterred and determined, in fact, not to let Russia win.
Deputy Speaker, the politicians, civilians, soldiers that I spoke to last month in Kiev were unambiguous when asked what is the best thing the UK could do to help them win the war. The hundreds of billions of frozen Russian assets that they currently can't deploy can help them bolster their military and swing the war decisively in their favour. So on their behalf, can I ask the Foreign Secretary to use every power available to her to unlock these assets and put them in the service of the people of Ukraine?
Can I welcome his support for unlocking the Russian sovereign assets? It is something that the Chancellor is raising in Washington with international partners, probably pretty much as we speak.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Can I welcome the Secretary of State to her place? I know the experiences you bring from the other ministerialship will benefit all, not just her, but all of us in this House, and thank you for all of her answers. With Putin having watched carefully to the Israeli-Gaza problem, he will know that all eyes are turning to Russia to end that unnecessary conflict. So what further steps in cooperation with our American allies can be taken to seize this opportunity to end bloodshed, restore education and hope for Ukrainian children, and thereby ensure that Putin realises he has no other option other than the cessation of Russian aggression? Thank you so much.
Can I thank the honourable member for his kind words, and that I agree with him that ultimately there must be no other option for Putin than to cease this aggression, and this is ultimately about hope for Ukrainian children.
Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I strongly welcome the sanctions targeting the $108 billion in oil revenue that the Kremlin still received last year, and also the progress on the $350 billion in frozen Russian sovereign assets, and applaud the Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor for their efforts in building a coalition with the EU and others to move from using the interest payments to the capital. And does she agree with me that this recent breakthrough shows that legally this money should be treated as a down payment on the reparations for the horrific harm that Russia has caused, but we know they will do everything to avoid paying?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point, and this reflects the work that the EU has set out about linking the issues around assets to reparation payments as well. We welcome that work, and we believe that there is a strong basis to go forward. We need to do so in a coordinated way, but we just need to recognise the importance of supporting Ukraine.
Chris Coughlin.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the government's progress on the frozen Russian assets. However, it is disappointing that they, as of yet, are only allocated to recovery and not military capability, because Russia is spending $40 billion more on the war in Ukraine than Ukraine and her Western allies. While the courage of Ukrainian forces have fought Russia to a standstill, does the Foreign Secretary agree that if those frozen assets were used today to close and exceed that military spending gap, then Ukraine would have a path not just to stop Russia, but to win.
Well, what I would say is we're already increasing the military support from the UK. We do want to see that happen across the board as well. But I think the way to put the greatest pressure on Russia is always going to be through a mix of different measures. It's going to be through that direct defence support. It's also going to be through support for the resilience of the Ukrainian people, for example, just their basic energy infrastructure, making sure that they can keep going and keep their communities going, and also establishing the strong economic pressure on Russia so that they are put in a position where they have to change force. We're going to need all of those things to happen at once in order to be able to have a significant impact on the way that Putin is behaving.
Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement today and the decision that she made as Home Secretary recently in respect of the Ukraine Permission Extension scheme. Does she agree that when Putin probes to weakness, we must respond by demonstrating strength? And does she further agree that the post-war development of Ukraine's own significant energy resources, which may require British technical expertise, would serve the dual purpose of helping to reconstruct Ukraine's own shattered economy and increasing Europe's own security of energy supply?
I agree with my honourable friend that Ukraine's security is Europe's security in so many different ways, in defence terms, but also in energy fields as well. And that is why it is so important that we should continue to support Ukraine, and also to continue to support Ukrainians who are here in the UK, who came at the beginning of the war to find safety.
Danny Chambers.
Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this year I joined a brilliant organisation called Mighty Convoy, where we drove some refurbished ambulances to Ukraine full of medical supplies. And while we were there, we happened to bump into another organisation called Fire Aid, who are taking refurbished fire engines to Ukraine from the UK. Not only is this equipment vital for the war effort, but the Ukrainians we met said it is such a morale boost to know not only the British government are behind their war efforts, but also the British public are too. Would the Foreign Secretary join me in thanking all the volunteers from the UK who drive equipment to Ukraine to help with that war effort?
Yeah. The honourable member makes a really important point about the strength of support there is across the country from communities, civil society. That is really important for Ukraine, for Ukrainians to hear at a time when they are showing such resilience and strength, to know that people across the UK have huge respect for what they're doing and will continue to support it. And I do welcome the work of different organisations to raise funds and to be able to provide support for Ukraine.
Final question, Martin Wrigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Foreign Secretary for, in her previous role, extending the Homes for Ukraine scheme by 2 years, and welcome her to her new role. This morning, the chair of the RADA, speaking to the parliamentary group, also talked of how Russian manufacturers are now using advanced electronics from white goods to build their drones. What will the Foreign Secretary do to prevent such vital equipment going to them through the export of seemingly harmless white goods?
The honourable member is right to raise issues about broader technology, and it's why we need to ensure that our sanctions regime is continually updating and continually responding as well. I think what we've also seen, though, is immense improvements in Ukrainian technology on different responses, particularly around drone technology and countering drone technology as well. So I think we need to recognise the expertise and the strength of the Ukrainian people, of the country of Ukraine, and continue to show our support at every level.
That concludes the statement on Ukraine. I'll allow the front benches a few moments to shuffle over as we prepare for the second statement. The war, you do not cross the front bench even to take a short cut. It's not on. It's not on. Second statement, pride in place. I call the Minister, Marietta van Buller.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the action we are taking to restore pride in place. Britain's renewal is a driving mission of this Labour government, and we know that this must be seen, felt and heard in every single neighbourhood. Our identity, sense of patriotism and feeling of belonging can all depend on the condition of our local area and the view from our doorstep. Our neighbourhoods are the nation's barometer for whether all of us in this House are doing our jobs. And under 14 years of Conservative failure, the needle of that barometer has increasingly pointed in the wrong direction. The effect of this decline in pride in place has been corrosive. It has eroded people's trust in politics and the state. It has created a sense of unfairness that some places have fared better than others, and has opened the door to the plastic patriots in the Reform Party who say there is a simple answer. So, let me say from the start that we are under no illusions that both the causes and the answers to this decline are complex. The failure of the party opposite to properly fund local government, the sharp transition away from industry, and the broken Tory promises of levelling up must shoulder part of the blame. And we cannot and we will not pretend either that the legacies of any of those issues can be reversed overnight. But what we can be confident of, as both a Labour government and a Parliament, is that the way we restore pride in place lies not in this chamber or in the corridors of Whitehall. The answer is in the communities we each represent. Yeah. Our job is to give our constituents the investment and the powers they need so they can deliver the change that they want to see in their communities. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why we have announced the Pride in Place programme backed up by £5 billion. Yeah. This is a priority for the Prime Minister, choosing renewal over decline, unity over division. This is our plan for change in action, giving power and pride back to the people who make Britain great. There are two categories of investment. The first, the main programme, is a flagship Pride in Place programme that will provide up to £20 million of funding and support to each area over the course of a decade, focused on specific neighbourhoods. Communities will need to decide how this funding is spent. We establish a neighbourhood board in every place made up of local people. Residents, business owners, community leaders will come together alongside their Member of Parliament to come up with a 10-year plan for this investment. They could choose to bring a derelict pub back into use for the community, transform a boarded-up shop into a wellbeing hub, improve local transport links, create a new playground, or roll out a community-level service to help with the cost of living. Local people know best what change is needed. Yeah. This programme is about local communities taking back control. As long as the plan provides value for money, the board will have our full support to deliver the change the community needs. We are taking inspiration from the New Deal for Communities, which under the last Labour government put local communities in charge of renewing their neighbourhoods. But we're also adapting to the world as we find it today and learning the lessons of what did and did not work last time round. The second programme, the Pride in Place Impact Fund, will provide a short-term injection of £1.5 million per place. This will be delivered by local authorities for the most immediate results in 3 phases: community spaces, public spaces, and high streets and town centre revitalisation. Despite the shorter timeframe of the fund, there is still an important emphasis on local collaboration. We will ask local communities to work closely with MPs and local authority to ensure investment decisions reflect local priorities and community needs. Now, our economic situation means that we are not in a position to cover everywhere that would benefit from this programme. We have therefore prioritised places with the highest level of need, those places that have been left behind and let down, communities that were hollowed out over 14 years of Conservative austerity for which the party opposite should hang their heads in shame. Yeah. But let me say this. It is important to this Labour government that every community has the power to renew their area. And so alongside this investment, we have published the Pride in Place strategy. The purpose of the strategy is to promote the same principle of community power across the entire country, and it centres on 3 aims. The first, Building stronger communities means bringing people together, which we see as the foundation for a greater sense of belonging and local pride. When people spend time with each other in their community, including those from different backgrounds, they see that they have more in common than separates them. This sense of shared endeavour means communities are more likely to take steps to improve their local area. As part of this, we will fund locally led interventions to build community resilience, encouraging volunteers through co-produced policies and tackle loneliness. We recognise that this can only be delivered by a whole-of-government approach. So this section of the strategy includes policies from the Department of Digital, Culture, Media and Sports and the Home Office. The second aim, creating thriving places, is how we promote pride in place in the most direct sense by improving how the public realm looks. As a government, we see a direct link between the declining appearance of our local neighbourhoods and how people feel not just about their immediate area, but also about the country and the world around them. Of course, we acknowledge that the performance of the public realm is often a reflection of the economy and the work of local authorities, which is why we are focused on growth and fixing the foundations of local government. But even in times where the economy has been strong and local government was funded properly, the effects have not always been felt in the public realm. Fixing that disconnect is the inspiration for policies to encourage the application of shopfront design guides as well as the use of clean-up powers. What links all of these policies in this section of the paper is that they are empowering our communities to create thriving places. This is not an attempt to micromanage change from Whitehall. The final strand, helping communities to take back control of their own lives and areas, sets out our plan to give people a stronger voice in what matters to them. Each of us in this House will have spoken to constituents who talk of helplessness, when the place they live in is changing in ways they did not ask for and feel they have no control over. Sometimes it's antisocial behaviour on their estate. Other times it's the shop being lost from the high street. People want to be in control of their surroundings. But that is such a distant concept where you don't feel safe going out at night, or when you don't have a say over how your town centre looks. A lot of these feelings, again, stem from the effects of the Conservative government's 14 years of austerity, which took libraries and leisure centres from some of the most deprived and disadvantaged communities. And when combined with the closure of pubs, sports clubs, social clubs, for much of the country there are fewer and fewer places for people to come together and take pride in. We are therefore introducing a community right to buy, to give local residents new powers to save treasured assets, giving more people a say in their local economy by creating a new cooperative development unit in my department, and requiring all authorities in England to establish effective neighbourhood governance. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government's Pride in Place programme is an investment in the UK's future, backing the true patriots who build up our communities across every corner of the country. Alongside our strategy, it aims to spark a new way of governing, where power and resources is more readily shared with our communities. But like devolution, this needs to mark the start of a process rather than a single event. We have specifically designed both investment programmes with a guaranteed role for local members of Parliament. So I want to finish by encouraging members from across the House to get involved. At a time when trust is low and the demand for change is high, this is an opportunity for all of us to make a real, tangible difference to our communities by giving people power to those, by giving real power to those we are elected to serve.
I call the Shadow Minister David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we speak in this statement of pride. This side of the House has pride in our local pubs, 200 of which have closed in the last 6 months, hammered by the business rate rises of the party opposite. We're proud of our restaurants, closing at record numbers under the business rates burden imposed by this government. We are proud of our local shops, who, according to the British Retail Consortium, are buckling under an additional $7 billion of annual costs imposed by this government. We are proud of our family businesses, the bedrock of our high streets, buckling under new taxes introduced by this government. We are proud of our family farms, buckling under the new taxes imposed by this government. We are proud of our local councils, who are facing maxing out the council tax. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we hear of 20 billion at a local level. Those councils are maxing out the council tax across the country, not to invest in new local services, but to pay an additional £1.5 billion of annual costs imposed on them by this government's job tax that makes them £1.5 billion net worse off every year when it comes to delivering local services. And we are proud, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are proud of the workers of this country, of which there were 4 million more when this party left office last year. 97,000 of those people in the retail sector alone have lost their jobs since this government took office. So what we see, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a fig leaf, an element relabelled from past programmes like the Long-Term Plan for Towns, slightly redirected to Labour areas, that covers up a collapse in the ability of our elected local representatives to invest in their communities. As in so many things, Madam Deputy Speaker, this gets worse every day under the party opposite. So let me pose some specific questions to the Minister. Firstly, why so much complex governance around this? Why not listen to the cries of our local leaders in Croydon, in Somerset, in Hertfordshire, people across the political spectrum who say, why not just give the councils the money to get on with this? Why tie this up in bureaucracy and red tape? How much of this money has simply been rebadged from other previously announced government programmes? Why the change in methodology? Can she set out, in the interest of transparency before the House, how it is the case that the funding seems to be landing now in areas more likely to support the party in government? How much, Madam Deputy Speaker, how much of this funding sits outside of the Spending Review 2025 and is therefore deeply in question from the start? How much of this money, like so many of this government's announcements, for example, on housing, has been put in the public domain, but promises spending towards the tail end of the next Parliament, perhaps the very definition of jam tomorrow? And finally, can she tell us, how will this announcement today, how will it help small businesses on all of our high streets across our country to recover from her colleague the Chancellor's £2.7 billion tax hike in this year alone?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to say I am disappointed by the lack of attrition, by the failure to say sorry of the honourable member. They presided over 14 years of failure in which, over a period of austerity, local government and local civic institutions were denuded, where communities who were deprived were hollowed out. He says that we're funding areas with deprivation because we actually care about funding areas of deprivation. So candidly, if I was sitting on the record of the last government, I would not be standing there giving us lectures. So let me pick up the specific questions that he asks. Firstly, why are we tying this up in process? There is no process, but we have said communities should be in charge. The difference between this scheme and the things done by the last government is that we want to put communities in the driving seat and give them power. So absolutely, we want local authorities to enable and to facilitate, but we absolutely need our community leaders. Members across the House will know them. The people who are networked, the people who are championed, the people who are making change happen, we want them round the table driving the change that their community needs. On the methodology, we, unlike the party opposite, who obviously did some fiddling, we do not do that. We have focused focused on two metrics, the metric of multiple deprivation and community needs. That is putting investment in the areas that most need it because they are both deprived but critically have low social infrastructure and social capital. That is why we're funding the areas that we are funding. We all remember their last Prime Minister saying that they actively diverted funding away from areas of deprivation. That is something that this side will not do and has not done. And then finally, in terms of the funding profile, we are desperate to move with momentum. We want to get the investment out. It is a 10-year commitment. That is absolutely a game changer, and we know that. To say to communities, come up with an investment plan and we will fund you over a decade, no government has done that. We think that is game-changing for communities on the ground. But we are not going to wait. So already in places that were in the phase 1 of this, the 75 places, we are already giving them capital investment in order to start the work at kick-starting that programme, and then their funding will flow next year. In the new tranche of phase 2, capital and capacity investment will be going into them from next year and then flowing in the year after. We are very, very clear about the opportunity for our communities. This isn't about party politics, so I'm incredibly disappointed by the other side. This is an opportunity to support parts of our country that have been absolutely hollowed out. I'd expect a bit more contrition because of your record, because you sat, because you...
Order, Minister. Because of your record, my record, because of you, mine, let's temper our language, lower the temperature, continue.
Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because of their record, I would expect a little bit more contrition. Now, we are focused on the task ahead, which is the opportunity to drive change in our communities, and I hope members across the House can join us in that endeavour.
Nav Mishra.
Speaker, the £5 billion investment in Pride in Place programme means that Brinnington and Stockport will benefit from a £20 million investment. I wonder if what the Minister thinks of the former government's slogan, levelling up slogan, which in reality was a levelling down agenda in terms of opportunity, ambition and trust.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is completely right. Levelling up was a hollow slogan. We've seen from the records that there was no substance behind it. Unlike the party opposite, we are doing the job of investing in our communities, putting them in the driving seat. And in constituencies like my honourable friends, that will be a game changer.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Liberal Democrats, I welcome the Minister to her place, and Liberal Democrats welcome the government's commitment to investing in high streets and communities. Making our local centres thrive is a cause that we all share across this House. But the strategy, despite talking about empowerment and the government previously announcing it would simplify the system, consolidate grants, this strategy does the opposite by creating a patchwork of certain areas, small ring-fence grants with strict rules on how local authorities can spend that funding. But what is perhaps as important is what goes unsaid in the strategy. The importance of community assets like libraries and swimming pools is acknowledged, and lamenting of their loss is included in the strategy. However, the strategy neglects to mention the deeper causes of those sell-offs. Local authorities face ever-growing crises in funding statutory services they have to fund according to government rules, particularly social care and special educational needs and disabilities, and are forced to sell assets to keep those services going. This year alone, £1.3 billion of public assets have been sold off, almost 3 times the annual funding announced today. In Taunton and Wellington and Somerset, in my constituency, over 2/3 of council tax payments go towards funding care for children and adults. Last year, the county successfully plugged a £55 million shortfall, but that feat is going to get harder and harder every year. Pride in Place will struggle to succeed unless the government fixes the care crisis. Council taxpayers should not be bailing out the government's duty to provide a care and send system that works. Investment in high streets is welcome, but is no substitute for giving local authorities the means to protect their services and assets into the future. So will the Minister set out what plans the government has to relieve the care funding crisis at local level so that communities can keep and maintain the services and assets they most value?
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you to the honourable gentleman. So let me take each of those points in turn. This is about empowerment. We are driving through the biggest boost to devolution that we have seen, we believe, in a generation. And there are three strands to that. Absolutely, it is about putting communities at the very heart of this. And the reason why we have designed this in a way that doesn't just mean that local authorities are in the driving seat is because we think it's really critical that we put community leaders at the heart of this. This is an opportunity for us to galvanise our communities, to get people from diverse backgrounds around the table, and then critically to build momentum to drive the change that people want to see. And we don't resolve from that, and we think that is absolutely the right approach. Alongside that, though, we are giving more power to local authorities. So whether that is multi-year funding, whether that is consolidating the local government finance system so that they have greater flexibility, we see local authorities as a key partner in driving change on the ground. And then alongside that, the biggest tranche of devolution to our city region and county region mayors that we have seen as we create strategic authority. So alongside each other, we think this is fundamentally shifting and transferring power from the centre through to places so that we can deliver the change that people want. There has been a huge sell-off of assets, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is the legacy of the last 14 years, and it's a tragedy for our communities. This is why we have introduced a community right to buy, so that communities have the ability to say assets of community value, and they have the ability to buy those. And with support, for example, from Pride in Place, there's the opportunity to put the investment behind that. And then finally, on the critical issue of funding of local government. We on this side of the House absolutely understand the pressure that local government is under. There's been 14 years of austerity driven by the party opposite, and local authorities are having to deal with a very difficult context. That's why we've moved towards multi-year funding settlement. That's why we gave a huge boost to local government financing last year. And over the course of this spending review, there will be a real terms increase in local government spending power. It is tight, but we are doing our part as government to make sure that local government can deliver for our communities. And my colleagues in the Department of Health and Social Care are driving through critical reforms that will address some of the pressures that we know exist in our social care system.
Paula Barker. I welcome this Labour government's £20 million investment in Fairfield in my constituency of Liverpool Wavertree, who were ignored by the Conservatives. Does the Minister agree with me that it's crucial that this programme is not just new money, but also new powers for local people to decide how it's spent? And will the Minister confirm, for the avoidance of doubt, that the money should not be used to deliver core council services?
Thank you to my honourable friend. Absolutely. Let me put it on record. We want communities to be in the driving seat of this. This is why it differs from other programmes that have been done under the last government. And if we get that right, it has a huge galvanising potential. And the thing that we absolutely want to mitigate against is that this just goes towards business as usual. I think if we can get it right, and if we can organise and bring people around the table from communities and get them to invest in the things that matter to them, but also can generate community wealth, this potentially is a game changer.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Honourable Lady on her new role and perhaps strike a slightly more consensual approach? In Sutton Coldfield, we welcome this initiative. It's good that it builds on the Towns Fund set up by the last government. We're very pleased in the Royal Town to be part of this. Can I tell the Honourable Lady that we are undertaking extensive community consultation led by the leader of the Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council, Simon Ward, and the Council, and that our local board, under the chairmanship of Doug Wright MBE, is forging ahead and is already making very considerable progress. And can I invite her, as I did her predecessor, to pay a state visit to the Royal Town of Sutton Coldfield, where she can see how we are going to use this money to the best possible advantage.
Madam Deputy, thank you to the honourable gentleman for showing us and telling us about the progress in his patch. It is incredibly encouraging to see the work that is already being done, whether that is through the local authority, whether that is existing boards, whether that's community leaders coming together. And the thing I would ask all members is where there is good example of where this is working well, to reach out to other members across the House so that that example can be shared. And I look forward to travelling across the country and seeing Pride in Place in practice.
Lawrence Turner.
very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to warmly welcome the £20 million Pride in Place funding for the Hawksley estate in my constituency. It stands in stark contrast to the hopes and expectations that were allowed to be built under the last government for the second round bid for the Levelling Up Fund, £11 million for Northfield High Street, which was cruelly dashed when not one penny was allocated to the City of Birmingham. Does she agree that this won't be and can't be some lengthy bureaucratic process? Of course, our councils must be essential partners, but the priorities will be set in the communities themselves.
Thank you to my honourable friend. Absolutely. We are trying to make this as permissive as possible, and we want communities to generally choose the schemes and the projects that work in their area. So we are very, very clear. As long as the community represented in the neighbourhood board are behind an area, as long as they are confident it delivers value for money for the community, we will step aside and let them get on with it, and that is absolutely the right approach.
Dame Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Rowner were delighted to hear that they had been chosen for Pride of Place funding, but they're now a little bit worried, and I'm hoping that the Minister can help us, that instead of this money being spent in projects that will meaningfully change lives in Rowner, that our local Liberal Democrat council will attempt to siphon some of this money off to bankroll one of their vanity projects, namely the Criterion, which is a dilapidated former bingo hall. Now, while I'm really pleased that this funding comes with some flexibility, what protections is the Minister going to put in place to stop this money being frittered away on white elephants by unscrupulous local councils?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shan't comment on the specifics of the council. What I will say is that we are very, very clear that local communities should be in the driving seat. The funding is flowing through the councils because they have accounting officer responsibility, but the decision needs to be made by the neighbourhood board. My plea to members across the House is get the neighbourhood board up and running. The recruitment of the chair is absolutely key, and that is a joint endeavour between the local authority and the MPs, and the MPs must be consulted and must have a final say in who the chair is, and the chair can make sure that the right voices are sitting around the table. And ultimately, the funding will go to back an investment and regeneration plan that the board will develop. So it makes it very hard for particular projects that have been long-standing to be the projects that are funded. It has to be part of a plan that is supported by that neighbourhood board, and the investment will flow to that.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and could I, along with others, welcome this investment, particularly in Merthyr Tydfil initially and latterly in Rhondda Cynon Taf, which covers the Aberdare part of my constituency. Will make a real difference to the community, and I'm sure the Minister would agree that it is crucial, in fact critical, that real engagement takes place with communities and how this money is spent. But could I ask the Minister if she could say a little bit about any discussions that are taking place with the replacement for the Shared Prosperity Fund, which is in place up until March of next year?
Thank you to my honourable friend. So the Shared Prosperity Fund will come to an end in March next year. We will be setting out details of a local growth fund, which will be geared towards the areas of the country we think need it the most. So we'll be geared towards our mayoral authorities in the North and in the Midlands, and we will be sharing details of that in due course.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Borderlands was an initiative launched by the former government, fully funded, supported now by the Honourable Lady's Department, the Scottish Government, the Scotland Office here at Westminster. It's designed to meet all the objectives she set out in the south of Scotland, Cumbria and Northumberland. But for some reason, only a very, very small proportion of the money has got out the door. So can the Honourable Lady, in conjunction with the Scotland Office, do a full drains up to understand why the money is not getting to the community projects it's designed to support?
Thank you to the honourable gentleman for raising that issue. I'm very happy to take that away and work with the Scottish Office to understand why that has been blocked. We're really keen to move at pace. We want to get investment into our communities. We want things to start happening. So if we can find ways to unblock it, we absolutely shall.
I will call Justin Madders, after which I will call Steve Darling. Justin Madders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
Speaker, can I welcome the Minister to her place and say what an encouraging start this is. It's very welcome, all this funding that my community are receiving. And it's such a contrast to the previous regime's approach, where it was crumbs off the table in a politically motivated process where communities had to bid against each other in a system which was essentially rigged. And it was always about what the government wanted to spend the money on, not what the communities decided the priorities were. And since this announcement's been made, I've had so many members of my constituency come forward with great ideas. So what assurances can she give me that their voice will really count in this?
Thank you to my honourable friend. He's absolutely right to point out the difference in approach, both in allocation but also in the power that we're generally trying to give communities between this government and the last government. We are very clear that communities are in the driving seat. The party opposite pointed out that things were being made complex. So I don't think they're being made complex. What we're saying is that we are creating a route by which communities can be absolutely in the driving seat. We've designed the programme with that intent. We've got a community delivery unit that will be working in places on the ground, working alongside members of Parliament to make sure that we generally have communities driving and shaping this, and we can unlock the huge potential to change our places.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate the Minister on her appointment, and may I also welcome the core principles that she described of giving power to our communities to decide how to put money to best use. I'm delighted that Torbay has been awarded 2 tranches of Pride in Place funding. However, this is a bit of a perverse badge of honour because it demonstrates that we are the most deprived local authority in the southwest of England, something that the Conservatives previously short-changed us for. Another challenge in Torbay is the fact that we only have 7% social rented housing. Would the Minister reflect on how the whole body of government can try and drive the desperate need for social housing in Torbay when we have only less than half the national average?
Thank you to the honourable member for raising the critical issue of housing. And I am incredibly proud that it is this government that is putting record levels of investment into social and affordable housing, 39 billion, because we absolutely recognise that if we are to tackle poverty, if we're to tackle deprivation, we must get to the root cause of the housing crisis, and we have to make sure that affordable housing that people in our communities can afford to have a roof over their head is an absolutely right. It's not something that is a distant dream for so many.
Tasha Irons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 14 years of neglect under the previous government, it is refreshing to see that under this Labour government, communities like New Addington in my constituency come first. So can I welcome the £20 million long-term investment that this government is making in New Addington, in its people and its future? So does the Minister agree with me that it is vital that it's local people who get to decide how this money is spent? And can she outline what new powers will be given to local people in New Addington so that this money is spent on their priorities?
Thank you to my honourable friend. She is absolutely right that at the heart of this must be the community. This is why we have made the Neighbourhood Board absolutely critical, and I think there is a huge job for members of Parliament across the House to help in that job of organising, convening, bringing together our community leaders that can populate that board. We are then very clear that the regeneration plans are driven by that board, and then critically that as part of that, the community shows that not just the board has been in the driving seat, but the big swathes of the community have been engaged and they have had a voice and a say in what this looks like. Alongside that, we're making sure that the community, for example, has a community right to buy that I've already spoken about, so that they can be in the driving seat on taking on community assets of value. So together there is a huge opportunity, but it does require our members of Parliament, it does require local government to play an enabling role so that we can put communities in the driving seat for the first time.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
The Future High Street Fund worked well because to get any funding you had to demonstrate that you had a plan and you had to demonstrate that the money would be used effectively in accordance with local priorities. This is structured in a very different way. Whilst I accept that the intent of the Minister is to ensure that redundant premises are repurposed and reused, which is really good. And as chairman of the Trowbridge Place Partnership, I'd certainly welcome that. How is she going to ensure that the whole thing isn't just bunged up with endless legal challenge as her unelected boards make diktats which are going to be subject of endless review?
I mean, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is two things. So there is the Pride in Place Impact Fund. So that's 1.5 million that will be going to particular local authorities across the country in order to do some of that high street regeneration. But alongside that, there is this programme. Now, we are unapologetic about the fact that we do want communities in the driving seat. It is a different approach for a government. We know this, but we think it is the right approach because fundamentally, we cannot and we will not address the huge amounts of distrust, the huge amounts of anger and frustration that we are seeing in our deprived communities unless we give people power and agency to shape and drive the change they want to see. What we will do as a department to enable that is I've talked about the community delivery units. They will work alongside areas to make sure we're providing that capacity building support, to make sure that we're providing that enabling support to ensure that the investment that is chosen works, not just for the community in the short term, but fundamentally builds community wealth.
Members can see how many colleagues wish to contribute, so unless they keep their contributions short, they're denying their fellow members the opportunity to speak. Show us how it's done. Sean Davies.
I refer members to my declaration of interest. I warmly welcome the £20 million investment in Telford, which has been match funded by Telford Region Council, Labour-led Telford Region Council, meaning that £3 million a year, each and every year for the next decade, will be going to Woodside, Brookside and Sutton Hill. Will the Minister confirm when that money will be coming to the community front line? And will she also challenge government agencies and government departments right across Whitehall to get behind the ethos of this scheme, making sure that communities are in charge and there is pride?
Thank you to my honourable friend. So we will start investing. So phase 1 places will be receiving, are already receiving capacity funding, and their 2 million will be flowing from next year. Phase 2 places, so that's the places we recently announced, will be receiving capacity funding from next year. With full funding flowing from the year after. I think that this is potentially a way in which we revolutionise the way that government works. So one of the things that we are very keen to do is to work with departments across Whitehall to say if we are investing in communities, here is a way of doing it that generally puts the communities in the driving seat and hopefully achieves the impact that we want to see.
Maguire.
I was really disappointed that despite having some of the most deprived towns in the country, Cornwall will not receive a penny of the Pride in Place funding. I'm also concerned to hear at a time when our shared prosperity funding is looking to stop that the Minister mentioned the North and the Midlands receiving that funding. I hope she clears that up. But will the Minister meet with me and my constituent Finn Irwin, who has really exciting plans for Bodmin-Fore Street in my constituency, which could be a great pilot for social housing, opportunities for small business and community spaces to prove the government wants regional growth everywhere?
Thank you to the honourable gentleman. We aren't able to fund all areas. I wish we were able to. So we have focused on particular areas of deprivation that also have that also score high on the community needs index. But we have also made sure that we're putting in place a whole set of powers and provisions so that every area is able to take control of their high streets, take control of their local areas, use the community right to buy. I'm very happy to meet him and other colleagues across Cornwall to talk about how we can ensure that that part of the country is thriving.
Again, Dr. Lawrence Sullivan, show us how it's done.
Thank you very much, Madam to her place. I would like to thank the Minister for gracious share of the Pride in Place Impact Fund. £1.5 million over 2 years is a really great investment to restart building communities in place with new possibilities only to be imagined. These priorities that have been neglected over many, many years. Will the Minister agree with me that this impact fund will make a real difference to Gravesham?
Yeah. I will. I think it is a huge opportunity, and if we get it right, we will see tangible benefits in my honourable friend's constituency.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister to her new position. I enjoyed shadowing her on the energy brief. I really welcome the inclusion of Lakenheath in this announcement, so I look forward to working with her and with residents and councillors on making sure that the funds are well spent. I want to ask her about how we build pride in place by improving local economies. So as her department contemplates its plans for the future development of Cambridge, my constituency is very affected by that development with rising demand for new housing. So I'd appreciate it if I could meet her or one of her colleagues to discuss how we integrate new housing and transport connections, in particular from Cambridge to Haverhill in West Suffolk.
Thank you to the honourable member. Very happy to meet him.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the Government's investment of £20 million in the Raffles and Morton neighbourhoods in my Carlisle constituency. As I am very fond of reminding colleagues, Carlisle is the most northerly city in England, 120 miles north of Manchester and a very, very long way from this place. Does the Minister therefore agree with me that what is truly transformative about this programme isn't simply the money, it's the fact that it puts the decisions about how it will be spent into the hands of local people and not politicians and civil servants in, as we in Carlisle call it, that London?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is completely right. That is what is game-changing if we get it right, putting local people, communities in charge. I think it will lead to better decisions. I think it will lead to impact in places in a way that matters to people. But there is a big collective onus on all of us to get that right, because the instincts to hoard power at the centre and the instincts to want to control are strong, and we all have to work to make sure that we put our communities in the driver's seat.
Pete Wishart.
Congratulate all the colleagues who have secured funding in this Pride of Place settlement, but once again, Perth and Kinross has been totally and utterly ignored. We didn't receive one penny in levelling up funding from the Tories, and we have to receive nothing from this Labour government. Worse than that, they actually took £5 million away from Perth and Kinross that we finally had secured from the Conservatives. The people of Perth and Kinross are sick and tired of being ignored in this merry-go-round of pork barrel politics. So when are we going to get our share? And just what has the UK government got against the people of Perth and Kinross?
Madam Deputy Speaker, so we have allocated local growth funding to Scotland, which we'll be announcing in due course. In addition to that, the Scottish component of Pride in Place, we're working with the Scottish Office on allocation. The thing I would say is that this Labour government is investing in Scotland. It is investing in our communities. The Scottish Government is in charge, and the record, if our communities are struggling in Scotland, sits with the SNP.
Paul Wall, who won't want to let me down after his earlier infraction.
Right, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Rochdale, we warmly welcome this £20 million investment in Smallbridge and Hurstead, and it's much overdue. I'm the Labour and Cooperative MP for Rochdale, and we're the home of the co-op, and we know more than anywhere what the power is of when local people come together and set their own priorities and take back control. So does she agree with me that this is not just overdue investment because of years of neglect by the party opposite and by Whitehall, but it's also a vote of confidence in local people?
My honourable friend is completely right. Like him, I am a cooperative MP. I think the values of our cooperative movement is running through this programme. It is putting local people in charge, but it's also saying if we give local people a stake, if we give them ownership, if we allow them to generate community wealth, that is how we make our places prosperous.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister described those receiving the money as true patriots, but in my constituency, we've not received a single penny of this funding. Are my constituents not true patriots? There are plenty of places in the north of Farnham and in Borden potentially that could really do with using this money. So I invite the Minister. She can come to my constituency. I can show her the places that need the money and the amazing job that others are doing already.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we would have loved to have had funding for every part of the country. Sadly, because of the inheritance, he has encouraged me to raise it up again. 14 years in which public finances were decimated, 14 years in which they crashed the economy. We are having to navigate through that. But what we are doing is, alongside the investment in the places that have been chosen because of deprivation, we're giving all places the tools, the levers to be able to reclaim their high street and invest in their places.
Is he writing?
Speaker, it's a damning legacy of the Tories that being born in Avondale Grange in Kettering rather than 3 minutes down the road means your opportunities are less, you face more health inequalities, and under the last government you were told to accept decline. This £20 million funding shows that this government believes no matter where you are born, you deserve to have pride in your community. Whilst reform continue to seek division, can my right honourable friend outline how having pride in your home and bringing communities together is a real example of true patriotism?
My honourable friend is completely right and put it incredibly eloquently. If we bring our communities together and give them the tools and agency to change their place so they have pride, that is how we change the country. This side of the House is on the side of unity, bringing communities together in order to drive renewal. I note that there are no MPs from the reform side who are on the side of dividing and on simple slogans and simple answers that candidly will not change the lives of people in our community.
Vera Wilson.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister said in her statement it's our job to give our constituents the investment and powers they need. Of course we all agree with that, and today's announcement is welcome. But as a fellow London MP, she will be aware the so-called fairer funding review is actually going to decimate local authority funding for many London LAs. My own borough of Richmond is set to lose a staggering over 90% of its core government funding, and our most vulnerable and disadvantaged residents will suffer. If you'll indulge me, I'm being heckled from opposite, saying... Yeah.
There isn't time. Get to the point.
Can I just ask the honourable member, will she at the very least commit to an impact assessment of the fair funding review changes for local authorities like Richmond and grant transitional funding?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are consulting, we've closed the consultation, we're looking through the responses of the consultation at the moment. We've had representation from authorities across the country, including London. What this Labour government is very clear about is that we will continue investing in our local areas and continue investing in our communities. There is the need to rebalance, but we will do that in a fair way which does not impact communities that are deprived.
Bring your bands.
Speaker, last week I went to the toddler group at Open Heaven Church in Friar Park. The mums there told me there's nothing to do for young people on Friar Park. No playground, no youth club. Does she agree with me that £20 million is going to make the most massive difference to Friar Park, especially given it's local people like those mums who'll decide how it's spent?
My honourable friend is completely right, and the opportunity to invest in community local services and youth services is absolutely huge through this, and putting local mums in the driving seat is always a good thing.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome that South Bridgewater has been included in this programme, and these funds come on top of the £23 million allocated to Bridgewater under the town deal by the last government. Now, there are parts of Highbridge in my constituency that are equally deserving of funding. So can the Minister advise whether there will be any further rounds of allocating funding in this Parliament?
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you to the honourable gentleman. I think he's asking me to do the Chancellor's job, which I shan't be able to do. What I would say is we think that this is an exciting way of investing in our communities. We think there's a huge opportunity for us to leverage in additional investment. So one of the things that we are very keen to do is to talk to social impact investors, to talk to philanthropists, to think about how we co-invest. There's also a lot of interest amongst the business community, so local businesses, bids, in order to bring this together. If we get this right, the funding that's in place leverages additional funding, and we show that this is a way of operating that we can then roll out across the country.
John Cricket.
Thank you very much, Mark. And the Featherstone people have got great pride in their place, but they're shrewd as well. And they know that the Tories delivered austerity, trickle-down economics, and cuts across the health service. So this announcement today will be very welcomed by the people of Featherstone. But can I push the Minister just a little bit further on this question of a new economic model? Because top-down economics has failed. Treasury mandarins don't understand what's happening in a place like Featherstone, whereas Featherstone people to do. Do you see this as a way of community wealth building from the bottom up, rather than economics made from the top down?
Thank you to my honourable friend. Absolutely. So the Prime Minister spoke about grassroots growth. And that is growth that is rooted in our communities and our places, where we build community wealth, and that fundamentally changes and rewires the economic model and the economic settlement. We are very, very deliberate in the fact that we want to put communities at the heart of both driving change, but also driving wealth and economic opportunity. And that's how we drive up living standards.
Glenys Meddy.
The government is presenting the Pride in Place programme as a win for communities across the UK, but the focus of this particular scheme is on neighbourhoods of around 10,000 people. On Ynys-Môn, only one town even meets that population threshold. This isn't unique for my constituency alone, but it's the case across Wales. Can the Minister explain why rural communities are excluded by design from this specific programme?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are investing in rural communities, whether it's Somerset or Wiltshire. We've used very clear metrics, so we've used deprivation and we've used the Community Needs Index, and therefore focusing this on the areas that need it the most. But as I've said, this is not, we recognise that this is part of a bigger strategy, and whether that is giving communities the power to reclaim their high streets, whether that's the investment that we're trying to do through local government, or critically the role that we are, the job that we are doing with our regional mayors in order to fundamentally drive economic prosperity, there is a bigger plan in order to invest in all parts of the country.
Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For years in Derby, we've been pushing for this kind of long-term investment that the fantastic community of Chaddeston richly deserves. But it will take time and hard work to recover from the 14 years of neglect that these communities like Chaddeston experienced. And I would like every Chad resident with ideas of how they can get this money spent and get involved to contact me. Does the Minister agree that it is key that local people have a say in how that money is spent?
Minister.
My honourable friend is completely right. I think this is a huge opportunity to bring the community together, for them to be in the driving seat, and therefore reaching out to all parts of the community, I think, is one of the most powerful things that our members of Parliament can do. I have an organising background. This is an organising moment because it's the ability to bring people who are not normally around the table and who can't normally shape their places, to bring them around the table and give them voice, power and agency.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, the statement makes reference to engaging with the Northern Ireland Executive. Can you tell me what discussions you've had with my colleagues in the Northern Ireland Executive?
It's not can you tell me, can the Minister tell you? Yes? Quick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister please tell me what discussions you've had with my colleagues in the Northern Ireland Executive, and also you'll be aware of the fact that the Shared Prosperity Fund that other members have referenced is not being replaced. The local growth is already jeopardising jobs in Northern Ireland, and can you make any comment on that, Minister? Thank you.
Correction twice. Can you make a comment? Please make sure we get our words right next time round. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we are working very closely with the Northern Ireland office that are in constant contact with the Northern Ireland Executive. So both in terms of Pride in Place and community investment, but more widely local growth investment, we will be working closely with them and making sure that we are both engaging but also trying to design this with the Northern Ireland Executive.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my area of Blackpool, the damning legacy of the Tories means we now live in the most deprived borough in the country. And high streets such in South Shore, Bond Street, Waterloo Road and Living Road have been left to ruin. So can the Minister outline how the 1.5 million that can be used to restore our high streets can be used quickly and efficiently in South Shore? And will she join me in Blackpool to meet residents and businesses in South Shore and get some fish and chips along the way?
Minister.
Thank you to my honourable friend. I would love to join him, and I'd love some fish and chips. The 1.5 million, we're getting out the first tranche this autumn, so places will already be getting the investment. We're already signing memorandum of understanding in order to ensure that we can move quickly. I think there's a really critical role for our members of Parliament working with the community to make sure the investment is going into the things that the community wants.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you,
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. More money and power going into communities is, of course, a good thing, and it would be only right and proper for me to welcome some money going into my neighbouring area, that represented by my neighbour, the member for Stockport. But I want to come back to a point raised by my honourable friend, the member for Taunton and Wellington, about the broader questions of funding for local government. Stockport Council, which covers my patch, 3 in every £4 Stockport Council spends goes on adults and children's social care. That is not sustainable. Taking 3 years to do a social care review is a long time. Could the Minister explain what conversations she's having with colleagues in health and social care to shorten that timeframe so we can crack on?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we're working very closely with the Department of Health and Social Care. We understand the pressures that the social care system and the failures of the social care system, which again we have to lay at the door of the party opposite, is having on local government and local government finance. We are doing what we can in order to give local government the flexibility to respond to that, in order to increase the funding envelope. But there is a fundamental question about social care reform, which is difficult and complex and has been kicked into the long grass. And we are determined to take that, but we have to do it carefully and we have to do it well so that it delivers the impact that we all want to see across the House.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The £20 million private place funding that's going to the West End of Morecambe shows that this Labour government is really trusting local people to spend money locally without lots of bureaucratic hurdles. And I really welcome that, whether it's smartening up Yorkshire Street or Regent Road or getting under the bonnet and helping people with their health problems. So in Morecambe, we're ready to go. So can the Minister tell me how, if we can work together to get this going as quickly as possible and speed up those Pride in Place timescales?
Minister.
My honourable friend is completely right. We want pace, we want momentum, we want to get on with investing in our communities. Our community delivery unit will be working really closely with communities, and if places want to run, it's our job to work alongside them so that we can run.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this new funding package? Certainly in the City of Birmingham, we've received £160 million over the next 10 years. But my constituency, Birmingham Perry Barr, which has been in the media recently, has undoubtedly some of the highest levels of unemployment, highest levels of child poverty, highest level of deprivation, and some of the highest level of health inequalities. And so that constituency enabled hasn't received any of the funding. So can I invite the Minister, please, if we can meet so I can seek to persuade the Minister that we need some more funding, given that the 8 neighbourhoods in Birmingham are patches which unfortunately have Labour MPs.
Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very happy to meet with the honourable member. What I would say is we know that there is deprivation across the country, and everything that the government is trying to do, whether it is our strategy to drive growth across the country, whether it is the work that my colleagues in other departments are doing on child poverty, there is action that we're trying to take across the piece to tackle this. We have focused in on certain communities, but we know that there is work that we need to do in all of our communities.
Graham Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Peterlee is the place to be. And interestingly, Peterlee is the only town in the country named after a trade union leader. There'll be great celebration. I welcome the Labour government's £20 million investment from the Pride in Place in Peterlee. This money is going to make a real difference to people in my constituency who were ignored by the previous Conservative government. But once again, does the Minister agree with me? It's important to note that this programme is not just new money, but also gives new powers to local people to decide how it's spent.
Minister. My honourable friend is completely right. The thing, in my view, that is game-changing is putting local people and communities in the driving seat and giving them powers to actually decide where they want to put the money. That will deliver impact, but critically, it will bring our communities together, it will bridge, and it will create a sense of pride and a sense of community.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you.
I welcome the Labour government's 20 million investment in King's Standing in Birmingham. For 14 years, my constituency of Erdington, Birmingham, was repeatedly overlooked and even denied levelling up fund on 2 occasions. Can the Minister assure me that going forward, local residents will come first after 14 years of Conservative neglect?
My honourable friend is completely right. The approach that we are taking on this side of the House, the approach that this Labour government is taking, is to put local residents first, is to put communities first. We will all have examples of communities that have been hollowed out. We will all know that sense of despair and distrust, and we absolutely need to turn that around, and we are committed to turn that around.
Andrew Pex.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the £20 million coming to Paston, Gunthorpe and the Welland area of Peterborough. Pride in Place being delivered by my right honourable friend, the Pride of Peckham. And can I thank her? As a proud Co-op MP, I'm also deeply proud Co-op Development Unit is part of this strategy. Earlier this week, I visited Honey Hills Childcare Centre with Peppa Pig and the Education Secretary, which is a child family hub in the centre of the area which will receive this funding. Can right honourable friend confirm to me that this money won't just be about bricks and mortar, it will also be about changing lives, and facilities such as family hubs will be at the centre of how we can give children the best start in life, but we can use this investment to change things for the long term in Peterborough.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is completely right. If we get this right, it's not just about the investment in the next 10 years, it's about how we create momentum around that. It's about how we catalyse greater community wealth and critically how we invest in our communities for the long term. As a proud cooperative MP, I think there is a huge opportunity for us to ensure that communities have a genuine stake, ensure that communities are benefiting from wealth that is being generated in a way that has long-term impacts.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The party opposite hollowed out our communities, Reform are exploiting it, and yet this government are helping communities like mine to thrive. We've already had the announcement of our £20 million in the Towns Fund, and we've set up our Believe in Bedworth board, because our local residents believe in their town. The chair of that board has said that he feels energised to have a hand in shaping the future of his hometown. We've already had thousands of responses to our survey, and we're organising a Family Fun Day on the 25th of October, which we'd be delighted if the Minister would join us. But also, could she outline how the £1.5 million of impact funding can help to turbocharge the groundbreaking work already being done by Nuneaton Bedworth Borough Council in bringing empty properties back into use?
Minister.
Thank you to my honourable friend for setting out the huge amounts of work and progress that her community are doing. I think that is exactly the sort of example of how this works, and this works really well. And I think there is a huge opportunity with the Impact Fund to build on that, where we've got neighbourhood boards and governance structures that are already established, where you've done huge amount, where the honourable friend has done huge amounts of engagement with the community. We should absolutely be thinking about putting more investment and leveraging that in.
Serena Brackenridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In June, I led a Westminster Hall debate calling for better investment in disadvantaged neighbourhoods. So I'm delighted that my call was heard and welcome the £20 million for Low Hill and an additional £1.5 million of Pride in Place impact funding. So does the Minister agree that the people who live in my communities, who know their strengths, they know their struggles and their solutions, they must be at the heart of deciding what this money is spent on? Not investment done to them, but investment by them and with them.
Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to put on record a thank you to my honourable friend for the huge amounts of work that she has done to champion this agenda and to come up with ideas about how we tackle deprivation. And she is completely right. Communities in charge, driving change not driven and done on them, but them in the driving seat.
And can I just remind members to keep the questions short so we can get
try and get everybody in, because I wouldn't want members to miss out on the opportunity of speaking about their constituency because of other members taking so long. Mark Seward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome £20 million for Old Farnley, but now is the time for action. Hundreds of people have already completed my survey. I have over 100 volunteers for the neighbourhood board alone. It won't be that big. And we have plenty of ideas as well that we want to spend the money on. Given that we're ready to deliver and we're impatient to do so, will the Minister empower my residents to crack on, spend this money and deliver the change that we know they deserve?
Minister.
Can I congratulate my honourable friend on the huge work and progress that he has made, both in reaching out across his community, but also convening and galvanising people to join his neighbourhood board. We want communities to run, we want pace, we want impact, and we are committed to working alongside him and his community to drive the change that they want to see.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people of Warndon in Worcester feel immense pride in their identity, but they also know that for far too long they have been unheard, let down and left behind. This commitment of £20 million to Warndon could be transformative, especially as it's long-term funding over 10 years. But more than money being spent, the people of Warndon need to be heard, respected and empowered. So can the Minister assure the people of Warndon that she shares my determination that the power, the decisions and the money are in their hands?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend put it completely eloquently and right. Absolutely. Power will be in their hands, and it is our job to ensure that this is the way that it plays out.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the people of Portsmouth, I'm delighted we've received £41.5 million under Labour's Pride of Place impact programmes. £20 million of this is for Paulsgrove, a place very close to my heart. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a place that's proud and resilient, but it was really neglected and ignored by 14 years of the government, which has meant as pubs and shops and facilities close, our volunteers and our community champions, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been running them very much out of their own pocket to keep the part of the city going. So can the Minister confirm that the community of Paulsgrove will now be able to have a say and put into action what their community want and need, with real investment from the government and not from their own pockets?
My honourable friend, I think, highlights the patriots that I talked about, the people in our community that have been holding things together despite all the damage done by the party opposite. And we are very clear that they are the ones that we must champion. We're very clear that the ones that we must put at the driving seat of this. Michelle Scroggan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to welcome the Pride in Place funding announcement, and in particular the £20 million that's been allocated to Central Ward in Barrow and Furness. It's one of the most deprived in the whole country, and it's refreshing to see that under this Labour government we're delivering to those that were left behind by our predecessors. Would she agree with me that not only is it the people that live there that know the opportunities and the barriers, but they're the people that understand where we need to spend the money to put things right in these left-behind communities? Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is 100% right. Understanding what is needed is a thing that I think is game-changing, and making sure that we can act on that understanding is a thing that I hope this programme will deliver.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Labour Government's £20 million investment for Heartsease and Pilling Park in my constituency will be transformative. For too long, our communities have had stuff done to them, not with them, and this model will help change that. Would she join me in encouraging all people who live in these areas to get involved? And does she agree with me that it's important that people from all ages, all backgrounds, people who've never perhaps thought about doing something before like this, get involved?
Minister.
My honourable friend is completely right. I think this is a huge opportunity for our communities to be able to get involved. As I've said, I think there is a really powerful role that our members of Parliament can play in putting out the clarion call, and I would encourage anyone, particularly those that have felt politics and decisions on their lives has felt remote. This is their chance to get round the table, to shape their place and to make sure that they drive this change that they want to see.
Lorraine Beavers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 14 years of Tory neglect, the town of Fleetwood has been buzzing with the ideas about how to make the most of this fantastic Pride of Place funds. My community is ready to hit the ground running. We are hungry to deliver the investment we so badly need. Can the Minister assure me that the people of Fleetwood, that we will get the resources we need to begin the work at the earliest possible opportunity? We can't afford to wait any longer.
Minister. I completely agree with my honourable friend that we need pace and we need urgency. Communities have been let down and held back for far too long, and this is our chance to act and act with purpose but also act with speed. So we want to stand behind communities so that they can crack on and they can make the change that they want to see.
Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Pride in Place funding will be absolutely transformative for my constituency of Harewood and Middleton North. I would like to thank the Minister for working with me and for giving a voice to urban areas like Middleton, urban areas a former Conservative Prime Minister previously bragged about diverting funds away from. I was delighted to convene a meeting in Burnside Community Centre recently where calls for improvements to Middleton were decisive. What steps, therefore, are being taken to ensure that places with the most acute need, like Middleton, are given priority within local authority areas?
Minister. My honourable friend is completely right to remind us of the fact that deliberately resources were taken away from some of our most deprived communities under the last government, which I think is just a shameful, shameful record. We are very, very clear that this is an opportunity to invest our communities. We want local authorities to make sure that they are working alongside our communities, enabling them, and that the money and the resources are going into the places that the community believes need the investment.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the £21.5 million of Pride in Place investment for Hartlepool that will go directly into our neighbourhoods. It comes on the back of the biggest deal in Hartlepool's history, £6 billion for new nuclear and 2,500 jobs, and a brilliant Labour Council delivering £150 million of capital investment in our town. Does the Minister agree with me that after years have been left behind, this shows that the people of Hartlepool have got a government and an MP that is on their side?
Madam Deputy, 100%. My honourable friend is completely right. In that example is exactly the difference that a Labour government can make, a Labour government working with the Labour Council. We have inherited a decade and a half of decline and neglect. It is now our job. The member opposite is he's sighing. I think he should be far more ashamed about his record. It is our job to turn around their failure and their neglect.
Kevin McKenna.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the announcement of this £20 million worth of funding for the east of Sheppey, my constituents are fizzing with excitement. I'm getting loads of responses from my online surveys. The coffee morning I held on Saturday, the first of many that I'm going to be holding, it was really well attended, really great ideas from people. What they'd like to feed back to you is two main things. One is to ensure that it's really local people at the heart of that. The citizens in Eastchurch and Warden and Laysdown and Shellness, all of them want to be part of this, but they want to make sure it's centred on them and not from outside voices. The second thing is they really want it to be a catalyst for further change, further investment in the area. So I'd really like to hear the Minister's thoughts on that. Oh, and quickly reminder, I've got 3 more neighbourhoods in the bottom 10% of the country, just to add that to the list.
Minister.
Thank you to my honourable friend, and can I congratulate him on the amazing work he is doing, reaching out to his communities, getting that engagement, getting the feedback from people. That is the thing that will drive the change. And thank you for the feedback from his residents and his community. We will take that on board, and we completely agree they need to be in the driving seat, and we also completely agree that this needs to be a catalyst. If we get this right, there's a model that we can go around Whitehall, there's a model in which we can go to local businesses, there's a model in which we can go to philanthropy and say, this is how we drive change in our communities, continue to co-invest.
Surrey Jeremy.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am thrilled that my hometown of Thetford in rural southwest Norfolk is to receive a share of this funding. And just last week I was at the board meeting where we made our first funding commitments to increase capacity to reopen a derelict medieval church in Thetford town centre to turn it into a community space. Does the Minister agree that it's projects like this that will bring footfall back into our towns, it's supporting local businesses and improving our local economies?
Minister.
Thank you to my honourable friend for sharing that example. 100%. That is an incredibly exciting project. It's exactly those sorts of schemes that can have a huge galvanising impact on our local areas. So I look forward to seeing the progress that he and his community are making and making sure we do our part to support them.
Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To their great credit, the Bourneville, Coronation and Old Mixon communities have survived in spite of previous Westminster disinterest. Would the Minister agree with me that this huge £20 million investment in Westminster-super-Mare is an endorsement of our faith in every community champion who has kept our most vulnerable communities together whilst Westminster look the other way?
Minister.
My honourable friend is completely right to highlight the heroes that helped and held our communities together through 14 years in which they were neglected, 14 years in which they faced huge pressure. This Pride in Place is a vote of confidence in those local heroes, and our job is to give them what they need in order to drive the change that they have been calling for and that they were absolutely right to call for.
Terry Jeremy. Darren Paffey.
Deputy Speaker, I am absolutely delighted that this Labour government is investing £20 million into Western and a further £1.5 million into the wider Southampton Itching constituency. Already the ideas are flooding in from a group of people who are just relieved not to be overlooked yet again as they were under the last government. Would the Minister agree with me that this type of investment, long-term, stable and most importantly community-led, is absolutely the right way of transforming our communities like Western for the better?
Minister.
My honourable friend is completely right. Long-term, stable investment that is anchored in our communities, that puts them in the driving seat, is a game changer. I'm incredibly excited about this programme, but it's when I hear examples like the one that he has set out that shows us just how transformative this potentially can be.
Luke Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to confirm that the entire community of Park End and Beckfield will be able to benefit from the £20 million of investment in this government's Pride in Place scheme. Can the Minister confirm that this funding should not be spent by the Council or by any politician, but by the community themselves on the priorities that they want to see?
Minister.
Absolutely, 100%. Communities in the driving seat, the neighbourhood board with a cross-section of members of the community, people who have never sat round the table, being round the table, driving the change that they want to see.
Eleanor Dolimore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome the £21.5 million of extra funding for Hastings, and I'm delighted that hundreds of residents have been in touch with their ideas about how to spend it. As the Minister said, it's better spent on people's priorities, not wasted like previous schemes under the party opposite, like the £150,000 wasted on Owens in Hastings. Public money was also spent opening the Bridge Community Centre in Orr, which has sadly been closed for 7 years. And so many in Hastings were shocked to hear that the Parchment Trust, who were given the centre for free, plan to sell it on the open market for £650,000. Does the Minister agree with me that the Parchment Trust should look at how they can return it to public hands and take up the offer of the Charity Commission to meet to discuss this?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, absolutely. I think my honourable friend gives us the example of how not to do this, and we saw that under the party opposite. I think that if we get this right and we put communities at the very heart of this, that is how we drive change. And I would commend her on the amazing leadership that she's showing in her community, working with others to bring them round the table, to make sure that it is investment that has a long-term impact that will drive change in her community.
Richard Baker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 neighbourhoods in Fife benefiting from £40 million of Pride in Place funding, should this government once again delivering for the people of the Kingdom of Fife. Given the centralisation of power in Scotland under the SNP, how does she believe these funds can support local decision-making in Scottish communities, particularly in areas of deprivation?
Minister.
Thank you to my honourable friend for raising that really important point. We believe that communities should be in charge and should be in the driving seat, and that's how we drive transformative long-term change. We desperately hope that the Scottish Government will look at what we're doing. Scottish Government that has been hugely centralising, but not always making the decisions that are in the best interest of the communities that we want them to. We think there is something that they can learn, and we will work with them to share the lessons, but critically to advocate and encourage them to take a similar approach.
Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for this fantastic funding announcement. I know my constituents in Maryport and Broughton Moor will make good use of this £20 million investment. Thinking back to the last government's approach to levelling up, I recall that the Public Accounts Committee criticised the lack of transparency on how levelling up money was allocated. As pork barrel politics and levelling up are 2 very different things, can the Minister reassure us that lessons have been learned and this government
will be transparent.
Minister.
Thank you to my honourable friend for raising that very important point. I think it was shocking, the sort of pork ballot power politics that we saw under the last government. I think at a time where our communities were under huge pressure and we saw such deprivation, it was pretty egregious and unforgivable. That is not something that this side will do. That is not something that this Labour government would do. We're very clear and transparent about the metrics that we've used. It's all published, it's there, and critically we are trying to reach the communities that need the greatest help.
And the final question on the statement, Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not only as the Member of Parliament, but as an East Leeds resident, I'm absolutely delighted that £20 million has been secured for Seacroft, North and Monkswood that really, really needs it. So would the Minister agree with me that the ideas and answers on how this vital money should be spent lies with the local people in North Seacroft and Monkswood, who were sadly left behind and let down by the previous Tory governments?
Minister. My honourable friend is completely right. The answers absolutely lie with our local communities, and if we do the job of creating the space for them, if we do the job of empowering them, if we do the job of building their capacity, they have the ability to fundamentally transform lives in our community. That is something that I am determined to support. That is something that we are proud that as a Labour government we're putting at the heart of our approach. That is something we are determined to deliver.
And that concludes the statement. Thank you, Minister. Point of order, Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Members will be aware that the Upper Waiting Hall is this week hosting the Speak Their Name exhibition of suicide memorial quilts from across the UK. This would not have been possible without the help of House staff who have gone way over and above to make sure that this exhibition and last Friday's launch of the exhibition with the Baton of Hope could take place. Can I ask you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to thank all of the staff involved for their help and to pass on my appreciation for their help?
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of her point of order. She has now helpfully placed her thanks on the record to those responsible for the exhibition, and I will ensure that Mr Speaker is made aware of that gratitude so that it can be passed on to staff. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Matt Weston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about the accountability of police and crime commissioners, to make provision about the measurement of police and crime commissioners' performance, to make provision about the setting of priorities for police and crime commissioners, to require the Secretary of State to commission a review of the operation and functions of police and crime commissioners, including consideration of options for their abolition and replacement and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents are worried about crime and disorder across their communities. Of course, it's the same for a great many colleagues, if not the vast majority. For years now, they've seen a rise in crime, be it antisocial behaviour in their neighbourhoods, on their high streets, or in more extreme cases of violence. These concerns really matter. People deserve to be listened to and taken seriously by the police. Now, I'm pleased that this government is taking action with the Crime and Policing Bill making massive strides to protect our communities. However, it's going to take time to reverse the impact of the original cuts to police numbers and the erosion of experience over the previous 14 years. And the problem is that the public feels helpless, that no one is listening to them. They don't know who to turn to, who to talk to, and who is responsible for the police in their area. Which brings me to the purpose of my bill today. That too often, police crime commissioners have not been delivering for their communities. I will argue that PCCs need to be replaced and reformed with police and crime panels while the wider devolution process takes place. But first, to understand the problem, we must look back 15 years to the changes introduced by the then incoming government and its promise to bring democratic control over policing through the creation of these PCCs. That proposal resulted in the PCCs replacing police authorities and becoming the sole authority itself. As Prime Minister David Cameron explained, the police crime commissioners would lead the fight against crime and someone that you would be able to hold to account if they did not deliver. Today,
How many of our constituents can name their PCC? How many know, indeed, what a PCC is? How many of our constituents think that their PCC is leading the fight against crime? And how many would say that the promises of that original bill have been delivered and that we need to amend these shortcomings for the sake of our constituents? So how did we get here? Well, back in 2012, the first PCC elections were held. Turnout in that first election was just 15%, making it the lowest ever turnout for a peacetime national election. As Prime Minister, David Cameron promised that turnout would increase over time, and it did, but it was hardly impressive and certainly not representative. In fact, turnout just last year in 2024 reached 23% across England and Wales, but of course it coincided with certain mayoralty elections that same day. So the apathy for PCCs remains. But the problems run far deeper. Indeed, in 2024, the Home Affairs Select Committee said that the PCC approach faced a number of challenges. The foremost being the lack of public awareness of PCCs and their functions, the PCC Chief Constable relationship, the lack of accountability. The committee was concerned that the introduction of PCCs had seen the creation of yet another layer of bureaucracy and additional cost, with questionable impact on the outcomes for police forces. It also noted, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there was considerable variability in the relative performance between PCCs across the country, and that the nature of the relationship they have with their Chief Constable can damage the model entirely. Indeed, the committee concluded that their effectiveness is highly variable and questionable. Secondly, there is the matter of legitimacy. As elected representatives, PCCs are held to account at the ballot box, but with turnout often in the mid-teens, the public is clearly not taking them seriously. And thirdly, while police and crime panels exist to scrutinise PCCs, they are constrained by funding and formal powers. The panels are limited in their funding themselves to £53,300 a year. And this does not reflect the workload required to proactively hold the Commissioner to account. And in terms of formal powers, the police crime panels lack the proper mechanisms to hold them to that account. The panel can only veto a decision once, be it a budget or a Chief Constable appointment. Furthermore, PCPs can investigate the crime commissioners, but in real terms, it is no more than a polite inquiry. Across the country, we can see examples of PCCs failing constituents. And this became an issue for me in Warwickshire, not just through casework and wider constituents' concerns, and there are many, but was truly crystallised by the news story of a cover-up between Warwickshire Hunt, Warwickshire Police and the Police Crime Commissioner. Now, I won't get into the details, but the allegations are that the PCC, Philip Seckham, and the then Chief Constable, Debbie Tedds, engineered a cover-up that prevented a case of illegal fox hunting by Warwickshire Hunt going to court. The PCC was supportive of Warwickshire Hunt, and so was the Chief Constable, whom he alone appointed in 2021. Of course, it was rubber-stamped by the PCP. But in fact, between October 2023 and November 2024, I wrote to the PCC and Chief Constable 6 times on this issue. They blanked me. They withheld the information from me, an elected MP, but also from the crime panel. The PCC claimed he didn't have the information, nor had he seen it. I believe he obstructed me from getting that information. As a result, neither I nor the residents of Warwickshire have any trust or confidence in Commissioner Philip Seckham or the senior leadership team at Warwickshire Police. There was clearly collusion. That is what the public believes, and that is what I believe too. The Chief Constable, whose daughter worked for Warwickshire Hunt, retired early in September 2024, just 3 years after her appointment. But public concern across the country are not simply confined to ineffectiveness or collusion, as in the case of Warwickshire. They also centre on their cost. Looking at my own county of Warwickshire, in 2023 to 24, the PCC and his office running costs were a staggering £1,175,000. That's just for 1 year. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's the equivalent of 38 trainee police constables in Warwickshire for 1 year. Across England and Wales, the total budget for the 41 commissioners is just shy of £50 million. So given this context, I am encouraged by the government's ambition to move the PCC's responsibilities across to mayors through the English devolution bill. But with these changes taking at least 2 years, more immediate action, I would argue, is needed. In the meantime, we could be saving tens of millions of pounds a year and diverting those monies straight to frontline policing. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is increasingly clear that for the most part, PCCs have failed to meet the needs of their communities. They have not brought greater accountability or improved police outcomes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would argue the time has now come for us to change the system and do away with police crime commissioners.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Chris Bloor, Adam Joji, Debbie Abrahams, Sam Carling, Rachel Taylor and myself.
Matt Weston.
Police and Crime Commissioners Accountability and Review Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of May 2026.
Friday the 29th of May 2026. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill as amended in the Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Now. We will begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider other new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Ollie Glover, to move new clause 1.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Global demand for aviation continues to grow, with projections expecting a 2 or 3 times increase by 2050. 2024 saw a record rate of increase in carbon emissions according to the World Meteorological Organization, whilst 2025 saw a new daily record for global aviation emissions in July, with nearly half of all the carbon emissions to date from aviation having occurred since 2000. Sustainable aviation fuel has been talked up for years as the solution, yet has a poor track record of unambitious targets not being matched by delivery. For example, in 2010, Boeing announced a target of 1% of aviation fuel globally coming from SAF by 2015, and in 2019, the International Air Transport Association set out hopes to reach 2% by 2025. Yet today, globally, it is just 0.3%. Now, the UK published figure this year of 1.29% is better, but nevertheless shows how far we have to go. The Conservative government promised back in 2022 to have 5 commercial UK SAF plants operational by 2025, but there is still only 1. It is therefore right that the government has introduced legislation to attempt to make sure that the latest set of SAF targets move from fantasy to realistic, credible and deliverable plans, although these will ultimately need to serve only as transition towards development of truly zero-carbon flight technology. I thank the honourable members for Wimbledon and Sutton and Sheen for their contribution to the Bill Committee, and I hope members across the House will consider the Liberal Democrat amendments tabled in this report stage debate. New clauses 1, 2 and 3 all increase the chances of the Bill's intentions being realised. New clause 1 requires the Secretary of State to assess and report on the potential for disused oil refineries and similar industrial sites to be used for the production of sustainable aviation fuel. New Clause 2 requires the Secretary of State to assess measures being taken to encourage the supply of materials for production of sustainable aviation fuel, with a focus on bioethanol plants. This is especially important in the context of the expected closure of the Vivigo bioethanol plant near Hull, following the government's decision not to provide it with financial support. New Clause 3 requires the Secretary of State to report to Parliament on development of a strategy to analyse and maximise the potential of sustainable aviation fuels to contribute to greenhouse gas reduction. I also speak in support of two new clauses tabled by my honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, both of which would improve the bill by providing greater rigour and scrutiny of progress towards sustainable aviation fuel targets. New Clause 4 gives the Secretary of State the powers to increase SAF production obligations where necessary and ensures reports on progress are laid before Parliament and relevant select committees. Whilst New Clause 5 introduces requirements for air travel providers themselves to report on their use of sustainable aviation fuel, including provision of annual reports to the public via their websites. Collectively, New Clauses 1 to 5 strengthen the bill and increase its credibility, both in relation to SAF production and stronger reporting on its progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government's SAF mandate requires just 22% of aviation fuel to be sustainable by 2040. This compares poorly to the European Union's target of 32% by 2040. And it's very hard to square an objective of net zero aviation by 2050 with just 22% of fuels a decade earlier being sustainable, without measures alongside SAF to cut emissions and make climate-friendly flight a reality. We urge the Government to clarify what plans they have in place to achieve their targets, particularly as hope for SAF progress is being used to state that Heathrow and Gatwick expansion is compatible with our greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets.
Would the honourable member give way?
I'm happy to give way to my honourable.
I thank him for giving way. Sustainable aviation fuels, as you say, are being used by the government to justify major airport expansions, and one of those is at Gatwick, adjacent to my constituency of Horsham. But a target of 10% SAF by 2030 is optimistic in the extreme, as the Climate Change Committee itself has said. So would the honourable member agree with me that if the government's own advisers don't believe in this target, why should we?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He makes a very good point about what the Climate Change Committee have said, and that is why I hope the government will consider these Liberal Democrat amendments, which are intended to strengthen this bill to make sure that its provisions this time become reality, in contrast to the many missed targets in the past for sustainable aviation fuel. Now, the measures that the government must take to make this to make aviation sustainable, genuinely sustainable, will require going beyond securing investment in SAF and ensure that longer term the SAF measures complement rather than detract from investment in zero carbon flight technology. I hope that the House will support our amendments to ensure our country makes a bigger and more rapid contribution to decarbonising aviation.
The question is that New Clause 1 be read a second time. Ryan Leishman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This year, Petro Ineos, that's Jim Ratcliffe's Ineos, and PetroChina from the Chinese state, closed the Grangemouth oil refinery. But closure was not about some passionate quest for net zero, no. Closure happened because private capital and a foreign government owned vital energy infrastructure. Because corporate profits are more important than community good to your billionaire Jim Ratcliffes of this world. 435 jobs were lost at the refinery and hundreds more in the shared services that are housed on site, with 2,822 in the wider supply chain. That is mass deindustrialisation. But closure isn't just about job losses. The exodus of talented, skilled workers is awful. But closure also means the site is no longer a positive destination for many local young people leaving school. We've seen an end to a generational employer in my community. With the economic consequences being felt are also absolutely enormous to local Grangemouth businesses. Because local Grangemouth businesses relied and needed that refinery workers and the families' custom. Madam Deputy Speaker, once again, I want to give credit to all the small local businesses that have kept town centres going in recent years. The pressure of running a small business as austerity and a cost of living crisis that's hammered people's disposable income can be all-consuming, incredibly stressful. I should know, I tried it for some years. But the economic turmoil of stopping refining is also a national issue, because the refinery was worth more than £400 million per annum to the Scottish economy. Politicians often talk about black holes. Well, that's a sizable industrial-shaped one to fill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am under no doubt that the Government understands the magnitude of how important it is to re-industrialise communities like mine in Grangemouth. The other day I read in Hansard that my honourable friend from Wythenshawe and Sale East, who has done so much work to bring this bill to the House, described the situation he grew up in on the east side of Manchester as they lost their chemical and mining industries. To quote him, he said, "We are still getting over that in my great city." So, undoubtedly, he understands the social consequences of industry finishing up. No community can afford this continued spiral of industrial decline. Madam Deputy Speaker, to go back to my original point, for decades we have been an economy controlled by private capital, multinational corporations, foreign governments, whose policy has been to make things elsewhere and to sell here. Has the last 4 decades not shown that the country's complete reliance on private capital means it's going to be profit over people? We must adopt a new industrial strategy that meets the needs of working people and their communities by securing at least some form of public ownership of the new industries that we will need. That is a mainstream political view. The Government must learn lessons to stop history repeating itself again, with workers and communities having every last ounce of work extracted from them and then discarded on a corporate whim. For the Government to create and to economically benefit from the necessary green industrial revolution that we need for our economy, but also for the planet, then at least some form of government ownership of these future industries is necessary. Surely that should be at the heart of any Labour government's view. In finishing, if the Government wants to put its faith in private capital to mould Britain's new industrial future, then I urge, please, think again. The Government needs to be more active in the process of creating Grangemouth's industrial future. Seize the initiative and invest in workers, communities, industry and Scottish manufacturing. Because producing sustainable aviation fuel is an enormous objective, one that we have committed to. And sites like Grangemouth are ideally placed to do this. The infrastructure is largely there. Of course, it does need some degree of conversion and upgrade, but the infrastructure is there. The workforce and the expertise are there. And my local community needs re-industrialised. And this Labour government has SAF targets, ambitious SAF targets to meet. But more importantly, it's got obligations to communities in forgotten industrial heartlands.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to speak to new clause 2, tabled by my colleague, the member for Didcot and Wantage, which would require the Government to publish a report within 6 months of securing the supply of bioethanol for sustainable aviation fuel production. The Government has repeatedly cited the increased use of SAF as the answer to questions about how the UK will meet our net zero targets while expanding multiple airports in London. While this was wishful thinking 9 months ago, this argument has now dissolved into an almost impossibility. Not only has the summer proposal submitted by Heathrow Limited for a third runway included a request to add nearly 300,000 flights to our airspace each year, but the concerns regarding the production of SAF have also become more prominent. This concern has grown following China's implementation of their own SAF mandate, which will result in them using more of their own production domestically. And this will undoubtedly cause a challenge for the UK, considering that over 90% of our current SAF is imported from China. The challenges to the UK's ability to produce and import SAF was underscored by the Climate Change Committee's recent report, which estimated that only 17% of the UK's aviation industry will be using SAF by 2040. This is 5% lower than the Government's own mandated targets and 8% below the EU's target. This estimate does not even take into account the additional flights which would come in and out of the UK as a result of the proposed airport expansions. In fact, in 2024, only 10% of bioethanol certified as renewable and consumed in the UK was produced domestically, which is down from 17% in 2023 and 15% in 2022. This is a concerning trend and one which the government must report back on. In addition, the UK-US trade deal also presents a threat to the UK's domestic production, as the agreement removed tariffs on US ethanol and replaced it with a zero tariff quota of 1.4 billion litres. The US bioethanol industry is heavily subsidised, and their companies will be able to undercut UK bioethanol industries. The Virgo Fuels plant in Hull, which had the largest capacity of any UK bioethanol producer, has already closed, with the managing director citing the US-UK trade deal as a significant factor in contributing to the site's closure. Amendment NC2 requires the government to assess the impact of future plant closures on the production of SAF and ensure that options to mitigate the supply risks are investigated. This is a sensible proposal, given the uncertain future facing our production sites, and the amendment is necessary to not only protect our domestic plants, but also to enable the rollout of cleaner energy sources. The government's plans to increase the capacity of our airports will result in unavoidable environmental damage, and falling short of our mandated SAF targets will only result in more pollution over our airspace. Following the government's invitation for Heathrow to submit a proposal for a third runway in January, I asked the company for a percentage projection of their flights, which will run on first, second and third generation SAF by 2035. Alarmingly, this question could not be answered. Last month I asked the same question again and a response has not been forthcoming. It is unacceptable that Heathrow can propose a £49 billion project but not have the figures to substantiate their environmental mitigations. Stemming from the announcement for a third runway being announced by the Chancellor, it is evident that support for a third runway is driven by misguided financial incentives, with our environment being forced to take the back seat. The government must not discard their environmental commitments, and the Liberal Democrats will continue to hold them to account on this. The first step towards protecting our air quality is for the government to support Amendment NC2, and if they do not plan to get behind this amendment, will the Minister explain the reasoning behind this? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will speak to new clause 1. Context is very important, as this bill is a first step in a very long pathway to decarbonising aviation. At the moment, SAF components are blended with existing fossil fuels to create usable aircraft fuel. I'll discuss a little bit more about that in a minute, but I think it's helpful context for us to be aware of the various generations of sustainable aviation fuel that will form a roadmap as we move into the future. First generation aviation fuels use oils as feedstocks. These are often of a biological origin. And they produce a kerosene-type fuel that can be blended with our existing jet fuel. Second generation SAF is derived from solid waste, which goes through a digestion process, producing alcohols which can then be formulated into, again, aviation fuel-type products. The third generation, there are 4, I will remind members, the third generation uses wet mass as feedstock, which again might be biological, but is incapable of competing with food crops for production. And it produces an output that is very much like crude oil, a bio-crude oil. And it's important to realise that the outputs of these different processes as we move through generations of sustainable aviation fuel production are different and are able to slip into different types of the existing fuel production supply chain that exists today. The fourth generation is derived from gases, maybe even atmospheric gases. Carbon dioxide drawn from the atmosphere is often referred to as power to liquid and is an entirely non-biological process. And that requires a lot of new technology. It is a future solution, but we can see it's a very advantageous and attractive solution as it provides us with a purely synthetic fuel. The point I'm trying to illustrate, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this is the first step in a long-term vision for aviation, where sustainable aviation fuel is able to play a progressively larger role, and in the future we may even move to different fuels altogether. And as Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Hydrogen, I'd like to just give a short shout-out to its role in the potential long-term future of power for aviation. These generations of fuel also interact with the technology in our aircraft. Although current blends of sustainable aviation fuel can go into aircraft now, as we move to higher fractions of sustainable components in that fuel, the aircraft will need to be upgraded because some of the aromatic components in fossil fuels are not available in these synthetic fuels. Currently, they're required by some of the seals in the engines, and the aircraft will need to move into future generations to accept high proportions of aviation fuel. And so all of this is about a strategic roadmap. This is one step, one vastly enabling piece of legislation that follows a model that is well proven now to help establish new technologies as part of a green and sustainable future. We've seen the similar progress in offshore wind, for example. It has been utterly transformational beyond anybody's expectations. And this vehicle should be able to do similar things for the beginning of our journey on decarbonising aviation. But it needs a long-term plan. And that's why there is a really important piece of work to be played out here by the government in the secondary legislation that this enables. And it's very important that that legislation takes account of all of the factors that are being discussed through the various proposed amendments to this bill. For that reason, I oppose this amendment because we mustn't oversimplify the journey that's before us. In fact, we must allow the government freedom to create a sophisticated, technically led strategy to deploy these different types of sustainable aviation fuel, taking into account all factors, including our existing infrastructure, but also the production of biomass, also the advancement of aviation technology. But if we get it right, and if this game is played well, we have the opportunity to start successfully and even lead in a journey that will be absolutely transformative and envisage a thriving, positive and sustainable future for aviation.
John Cooper.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. For many years I commuted by aircraft from Scotland to Dublin, so many years in fact that I can still recall there are 8 emergency exits on a Boeing 737-800 series, 2 at the front, 2 at the rear and 4 overwing exits. What a great pity that this bill does not have an amendment that is an escape slide. While sustainable aviation fuel sounds wonderful, it is burdened with many inconvenient facts. The first is that there is no SAF production industry at the scale required, and while new Clause 1 is a bold attempt to jumpstart production by repurposing old facilities, it's a jumbo jet of a task. The World Economic Forum estimates that by 2030, global demand for SAF is expected to reach 17 million tonnes per annum, around 4 to 5% of total jet fuel consumption. To meet likely demand in just 5 years requires an additional 5.8 million tonnes of capacity. The investment required to reach even this relatively modest goal, the WEF pitches this at somewhere between 19 and 45 billion US dollars globally. If that doesn't give our legislative autopilot warning, terrain, pull up, then it should do. New Clause 1 is unaffordable, whether backed by public or private finance, and I'm afraid doomed to fail. It is certain that the vast input costs will result in massively higher costs for passengers and for air freight, and I am supportive of the vital new Clause 6, which would force an assessment of the economic impact of this Act, which I fear will be nothing short of devastating. Some might piously accept fewer flights to the Costas, a little less air-freighted Kenyan Monge 2 on the dinner table. But making air travel ruinously expensive will have implications for thousands, millions globally of jobs, not only in aviation but in tourism too. And many flights are not indulgences but lifelines. We are an island nation, and within the UK we have many communities entirely reliant on air links. Will Britain, so long the pioneers in aviation, with a history stretching back to the first scheduled international passenger flight, to the first jet airliner, be foremost in SAF? Probably not, for mandating SAF is easier than producing it, especially in a country with power prices as exorbitant as ours. Energy bills in Dumfries, in my constituency, are 4 times what they are in Dumfries in Virginia in the United States, and they're cheaper still in China. You need a lot of power to make SAF, and many question its green credentials when so much carbon is generated in its production. And Amendment 10 is a bid to explore the serious issues around SAF derived from either organic or synthetic sources. Much is made of an 80% reduction in greenhouse gases using SAF sourced from waste, fat and oil feedstocks, but those basic building blocks, as we've heard, are in limited supply. Also an issue addressed, though not solved, by new Clause 2. Using crops, Madam Deputy Speaker, as feedstock may not reduce greenhouse gases at all, and there are huge implications in turning prime agricultural land and billions of gallons of water over to producing crops for fuel, not for food. Again, Britain is at a disadvantage. America's vast corn belt might get involved, but the British bioethanol industry is a warning to us, for it was not able to survive on current targets for the content in road fuel. Other amendments, including NC11, concern themselves with how a revenue certainty mechanism will operate. My concern is that we risk creating a self-licking ice cream, a self-perpetuating system with no purpose other than to sustain itself. For this bill could guarantee monies that simply offset the costs of manufacturing SAF, which is itself made expensive by green levies. Wouldn't it be better putting what money we have available into aviation excellence, driving up efficient jet engines and airframes? Aviation is already playing its part in reducing its carbon footprint. Engine efficiency is, according to some experts, up as much as 83% from the early days of the de Havilland Comet jetliner. That progress can continue, though super-efficient jets need super alloys to handle the extremes of temperature in the engines. And they require the sort of rare earths that China is hoovering up. Canada, by the way, has many of the same critical minerals. Might we be better investing in those than subsidising SAF? And if we want really big carbon savings, we ought to look to the sea. Much of what we trade in and out goes by sea, and cargo ships are heavily reliant on bunker oil, a tar-like substance with heavy emissions. And if we want novel fuels, then this island nation should look once more to Tennyson's Boundless Deep, where the salt cake smokestacks belch still. Meanwhile, the wild blue yonder of the skies must not be made inaccessible simply by expensive green dogma.
Maggie Shanker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Aviation is central to our economy and to our way of life. Whether that's delivering well over 300,000 jobs here in the UK, contributing over £22 billion to our economy, driving inbound tourism or connecting communities, businesses and families world over. I am proud of our world-leading aviation sector in Derby and in many other places across the UK. And while aviation is an integral part of our economy, it's also one of the most challenging to decarbonise. But despite the scale of this challenge, we must keep pushing forwards. Because I've said it before and I'll say it again now, without net zero in aviation, there is no net zero, full stop. And to ensure that future generations are able to access the opportunities which air travel can provide, we need to make sure flying is greener. Legislation just like the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill does exactly that. It will unlock the potential of UK SAF by delivering the confidence and stability which SAF producers need to continue to turbocharge growth as they drive forwards in green innovation. I welcome it as a clear statement of intent that this country is absolutely serious about decarbonising the future and future-proofing our world-leading aviation sector. It's the right thing to do and we must do it.
Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my role as the Chair of the APPG on the future of aviation, travel and aerospace, the debate on SAF has been a focus of many of our meetings. So as a coverall, I should declare interest having met with Airports UK, Airlines UK, ADS Group, Lanzajet, Back British SAF, Valero, Alphanar and others over the past 6 months and also worked in the aviation industry for 16 years prior to being elected. I speak in support of new clause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tabled by my colleagues and also new clause 7. And I also encourage the government to support Amendments 8 and 9, tabled by the Conservatives, which would strengthen and improve this bill and give us the best chance to achieve these targets. And I'll tell you why. In 2023, aviation accounted for 2.5% of global energy-related CO2 emissions. However, when non-CO2 effects are included, its contribution to climate warming increases to approximately 4%. Whilst a small fraction of global emissions, it is not insignificant. However, from my experience, few sectors take as seriously their role in bringing down emissions and tackling climate change as aviation, primarily because fuel burned and emissions released is money spent. Decarbonising aviation and achieving net zero carbon UK aviation will require a huge range of different measures, as colleagues have already been made clear. Measures such as Operation Blue Skies, a global contrail avoidance system, will reduce the density of the heat-trapping contrails produced by aircraft, which creates almost half of the overall climate warming impacts. Continuing improvements in aircraft engine and airframe efficiency is also critical, as mentioned by other colleagues. British innovation in aviation is something we should be incredibly proud of. Projects such as the Airbus Wing of Tomorrow programme, which I saw at the plant in Filton in Bristol this summer, deliver continued improvements in carbon emissions per revenue passenger kilometre. That will form a huge slice of the reduction in fuel consumption. Other innovations and schemes that are already in the mix present opportunities too for greener aviation. Airspace modernisation will produce more direct flight routes, less congested airspace and fewer en route delays. And smarter investments in capacity building have the potential to reduce landing and takeoff delays that burn fuel as aircraft circle airports or idle on taxiways waiting for slots. In the long term, I have confidence in our world-leading aviation industry to develop true zero-carbon aircraft power plant alternatives like battery, hybrid and hydrogen-powered flight. Just like Zero Avia, who are at the cutting edge of pure hydrogen-powered flight in the Cotswolds, which I also visited in August. But in the meantime, we must look to sustainable aviation fuel to reduce the carbon emissions of our current technology aircraft and bridge the gap until technology can catch up. Because this technology can deliver proportionately the greatest reduction in emissions by 2050. SAF can achieve an average of over 70% greenhouse gas emissions saving on a life cycle basis. And we can achieve twice as much energy capture by producing SAF than from producing energy from waste, for example. Third-generation SAFs, at the most exciting cutting edge of SAF production, could produce aviation fuel from thin air via combining CO2 and green hydrogen powered by renewable energy. Of the major contributors to climate change emissions around the globe, almost every other use of fossil fuel has a readily available alternative that can be swapped in for immediate use. The only barrier is availability. We've made huge strides forward in industries where we recognise the benefit not just to the economy but to society and to individual liberty and quality of life. And that means we must preserve and enhance them for future generations. Over the past 250 years, our trains have developed from coal to diesel to electricity power. We did not ever countenance the idea we should use our rail network less nor travel less around the growing network of railways that built Great Britain for 200 years. We instead invested in the technology that allowed us to continue to trade and travel with reduced emissions and pollution. Our electricity generation has gone from coal to gas and now to solar, wind and nuclear. Again, we did not suggest we should phase out the light bulb or electric kettle or the factories powered by electricity that build the exports that are now traded around the world. We stepped up and became a world leader in carbon-free power. Petrol guzzling road vehicles are now being replaced at an encouraging fast rate by their hybrid and fully electric alternatives. And again, we did not suggest the retirement of bus routes, who carried the people, and the lorries that carried the goods and served as the backbone of Britain. We pushed forward with battery and hybrid power plants and the tightening of emission standards for fossil fuel vehicles. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain has long been able to bank on its wealth of innovation and expertise. We reject short-termism and refuse to accept that the energy transition is a zero-sum game. And in an age of populism, and I dare say eco-populism, whatever that is, it's more important than ever we fall back on the proud tradition. We should not, in fact we cannot, give into a worldview of climate action that is stunted by the blinkers of zero growth, miserly, defeatist mindset. The British people deserve better than that. And they cannot be expected to go willingly into a greener future if that future is one where they are poorer or face restrictions on their mobility and liberty. That is exactly what restricting the abilities of our communities and industries to travel and trade around the world via our global aviation network would do. Now, let me be clear. If I didn't think we could make this transition in aviation, I wouldn't be taking this view. And while I share and support the healthy scepticism of many of my colleagues, I tend to approach issues like this with a yes-if, yiffy attitude. I say yes if we can deliver the SAF required to meet the SAF mandate targets and the resulting emission reductions, then we must go ahead with it. And to answer the question, from everything I know about my own experience, everything I've heard and seen from the industry, and my faith in great British innovation, we are capable of delivering that SAF. Measures like this bill provide a good starting point for starting this revolution. This bill is supported by all parties, by UK airlines and airports, and there should be straightforward to pass this afternoon. Again, we're competing to make it better. I'm glad to see that most of us recognise in this place the UK's world-leading aviation sector, which supports over 1 million UK jobs and is an enabler of key UK growth-generating industries and exporters, as recognised in the industrial strategy. So I'd ask all members to support the budgeting domestic UK SAF industry as it seeks to add 10,000 new jobs by 2030 and up to 60,000 by 2050, incentivising billions of pounds of investment into former UK industrial heartlands, as mentioned by colleagues. So, I will close. I welcome the Minister's place to finally deliver this bill following his contribution in Bill Committee, and I encourage the Government to take on board the amendments and new clauses which are meant, I'm sure, to improve this bill and make our climate change goals that bit easier to achieve. Thank you.
Sadiq Al Hassan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I greatly welcome the progress of this vital bill that will help ensure the United Kingdom takes a genuine global lead in the development and use of sustainable aviation fuel. Sustainable aviation fuel is the key to solving many of the challenges we face today and those we will face in the decades to come. Aviation currently accounts for around 7% of the UK's total emissions, and as demand for travel continues to grow, that figure will only rise unless we act now. So if we are to meet our net zero commitments while keeping flying affordable and accessible, then sustainable aviation fuel must be at the heart of our strategy. It offers one of the most practical and immediate ways to decarbonise flight, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and secure the economic future of one of Britain's most successful industries. That is why this bill is so essential for our environment, for our economy, our technological leadership and the future of British aviation. I would like to draw attention to the £4.5 million investment by Exolum in the existing Redcliffe Bay facility in my constituency of North Somerset, which is already happening without the need for new Clause 1. The home of the UK's first independent sustainable aviation fuel blending facility, when it becomes operational in 2026, it will underpin green fuel supplies for some 65,000 flights to major airports, including Heathrow, Gatwick, Cardiff, and of course, Bristol Airport. Of course, happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to Honourable Friend for giving way. He's made a very powerful point. But would he share with me my thanks to the member for Stockton North and his predecessor, Alex Cunningham, for securing the Alphanar investment in that constituency, and indeed the member for Redcar and Cleveland securing the investment there at the Wilton International Centre, which will lead to many, many hundreds of secure permanent jobs.
My honourable friend is of course right to highlight such advocacy in the sector, and I welcome his contribution. The project is not just a boost for our regional economy, it is a clear signal that the UK can combine its climate ambition with sound industrial strategy. The production subsidies for SAF introduced by this bill are therefore a already very welcome and right step forward.
But, of course, production plants are only as good as their ability to get their product to the market. Without that capability, they cannot attract the investment or access the very subsidies this bill rightly establishes. Fortunately, the UK is blessed with an extensive aviation fuel pipeline and storage network, one of the most advanced in the world. Companies like Exolum are already using that network to deliver cleaner fuels across the country. From my visits to Redcliffe Bay, I know that Exolum has additional storage capacity it would like to bring back into use to help deliver even more SAF. Companies at the forefront of this shift, such as Exolum, must be supported to deliver further investment in my constituency and other sites at Redcliffe Bay and across its national pipeline network to create a new SAF superhighway for the UK. Such a network would allow producers to get their fuel to market efficiently and secure our long-term position as a global leader in green aviation. Crucially, of course, my constituency of North Somerset is also home to Bristol Airport, which has demonstrated real leadership in the sector. In March this year, almost a year ahead of the government's mandate, Jet2 began operating flights from Bristol Airport using SAF and cutting emissions by an impressive 70%. However, our ambitions for cleaner flights cannot stop at SAF. Bristol Airport's same leadership can and should be applied to hydrogen in aviation, ensuring the South West continues to lead the UK's journey to greener skies. Hydrogen is a key element of the future aviation landscape and the broader energy transition. And as we stand at the crossroads and decide which industries and technologies to support, we must not overlook the infrastructure that will support hydrogen tomorrow. It is its supply chain, its production and its distribution. Investment in hydrogen benefit both the industries of today and the industries of 2050. But that investment requires certainty. Certainty that only government direction and leadership can provide via a roadmap already laid out in this bill. I believe deeply in the potential of hydrogen, and I'm proud that the South West, we are uniquely positioned to take advantage of this opportunity. We have world-class research facilities, like those I visited at the University of Bath, innovative SMEs, such as Highflux in North Somerset, and a cluster of industries already looking to the hydrogen future. For my constituents in North Somerset, this bill, in its current form, delivers both cleaner skies and sustainable future for a vital industry. Looking ahead to hydrogen in aviation, the opportunities are particularly exciting for our region. The research, development, production and infrastructure required for hydrogen fuel are rightfully taking root in the South West, near Bristol, the home of AI, in the UK, with a fantastic mayor, Helen Godwin, creating jobs, driving innovation and positioning us at the forefront of this emerging technology. This bill is not merely climate policy. It is economic strategy, industrial ambition, and national leadership combined. Sustainable aviation fuels are essential to the survival of our aviation industry, but let us not allow our ambition to cease there. Hydrogen represents another key to unlocking our sustainable future in the UK, and this bill provides us learnings we will need to make hydrogen in aviation a reality. Thank you.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak to my amendments, New Clause 7 and Amendment 12. I do support the intentions of the bill and want to strengthen it with the amendments I've submitted, which I believe are essential to ensuring this legislation delivers real, lasting impact for our climate, our economy, and our position on the global scale. The bill rightly seeks to unlock private investment in the UK's sustainable aviation fuel through a revenue certainty mechanism. This is a welcome and necessary step that gives certainty to businesses looking to invest in this world-leading mechanism that intends to decarbonise the aviation sector. But if we're serious about climate leadership and look to prevent the worst effects of climate breakdown, and if we are serious about long-term energy resilience, then we must do more than build a framework. We must prioritise the right fuels. That is why my amendment, New Clause 7, focuses on power-to-liquid sustainable aviation fuel, or PTL SAF. Madam Deputy Speaker, not all SAF is created equal. Power-to-liquid SAF is the cleanest, most sustainable option we have, in my opinion. It's made from renewable electricity and captured carbon, and it doesn't rely on limited or environmentally questionable feedstocks like used cooking oil or palm derivatives. It is future-proof, and it is essential if we are to hit our net zero targets without compromising environmental integrity. The government itself, in its SAF mandate guidance, recognises that power-to-liquid fuels as having the greatest potential, and the Committee on Climate Change has said we need 13 terawatt-hours of synthetic fuel by 2040 to stay on a credible path to net zero. The potential is there, but it will remain untapped unless we take deliberate action to bring this industry to life. My amendment, NC7, is simple but strategic. It requires the Secretary of State to use the powers under this bill to prioritise entering into at least one revenue certainty contract with a power-to-liquid SAF producer, where doing so will allow a project to reach final investment decision by the end of 2026. I'm not asking for handouts. I'm asking for the government to show leadership needed to de-risk the first mover, just as other countries are doing across Europe and North America. Without that certainty, no bank will lend and no project will proceed. This amendment would send a clear message. The UK is open for clean aviation, self-reliance and energy security. I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. He's making some very persuasive points. Does my honourable friend agree? I, for example, support the intentions of this bill, and pushing for these fuels is absolutely the right thing to do. But we must also keep focus on the wider opportunities in hydrogen, battery electric systems and next generation e-fuels as some examples if the UK is to be a leader in this technology.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I do wholeheartedly agree. We in the UK have the capabilities to be a leader in these technologies, and we must take a collective approach on green energy for both environmental and economic gains. We need certainty for investment in private capital, so for private capital to flow in, and the delivery of long-term taxpayer returns. Moving on to my second amendment, Amendment 12, which looks at the SAF mandate itself. It requires a review within 12 months of the sub-target for power-to-liquid fuel to assess whether it's ambitious enough and whether it reflects the urgency of the climate challenge and the pace of international competition. This is not about setting targets in haste. It is about ensuring our targets are based on evidence, consultation and real-world feasibility. The amendment explicitly requires engagements with PTL producers, airlines, experts and wider stakeholders, and it requires a report to be laid before Parliament. Let me be clear, I do not stand alone in calling for this. More than 130 organisations, from airlines and clean energy firms to researchers and investors, have called on the government to prioritise PTL through this bill. They've called for urgent engagement, timely regulation and a clear pathway to a commercial-scale plant in the UK by 2026. We already know the EU is moving faster with more ambition on PTL, alongside Canada and the United States. If we fall behind, we will become importers of clean fuel, not exporters of clean technology, and we will miss the industrial opportunity staring us in our face. Time is of the essence, and we must all work together to get this right. This is a... I will give.
I'm listening very carefully to what he says, and I completely support his good intentions. The problem with sustainable aviation fuel is it costs perhaps 5 times more expensive than what we're paying already, that the stocks are very limited, and if we're talking about livestock feeds, it's even more difficult. So I'm completely with him on the ambition, but we've got to also protect the consumer rights, the right to fly at reasonable costs, the cost of the economy. So this must be, like all these green energy policies, it must be a balance, and I'm sure he'll agree with that.
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention, and I do understand his point. This is a transition. We are moving away from fuels that are killing our environment and our ability to survive on planet Earth. So it's a responsible thing to do, to find ways to reduce our reliance on carbon-generating fossil fuels to more cleaner alternatives. And this may not be the final solution for aviation. It may be a transition, and future technologies and innovations might allow us to stop the use of such fuels altogether. So as I was saying, more than 130 organisations, from airlines and clean energy firms to researchers and investors, have called on the government to prioritise PTL through this bill. They've called for urgent engagement, timely regulation and a clear pathway to a commercial scale plant in the UK by 2026. I've also mentioned that the EU is moving faster alongside countries like Canada and the United States, and that we must not miss this industrial opportunity to take a lead and progress the innovative SAF alternatives and license that technology around the world. So we must act decisively, not incrementally. So I support the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill, but I believe we have a responsibility to make it stronger, bolder, more targeted towards the fuels that will truly deliver net zero. My amendments are practical, proportionate and widely supported. They do not add cost, they add clarity, confidence and a commitment to a sector that needs all three. If we want to lead the world in clean aviation, Madam Deputy Speaker, then we must lead with action, not just ambition. I call on friends and colleagues and those from across the House to support the amendments in my name, and in doing so give PTL the foothold it needs to take off in the UK.
Edward Morello.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sustainable aviation fuel offers us a route to decarbonise one of the most carbon-intensive industries and secure the future of our aviation sector in a way that is compatible with our net zero goals. Climate change remains the greatest challenge of our time. It is an existential threat to us, our children and our grandchildren, and every decision made in this House must be measured against the scale and the urgency of this crisis. Aviation, while connecting people and driving our economy, is a contributor to the problem. In 2022, it was responsible for almost 30 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent to about 7% of the UK's total emissions. And even as emissions from other sectors decline, aviation's share is projected to rise to 16% by 2035. And that is not compatible with our net zero target, nor with our moral obligation to keep global temperature rises below 1.5 degrees. Sustainable aviation fuel is not a silver bullet, but it is a step towards addressing the challenge. As someone who spent almost a decade working in renewable energy, I've seen how technology, innovation and the public trust must work hand in hand if we are to make lasting progress in addressing climate change. But with innovation must come accountability. It's why I put forward two new clauses 4 and 5, which would strengthen this bill, which would aim to make the transition to clean flight more accountable, more transparent and, yes, more ambitious. New Clause 4 would support the Secretary of State to raise sustainable fuel targets in any given year and introduce a duty to consider annually whether the target should be increased. The Secretary of State would also be required to set out what steps the government will take to make any increase possible. In short, to ensure that the government cannot forget the targets, it requires them to revisit, review and, wherever possible, raise their ambitions for cleaner flight. New Clause 4 would strengthen the parliamentary scrutiny. It would require the government to lay a copy of each annual report before Parliament and share it with relevant committees in both houses. It means proper oversight and public accountability, because progress must not just be made, it must be seen to be made if we are going to take the public with us. New Clause 5 would build on that principle of transparency and public engagement. It would require air travel providers to report annually on their sustainable aviation fuel in a way that passengers and the public can actually understand. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, too often data about emissions and fuel use is buried in complex technical reports that mean little to consumers. Under this proposal, airlines would publish both the total amount of SAF used and the proportion it represents of their overall fuel consumption. Those figures would... I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he's giving a very detailed speech. Would the member agree with me that we do already have the annual carbon audit budget, where we are looking each year at exactly those emissions, and it was that which drew to our attention the growth in this sector and why we need to focus exactly on driving down emissions from the aviation sector, and which has led us to the SAF mandate. Would you agree with me that we do already have a mechanism for this, which has helped us get to where we are today with this excellent bill?
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. She managed to make detailed speech sound like a backhanded compliment. I don't disagree with her point that we do have several reporting standards, and my only counter-argument would be that I don't believe there can be too much transparency. And if this results in information being presented in a way that gives the public further clarity and puts greater pressure on any government to speed up the transition, that can only be a good thing. Those figures must be presented in a presented clearly in a format that is accessible and easy to find on their websites and in public material. And this matters because whether it is demonstrating that solar and wind power lower bills, that carbon removal technology will provide jobs, or that sustainable aviation fuel can cut emissions, we must be transparent to build public trust and belief in what we are doing. The powers in this bill to fund the strike price mechanism to levy fines on fuel suppliers who fail to pay are all welcome, but they must be matched by equally strong accountability both to this House and to the general public. The amendments I have proposed would ensure that the government are required to review progress every year, to explain how targets will be strengthened, and to make transparent the actual use of sustainable fuel across the aviation industry. You're just in the nick of time, so I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I'd like to speak to his comments and those of the Father of the House on the impact on consumers. During the committee stage of this bill, the government made it very clear that they are alive to the considerations of cost and the impact on consumers, but also to the extreme complexity of the way that aircraft logistics function, the way that fuelling functions across global markets, and the way that aircraft are operated on a day-to-day basis, that makes some of these reporting requirements extremely difficult for airlines to deliver. And we do not want to create a burden of bureaucracy that actually drives airlines away from sustainable fuel and back towards unsustainable pure fossil sources. So I support the government's position that we should stay where we are and build processes around our sector legislation that provide accountability.
Well, I think I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. I'm afraid I'm not going to agree that increasing reporting burdens on industry is a bad thing. Every industry will argue that reporting is onerous. The liturgy, start with water companies, they will hide behind not having to report. And as to the need for moving forward with technology, I'm reminded that Henry Ford once said, if I ask people what they want, they say a faster horse. The reality is that technology is going to be the route to us achieving our net zero goals, and this is one step on that pathway. And so I will finish. New clauses 4 and 5 would strengthen this bill, strengthen public confidence, and demonstrate the UK's global leadership, and I very much hope the government will support them.
Which brings us to the front bench contributions. So I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, I think this has been a very informative debate, speaking to all of the new clauses, and yes, from procedural point of view, we're happy to not push new clause 1 to a vote.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To begin, I draw members' attention to my entry in the Register of Members' Financial Interests with regard to the synthetic road fuel provided to me for a constituency surgery tour last year. That's not strictly relevant to sustainable aviation fuel, but I want to be entirely transparent about it, as I have been throughout the passage of this bill. And can I also begin by welcoming the new Minister to his place. He has a very big pair of shoes to fill, and I equally want to commend the Honourable Member for Wythenshawe and Sale East for the commendable, we didn't always see it entirely eye to eye, but the commendable effort and attention he put into getting this bill and his other duties through the House. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will begin with new clause 6, which focuses on the economic impact of this bill. The amendment requires the Secretary of State to lay before Parliament a report on the economic impact of the Act once it is in force. This goes to the absolute nub of what is important. Does this bill enable growth or stifle it? Does it support our world-class aviation industry or go against it? More importantly, does this bill enable or hinder all of our constituents from being free to do what they have always done, fly, be that on holiday, on business, to visit family and friends overseas, or indeed for our businesses to bring goods in and out of the country by air? New Clause 6 forces the Secretary of State to confront the realities of this bill on multiple fronts, covering the impact on the UK's aviation fuel industry, the impact on the UK's sustainable aviation fuel supply, including the impact on small, medium and large producers and potential importers of sustainable aviation fuel.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. Would he clarify over what period the government should do if they were to do a cost impact assessment? And would he also agree with me that any new technology in transition to new technologies requires initial, upfront, significant investment? All these trillion-dollar companies in the world were losing millions before they became profitable.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and I will come on to some of the technological points he made earlier, which it may surprise him I was actually incredibly sympathetic towards. On the timescale he asks for, I think it is essential that when any new act comes into force, it is reasonable that government should review it on a at least yearly basis, if not more frequently than that, to check it is working. But the point he makes is a valid one, and I thank him for it. Last on the list of the impacts that this new Clause 6 would look at would be the impact on international and domestic tourism in the UK and the impact on passenger airfares. We in this House can pass all manner of laws, schemes and mandate new things, but it is their impact in their own right and on the wider economy that matters. Reviews like the one this new clause would enable would ensure governments of all political persuasions monitor real-life outcomes and, if necessary, tweak provisions or completely change course if necessary. I cannot for the life of me understand why any government would run scared of clauses like this that help them govern better in the long run. And that neatly brings me on.
I thank him for giving way. I mean, he will know that countries right across the world are moving towards SAF. So has he reviewed them and to understand what's unique about the UK that means we're vulnerable, but yet these other countries are really driving ahead with this? And are they undertaking these same bureaucratic reviews of their own legislation? And which is he modelling his approach on? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
To the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I think it is a necessary thing for any government to review that the legislation they are passing actually works, does what it says on the tin, and doesn't negatively impact real people, real businesses going about their day-to-day lives. Actually, as he will possibly know if he's paid attention to these debates on this bill in the past, that I am a supporter of a move to sustainable aviation fuel, in particular, as I will come on later when I talk to amendments in 1 second. Amendments later on, that I think there are some technologies similar to the honourable member for Dewsbury and Batley that are superior to others in terms of power to liquid, but the move onto those fuels is very important. But we've got to get it right. And if we don't get it right and we don't get it affordable, then it's not going to happen in the first place. I will gladly give way to the Father of the House.
I commend my honourable friend's speech, and would he agree with me that the Conservative way is to ensure we have practicality over mere ideology, and that we have consumer rights over the imposition by government of controls and regulations that can do serious damage to the economy and people's livelihoods?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend and the Father of the House. I couldn't have put it better myself. It is absolutely essential in whatever measures, in whatever walk of life any government brings forward, be it the current government or any future government, that real people's lives and the cost base is reviewed on a regular basis so that we are not making people poorer or indeed stopping people from being able to do that which is what they want to do, be it to go on holiday or travel for business or move goods around. And so with that, I come on to Amendment 8, the cost impact on passengers. This amendment would require the designated counterparty to report on the impact that the revenue certainty mechanism has on passenger air fares. This has been one of the most contentious areas surrounding this bill, and indeed the government's whole approach to net zero. What does it actually cost real people? This amendment seeks to clarify that and give the government the opportunity that in theory they should cheerfully embrace to lock in that which they profess to believe, namely that the provisions of this bill will have a plus or indeed minus £1.50 impact on airfares. The previous minister repeated that statistic time and time again during second reading and again in Bill Committee. The new minister has the challenge today of sticking with his predecessor's assertion and therefore backing this amendment to lock in protections for consumers or admit this may well be more costly to air travellers. It is worth noting that during the evidence stage of Bill Committee, none, I repeat that, Madam Deputy Speaker, none of the witnesses were willing to affirm the government's figure. In fact, some witnesses noted that the estimated price appeared low. For example, Jonathan Counsell from International Airlines Group stated, and I quote, "We think there are potentially some elements that have not been included in that calculation, but £1.50 per passenger feels quite low when you think the costs of SAF itself will be nearer to £10 per passenger." Consumers need peace of mind that this bill is not going to cost them dear, that it will not act as a financial barrier to the family holiday or any other trip. So failure to back this amendment can only mean uncertainty going forwards. I turn to Amendment 11, focused around transparency. This amendment requires the Secretary of State to set a standardised levy rate payable by all suppliers of aviation fuel that must be publicised by suppliers of aviation fuel on invoices to their customers. Valero, for example, who, it must be noted, are the world's largest renewable fuels one of the world's largest renewable fuels producers, have contacted the opposition, arguing the need for this amendment, saying it would offer a workable solution which would support the development of new SAF production without significantly impacting the industry as a whole. This amendment would apply the levy equally to all jet fuel suppliers, providing a fair and transparent mechanism for supporting the broader SAF industry. Just this week, I've also been contacted by Virgin Atlantic, who are arguing for transparency safeguards and that those must be in place to keep costs low for consumers. As organisations, including IATA, have been highlighting, since the mandate came into effect in January 2025, fuel suppliers have been adding compliance risk premiums to the cost of mandated SAF, contributing to the price of SAF, doubling it for some carriers. This is to cover the eventuality that they do not meet the 2% mandate target and must pay the buyout price for any missed volumes. Virgin Atlantic argue, for example, to prevent SAF prices increasing further, the RCM must have sufficient safeguards in place to ensure transparency over cost pass-through. There must also be a transparent process for refunds in the event of over-collections, and all revenues generated under the RCM should be ring-fenced rather than going into the general taxation pot. On Amendment 9, Madam Deputy Speaker, this looks at British technology and IP. This amendment would require the designated counterparty to prioritise UK-based technology when entering contracts. As I said from this dispatch box at second reading, there is a historical reality we need to confront, and this amendment will stop those mistakes from history repeating themselves. The historical error I refer to, a great many projects supported by grants from the Advanced Fuels Fund are using foreign-owned technology. That cannot be right, that the British state, whilst at the same time as making an argument for domestic fuel security, funds overseas technology when we have incredible innovators and manufacturers right here. Domestic fuel security must mean domestic fuel IP, manufacture and supply. It is important both to develop a UK market for SAF and eSAF and local production as created by the bill and the mandate, and to support and encourage the use of homegrown technology for the manufacture of those products, as that not only retains revenue within the United Kingdom, but leverages a huge amount of revenue for future exports through technology licensing. This amendment tackles that head-on, and a failure to back it would be a failure to back United Kingdom innovators. The last amendment I will talk to, Madam Deputy Speaker, is Amendment 10 on technological choices. The terms under subsection 4C must include a requirement for the producer to consider the longevity of supply and relative environmental impact when prioritising between organic and synthetic derived sustainable aviation fuel solutions. This is an amendment I feel incredibly strongly about. It's a theme I have championed in this House for many years. In the last Parliament, during my time on the Transport Select Committee, and since July from this dispatch box. And in talking to this amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, it is also relevant to New Clause 7 and Amendment 12 in the name of the Honourable Gentleman for Dewsbury and Batley, both of which I have a great deal of sympathy for. Governments of all political persuasions have professed to be technologically neutral. They seldom are. There is a natural tendency to pick winners and losers. And it is through that lens that we need to ask ourselves what it is that this bill is actually promoting and using the levers of primary legislation to enable. And the disappointing answer to that is the potential to bring alive SAF plants using technologies that have already been superseded and therefore can at best only be temporary. And stepping up something with an estimated build cost of between £600 million and £2 billion is no small mistake to make if there is no longevity sitting underneath it. Power-to-liquid solutions, otherwise known as eSAF or synthetic fuel, liquid hydrocarbons literally made out of air and water, are surely the better and sustainable future for aviation fuel. We had the debates in second reading and bill committee about other solutions. I can't imagine anyone is ready to defend growing food to burn, but equally waste-derived fuels simply are not sustainable in the long term. Solid waste is not readily available, with the primary source being local authorities, the majority of which have decades to run on contracts for energy from waste facilities and incinerators. Likewise, I'm not sure there's enough chip oil in the country to meet our aviation fuel needs. That leaves power-to-liquid solutions, eSAF. Many say it's not ready. Some say it's too expensive. But those of us on the Bill Committee heard loud and clear from Zero Petroleum that they are ready to scale right now. They just need the green light from the regulators, and with scale will come affordability. Amendment 10 is in many ways a light touch amendment to bring this debate to the fore. That does not close down other technological routes, but forces the government to acknowledge the risk, both in terms of environment and cost, when choosing contracts under the RCM. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, as other speakers have said in the debate, can still be improved. I urge the Minister, when he comes to the dispatch box in a moment, to accept these amendments to improve this bill and ensure there is a strong and affordable future for sustainable aviation fuel in our great United Kingdom.
Call the Minister. Keir Mather.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I turn to the amendments before us, I would like to begin by thanking the many honourable members who have made considered and helpful contributions to the debate today. This is legislation that has been long in the making, and few have been more central in bringing it to fruition than my predecessor, my honourable friend, the member for Wythenshawe and Sale East, who I would like to thank personally for his efforts throughout second reading and committee stage of this bill. Likewise, I would like to put on record my thanks to the honourable members for Shrewsbury, Worcester, Falkirk, Sunderland Central, Dunfermline and Dollar, North West Leicestershire, Norwich North, Carlisle, Harlow and Halifax for all their work on the committee stage of this bill. Now turns to me to pick up the task and continue the work on this piece of legislation, one that introduces measures to support the production of SAF in the UK. And until now, there has been consensus across the House about the need to act fast, get it right, and drive investment into the SAF industry while ensuring that flying remains affordable for the British public. Those priorities and the central aims of this bill remain clear: to create a market for UK SAF production, to progress our aim of decarbonising aviation, and to create green, skilled jobs across the United Kingdom. But firstly, I would like to turn to some of the points that have been raised as part of this debate. Firstly, the member for Didcot and Wantage asked what plans we have in place to achieve our decarb aims. Now, through this mechanism in the bill, UK SAF production could account for 6.3 megatons of carbon savings by 2040. That provides an attractive business case for business to scale up their existing SAF efforts in the UK. But it goes far broader than that. The government's other priorities around airspace modernisation, low and zero-emission aircraft, meeting our UK ETS and Corsair obligations, and addressing the non-CO2 impact of aviation will also be instrumental in this work. Yes, I will give away.
I thank the Minister for giving way. You mentioned a reduction in 6.3 tonnes, but what's that as a proportion of the current emissions?
No piece of legislation can deal with all of the emissions that we're facing through challenges in the aviation sector. That's why we have this comprehensive package of measures to make it a reality that we can decarbonise aviation whilst allowing passengers to fly at an affordable rate. I would next like to turn to the member for Alloa and Grangemouth, who spoke with his usual fervent passion in support of his constituents. I would just say on the principle of Grangemouth that the National Wealth Fund does stand ready to encourage investors to join us in finding a long-term industrial future for Grangemouth, standing ready to invest £200 million once an investable proposition has been identified. The honourable member for Richmond Park raised the unfortunate closure of Vivergo, and the government has been working with the plant to understand financial challenges that it has faced over the last decade. But I would like to reassure that we do not anticipate supply issues in bioethanol provision. I would also like to thank the honourable member for Worcester for his decided and confident support in the measures that lie within this bill. The honourable member for Dumfries and Galloway said that the market was too nascent. I would encourage him to look at the detail of this bill and to see that is exactly the problem that we are seeking to solve through this legislation, to allow SAF producers to scale at pace and pursue those innovative technologies. He also spoke about Britain as an aviation leader. The RCM is a first-of-its-kind global initiative to allow SAF producers to produce the fuels we so desperately need. He also encourages me to sort out decarbonisation decarbonisation challenges in maritime. And I would like to attract his attention to the fact that the UK government announced £448 million of funding to decarbonise the maritime sector only a fortnight ago. The Honourable Member for Derby South, of course, has JLR within his seat and is a passionate advocate for both the automotive and aviation sector in his constituency. He spoke about the urgent need for people to want to fly, to encourage them to enable access to the rest of the world, to see their families, to pursue business opportunities, and that is something that we are passionate about championing through this bill. The Honourable Member for Sutton and Cheam was pleased to see that this bill is supported across the House. I can only hope that he is correct in his prediction. We shall see. I would also like to note that there are no representatives from the Green Party here today to focus on these important measures to decarbonise aviation. Honourable members from across the House can take from that what they will, but he is right to outline the broader work that is required to decarbonise aviation, including airspace modernisation. But he is also right too in talking up our fantastic UK aviation sector and the very hard work that they are undertaking to pursue decarbonisation. The Honourable Member for North Somerset pointed to the very important fact that we are endowed with key infrastructure pioneered by firms like Exelon, such as pipelines, and we need to develop a market to facilitate that infrastructure further, as well as the research facilities in his constituency to which he pointed, and the pioneering work of Bristol Airport, and the 70% cut in emissions through SAF is an exciting proposition indeed. Now, today there are a number of government amendments I would like honourable members to consider. The amendment to Clause 8 allows for levy regulations to require the Secretary of State to assist the designated counterparty by collecting information and sharing it with the designated counterparty. It will also allow the regulations to impose requirements on a person to provide information to the Secretary of State. This is a technical amendment which will ensure that the information required to calculate individual levy contributions is provided at sufficient frequency, whilst not creating additional administrative burdens for industry itself. Moving on to the amendment to Clause 1, this amendment allows the Secretary of State to direct a government-owned company to provide assistance for the purpose of identifying to whom revenue certainty contracts should be allocated. The allocation process for RCM contracts will be fair and transparent to give confidence to any applicants. In other renewable schemes, contract allocation is often carried out through an allocation process, and the allocation process for contracts for difference for renewable electricity is carried out through the National Energy System Operator, or NESO, which is an operationally independent, publicly owned body. This type of approach to allocation may too be suitable for RCM contracts, and so this amendment would allow the Secretary of State to direct a body like NESO to support in the allocation process. The final decision on allocation, however, remains with the Secretary of State. Without this amendment, the same allocation process could be pursued, but would need to be done on a contractual basis through a procurement process. This would add unnecessary cost and complexity to the process, and this amendment therefore avoids those unnecessary impacts, and I therefore commend these and all other government amendments to the House. I will turn now to new clauses 1 to 3, laid by the Liberal Democrats, which I would ask to be withdrawn. These were introduced in identical form during committee stage, and my remarks today will closely reflect the points my predecessor made then. These amendments seek a review of the impact of the revenue certainty mechanism within the next 12 months, and I'm afraid this is not reasonable, as the revenue certainty mechanism only triggers once SAF is being produced, and even at pace that is some years off. It will take time to build SAF plants, initially starting with a contract allocation round with SAF producers. Therefore, we will not see sufficient developments in the next 12 months to warrant a review of the impact of the revenue certainty mechanism. I agree, however, that it is important to have parliamentary scrutiny to measure the impact of this Act and to propose actions if necessary. And the SAF mandate already includes a review clause to assess the impact of the SI, with the first review scheduled within 5 years, and this is in line with comparable schemes. Regarding new clause 1, I can reassure the House that there is work being carried out at pace across governments on the future of our refineries. Commissioning a separate report, as this amendment proposes, risks a delay to future decisions and any subsequent benefits that may be realised. Overall, we expect low-carbon fuels production to support up to 15,000 jobs across the country and make an up to £5 billion contribution to the economy by 2050. Yeah, I'd be glad to.
First of all, Madam Chair, can I commend the Minister and wish him well in the new role that he plays and all that he does. Can I also ask this question in relation to the benefits from jobs, the benefits for the economy? Obviously, as an MP for Northern Ireland, and since the legislation extends to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, can I ask the Minister very quickly, please, what discussions have taken place with the Northern Ireland Assembly to ensure that we can see those benefits both from employment and also for the economy? Thanks very much.
Well, the honourable member raises a very important point, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we need to ensure that the benefits of this legislation are felt across the length and breadth of our United Kingdom. That includes engaging with our colleagues in the Northern Ireland Assembly. Now, moving to new clause 2, we do not anticipate a substantial impact on SAF production in the event of a decline in UK bioethanol production. The bioethanol market is a global one, and we don't currently foresee any supply issues. Furthermore, the recommendations in the honourable member's amendment in new clause 2 are already underway and duplicate measures already found in the SAF mandate. In July this year, a total of £63 million was awarded to 17 projects via the Advanced Fuels Fund. It includes projects that use bioethanol, municipal solid waste and green hydrogen as feedstocks, among other sources. And the Chancellor has also announced in the Spending Review 2025 that we will continue to support SAF production throughout the Spending Review period. Now, in terms of reviewing the availability of SAF supply, the SAF mandate includes a formal review mechanism embedded in its legislation, with the first review scheduled to take place within 5 years. Finally, new clause 3 also duplicates measures that already exist in the SAF mandate. The SAF mandate awards more certificates per litre to SAF with higher greenhouse gas savings, and this will encourage SAF developers to continuously improve on their greenhouse gas savings. This will be monitored through the formal review mechanism, with the possibility to update legislation as required. I hope this reassures the honourable member for Didcot and Wantage that in many respects the concerns that he outlines are allayed by existing measures within this bill, and I would therefore urge him to withdraw his amendments. I will now address new clause 6, tabled by the right honourable member for Basildon and Billericay. This new clause would require the Secretary of State to lay before Parliament a report on the economic impact of the Act within a year of that Act being passed. Now, a report within a year will not show the full economic impact of these measures. Contracts will need to be negotiated, signed, plants built and SAF produced and sold before economic impacts are released. Transparency on reporting in relation to the Act's economic impact can be achieved through regular updates to this House. Therefore, I do not see this clause as being effectual if the right honourable member wishes to evaluate the economic impact of the RCM. I therefore ask him to withdraw his amendment. I will now address new clause 5, tabled by the honourable member for East Dorset, requiring the Secretary of State to introduce to introduce a regulation requiring airlines to make an annual report of their use of SAF, both in absolute volumes and as a percentage of overall fuel used. Now, I welcome transparency on carbon emissions to help consumers make informed choices. However, we will be providing data on the supply of SAF under the mandate, including what proportion of the total aviation fuel supply is SAF. Furthermore, many airlines already provide public information on their decarbonisation efforts, and I therefore do not believe that this new clause is necessary, and I ask the honourable member to withdraw it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will now address new clauses 4 and 7, tabled by the honourable member for West Dorset and Dewsbury and Batley, respectively, in relation to power-to-liquid obligations. Now, for new clause 4, the government has already committed to keep mandate targets under review. The existing legislation enables the Secretary of State to amend obligations under the SAF mandate, subject to consultation with those affected and scrutiny by Parliament. Allowing amendments to the obligations without consulting appropriate parties could be detrimental to our shared ambition of increasing the use of SAF. For new clause 7, the legislation which gave effect to the SAF mandate already makes provision for review no later than 2030. Given the mandate has been in place for less than 12 months and the PTL obligation does not come into effect until 2028, it would not be helpful to review earlier than is already planned, and I would therefore ask the honourable members to withdraw their amendments. Amendment 8, tabled by the right honourable member, would put a requirement on the counterparty to report on the effect of the introduction of the RCM on air travel prices, which was spoken to by the official spokesman, opposition spokesperson. The Government is committed to delivering value for money in the RCM scheme by controlling both the scale and the number of contracts entered into, and through the prices negotiated in each contract. The impact on airfares are likely to rise or fall by less than the cost of a cup of coffee, and the costs of the scheme and the impact on ticket prices will be kept under continual review. Passengers should also benefit from the lower prices generated from the lower project risk and reduced cost of capital for SAF producers. Therefore, this bill and the measures in it will not limit people's ability to fly. Given this, I would ask him to withdraw this amendment. I'll now turn to the Amendments 9 and 10, also tabled by the Right Honourable Member and the Member for Dewsbury and Batley. The decisions on the specifics of contract allocation will be made during the contract allocation process. There will be a fair and transparent allocation process that evaluates the key costs, benefits and risks of each project. This will be developed over the coming months and will be subject to consultation with stakeholders. These amendments will reduce the Government's leverage in negotiations by setting criteria in advance and likely reducing value for money in the contract signed, which I'm sure all of us would seek to avoid. Therefore, I would ask for both of these amendments to be withdrawn. Finally, I turn to Amendment 11, tabled by the Right Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay. Now, in May 2025, the Government published the response to the consultation on funding the SAF revenue certainty mechanism. It confirmed that a variable levy on aviation fuel suppliers would be introduced, and this was included in the contents of the SAF bill. This Government plans to consult imminently on the detailed design of the levy, and this amendment would preempt the responses from stakeholders, which will be considered in any design decisions taken. Therefore, I would again ask the Honourable Member to withdraw this amendment. I hope that my responses this afternoon have provided the explanations and reassurances that colleagues were seeking. This bill is a crucial step to establishing a SAF industry in the UK, to drive investment, growth and jobs across our great country. And I once again urge the House to give this bill its full support.
Is it your pleasure that new clause 1 be withdrawn? New clause by leave withdrawn. New clause 5 has been selected for separate decision. I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson to move new clause 5 formally.
Move formally.
Air travel providers' use of sustainable aviation fuel reporting requirements.
The question is that new clause 5 be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 5 be read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Tom Morrison and Susan Murray. The tellers for the noes, Mark Ferguson and Deirdre Costigan. Order.
The ayes to the right, 78. The noes to the left, 316.
The ayes to the right were 78. The noes to the left, 316. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I shall put... Order! With the leave of the House, I shall put a single question on Government Amendments 1 to 6. I call the Minister to move the amendments formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Government Amendments 1 to 6 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has been selected for separate decision. I call the Shadow Minister to move the amendment formally.
Formally.
The question is that Amendment 8 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No!
Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No!
The tellers for the ayes are Nick Timothy and Rebecca Smith. The tellers for the noes, Mark Ferguson and Deirdre Costigan. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 151. The noes to the left, 319.
The ayes to the right were 151, the noes to the left 319, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock.
Yeah, I've been texting with John.
Amendment 9 has been selected for separate decision. I call the Shadow Minister to move the amendment formally.
Formally.
The question is that Amendment 9 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. No! Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
The tellers for the ayes are Rebecca Smith and Nick Timothy. The tellers for the noes, Deirdre Costigan and Mark Ferguson.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 160. The noes to the left, 324.
The ayes to the right were 160. The noes to the left were 324. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order, order. Under the order of the House of the 11th of June, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings on consideration to a conclusion. We now come to Government Amendment 7. I call the Minister to move the amendment formally.
Formally.
The question is that Amendment 7 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister, the right honourable gentleman, the Prime Minister, earlier today promised that certain papers would be published as soon as they could be published, but he didn't give a time. Has there been any indication of when these papers will be published? Because we are still waiting for them.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. Whilst that is not a matter for the Chair, I am sure that the Treasury Bench will have heard his point of order. Consideration completed. Third reading.
Now.
Minister to move third reading.
Formally.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
If the Minister doesn't speak, does that mean the shadow
You're not speaking.
You're
not speaking. You're not. Well, nobody indicated.
You've just done it. You missed it.
It's being put. Motion number 3, retained on retained EU law. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 4 on extradition. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 5 on Modernisation Committee. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition, Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to present the petition this evening on behalf of the constituents of Dudley. Despite the Conservative Council pledging funding in the public Q&A in April this year, the Sycamore Adventure Centre is due to be privatised and its risk of hiked entrance fees. The centre must remain solely controlled by Dudley Council. This petition declares that Sycamore Adventure Centre has served as a vital, safe, inclusive community space for children and young people in the area. For decades, it's been more than just a play site. It's fostered community cohesion, supported children's physical and mental health, and given young people a place to explore, learn and grow. The petition therefore requests the House of Commons urge the Government to stop the privatisation of Sycamore Adventure Centre, guarantee that access to the centre remains open and affordable for all families, preserve the current number of place sessions and hours of operation, and work with local residents, staff, young people, protect and enhance the centre as a valued community resource. And the petition remains.
Petition, privatisation of Sycamore Adventure Centre.
I beg to move this House do now adjourn.
The question is, this House do now adjourn. Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my early years as a barrister, I sometimes came across defendants who knew the criminal justice system better than me, whose antecedents, their list of previous convictions, was pages long, showing multiple stints in prison. If I was defending, as I used to do both prosecution and defence, I remember some even sharing with me their top tips as to what might be the strongest arguments for bail or the best mitigation points in sentencing, because they had been through it so many times. But I also saw offenders sentenced to custody for the first time, taking their turn in what is far too often a revolving door of prison. Sometimes sent to prison far from home, it is so common to see offenders lose family ties, their housing, their jobs, and any sense of purpose. And after weeks or months or years, they'd come out having achieved nothing, often with little or no money, no job, little confidence or self-worth.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for giving way and compliment her on the excellent speech she's given as well. Does the Honourable Member agree with me that improving literacy in prisons is a powerful tool for rehabilitation and reintegration? Literacy equips prisoners with essential communication and comprehension skills, laying the foundation for further education and vocational training. And by fostering reading, writing and critical thinking abilities, inmates become much better prepared for employment opportunities both within prison and when upon release. This not only enhances their self-worth and confidence, but also reduces reoffending by opening pathways to stable work. Would she agree with me that investing in prison literacy is an investment in safer communities and more productive lives?
My honourable friend makes a powerful point, and I think investing in education and in work is a really key part of preventing reoffending. And frustratingly, I think that the alternative, when you don't see that rehabilitation, is a return to the easiest path, one of crime. And there we then see the revolving door of prison take another turn. And without intervention, 1 in 2 prison leavers reoffend within 6 months of release. 80% of offending is reoffending, and reoffending costs the UK an estimated £18.1 billion per year. I will, of course, give way to the honourable friend.
First of all, can I commend the Honourable Lady for Derby North? And when I knew what the Honourable Lady was going to speak on, I wanted to intervene because, first of all, it's an admirable subject, but I fully support what the Honourable Lady is trying to achieve, and I think the Minister hopefully will come back along those lines. Does the Honourable Lady not agree that rehabilitation must take place in prisons, and part of that rehabilitation is giving the prisoner a confidence that they can do something of value and of worth, and that this training of a new skill can do more for rehabilitation than group therapy sessions? Really, this is a way to give an ex-inmate or a prisoner an opportunity to do better, and that's what we should be about.
I think you don't have a bona fide adjournment debate unless my honourable friend has intervened. So I thank him for his intervention and for his insight, which I fully agree with. But as well as having seen countless examples of prison having not worked, I've also seen and met former offenders who have escaped the revolving door, often through work. Many have stories like Mark, who spent 15 years in and out of prison on 5 separate occasions, but with the support of a project called Jericho House in Derby, is now clean, stable and gainfully employed.
Will my honourable friend please give way?
I will give way.
I thank the honourable friend for giving way. As a member of the Justice Select Committee, the issue of work in prison is something that we have considered before, and I've separately visited prisons recently where I've had the opportunity to talk to prisoners. Does my honourable friend agree that meaningful work in prisons can not only erase the boredom that can lead to drug usage, but it can give prisoners skills which they can then use to find employment when they are released from prison, and this enables them to reintegrate into society and thereby reduce the risk of reoffending?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I do agree. And that is why I want to see work start as early as possible, not just at the end of a prison sentence, but during that sentence. And I was proud to stand on a manifesto pledge to get offenders into work. Because it's a conclusion both intuitively obvious to me, having been a barrister, but also empirically supported, that offenders should work. And rehabilitation without getting into work is rare. And for those who have offended and for the impact on the rest of us, working is far better than sitting in cells most days.
The honourable member give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way, and I agree entirely with what she's saying about the importance of meaningful work or purposeful activity in prisons. So on that basis, does the honourable member agree with me? Does she share my concerns that the court backlog means that there are thousands of prisoners who are on remand who aren't required to do purposeful activity and are often being sentenced to a walkout, essentially, going back into our communities without having had the opportunity of working in prisons to help with their rehabilitation?
I thank my honourable friend for her contribution, and she powerfully makes the point, which is why the government is doing so much in order to reduce the backlog that we see. And work in prison comes with a host of second-order benefits as well, improving prisoner behaviour, filling skills gaps and boosting the economy. Now, I don't underestimate the scale of the challenge in turning around our prisons, nor do I seek to claim that we could get all prisoners in prison starting to work tomorrow, and I pay tribute to the work of our current Home Secretary, who, when Justice Secretary, got to grips with the crisis that she inherited, with prisons near complete collapse. Over the last 14 years of Conservative government, prisoner participation in education, employment and vocational qualifications dropped sharply. And as the previous government was coming to its end, His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons condemned the appalling neglect of how prisoners spend their time, with far too many locked in cells without meaningful activity. In Category C prisons, closed prisons but with a lower security than Category A or B, nearly a quarter of prisoners reported less than 2 hours unlocked each day.
Will the honourable lady give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. On that topic, my local women's prison is HMP style. My honourable friend will be aware of the Clink charity, which does work on bringing people skills in hospitality. Their ability to operate in HMP style collapsed completely because the women were locked up for so much of the time because there's such a shortage of prison officers that they were simply unable to provide the service. In other prisons, they are now being forced to re-tender for contracts on a commercial basis. They are a not-for-profit. They set up to do this work in the first place. And I do think I'd encourage the Minister, and I wonder if the Honourable Lady would agree with me in this, to review whether or not the contracting within the MOJ is currently really working for the purposes that we need it to in this regard.
I thank honourable friend for her contribution, and there are some really fantastic work that is being done that I will come on to, and it is essential that we find ways of enabling them to do even more, because time stuck in prisons doesn't improve behaviour, it makes it worse. And in the last year of the Conservative government, we saw assaults on prison staff increase by 23%. Now, the £15 million investment in body armour and tasers announced by the Deputy Prime Minister in recent weeks shows that he is giving prison staff the tools that they need to do their jobs safely. But anything that we can do to reduce the chances of violent incidents, which includes meaningful activities such as work in prisons, deserves our full support, because those on the front line in our prison system deserve our full support. Our prison officers at HMP Ramsey told me what a difference it made to the behaviour of prisoners when they were doing work, when their days have purpose. And as well as the improved behaviour that work for prisoners leads to, nearly a fifth of the earnings of prisoners who work out of prisons on licence go to the Prisoners' Earnings Act levy, which supports victims of crime. And we have a government committed to investment and reform and taking a long-term view of what is needed for a justice system that works. And our Minister for Prisons, Probation and Reducing Reoffending, Lord Timpson, was a businessman who throughout his career enabled offenders to turn their lives around and break the cycle. Now, I have been candid, and I've sought to be candid about how bad things are in some of our prisons, but I want to talk about some of the brilliant work already happening, work that can be built upon and scaled up. And I want to praise the hundreds of employers that are pointing the way forward. In Derby, we have Pennine Healthcare, an employee-owned medical equipment manufacturer, and its successful experience of employing prisoners has led to their long-term vision for rehabilitation-focused employment opportunities for them and potentially across their sector. It supports a release on temporary licence scheme, a ROTL scheme, and I was proud to welcome the former Justice Minister to their headquarters in Derby. And I went with him to HMP Ramsby to see where Pennine are establishing a workshop. They call it Project Phoenix, and it will operate as an extension of the Derby site and also prevents manufacturing being offshored to competitors 7,000 kilometres away in China. They couldn't have been more positive about the motivation and work ethic of the prisoners that they have working for them. So it's a practical solution to meet some of the workforce challenges facing UK manufacturing. And it's at a time when many employers share with me the difficulties that they can have in recruiting people with the skills that they need. So this could create a pipeline of trained workers who can then have jobs that they know how to do available to them when they leave prison. And the difference that could make to offenders' chances of avoiding another turn of the revolving door of reoffending is clear. I'm the parliamentary champion for the Rebuilding Futures Alliance, the RFA, whose mission is to break the cycle of reoffending by creating smarter pathways into work, often in rail. And the evidence is extraordinarily compelling in showing that employment reduces reoffending.
On that point, would you give way?
I will give way.
Thank you to my honourable friend for giving way. I visited His Majesty's prison in Hatfield, in my constituency. I've done one of the most number of prisons in any constituency in the whole of the country, and it was just absolutely amazing. The governor there have been creative and innovative in his thinking to rehabilitate the prisoners, and actually they work with Tempus Novo, a charity, and by bringing them in, they have reduced offending rates substantially, giving people hope, giving them a second chance, which is great for their families as well, which I think we need to always remember. But for me, it makes economic sense. So would you agree with me that the government needs to get behind those kind of initiatives to stop that reoffending?
I think that is another fantastic initiative, and I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. And impressively, some of the partner charities working with the RFA have achieved reoffending rates of under 5%. I was told at HMP Ramsby that the most popular work with prisoners was work for the rail industry, though sometimes a prison struggled to find long-term rail-related work for prisoners, and the RFA are working to help address that, and that's particularly important in a sector like rail that really needs more skilled workers. It's anticipated that it will lose 90,000 workers by 2030. But the RFA also has a tracking system that allows them to see how prisoners and placements progress. And the Prison Reform Trust reports that His Majesty's Prison and Probation Service has not published figures on the number of prisoners working in custody for years due to the disruption to data quality. So we need more data. We need it to be tracked so that we can... I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way, and she's making a really important point about data. A colleague of mine said that when they visited a prison, they asked what the reoffending rates were in that prison, and the governor could not answer that question because they weren't tracking their reoffending rates. Does she agree with me that if prisons had the incentive to watch what their reoffending rates were, they'd be more keen to make sure that the rehabilitation programmes made a difference and made sure that they weren't seeing the same faces time and time again?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. She makes an important point, and I think that's one of the reasons that the RFA have created the tracking system that they have, to be able to have tangible evidence of the efficacy of the work that we intuitively know must be successful in preventing reoffending. But the businesses that I've met who are utilising ROTL schemes or have workshops in prisons are acting from often a really strong ethic, a strong sense of social responsibility. But there are also economic benefits and evidence, a clear business case for providing work in prisons. And I wanted to thank the East Midlands Chamber for their work with businesses in this area. I was told by their Chief Executive, Scott Knowles, that those employers that can successfully navigate the administrative burden of employing prisoners or offering placements on temporary licence frequently comment that these members of the team rapidly become the most productive team members. But a lot of the work taking place in prison isn't for the private sector at all. And HMP Ramsey, I think, has 90% currently of its work is for the public sector, doing a range of things, including building beds, lockers and furniture for use not just in other prisons, but for the wider public sector. So they don't have to buy it in, and that provides significant savings to the public purse as a result. So the success of schemes like those that have been mentioned and those at HMP Ramsey raises an important question. How can we scale this model up across more prisons and employers? Because the goal should reach a point where, upon release, prisoners can return to their communities anywhere in the country and find employment that builds on the skills that was developed inside. And it does... I will give way.
I completely agree that all the evidence points towards the need to invest in prison training and employment programmes to reduce reoffending. Doing so is good for society, it's also good for the public purse. But does she agree with me that we should reform the system to support shorter, more modular learning in our prisons, in line with the government's approach to the growth and skills levy? Rochester Prison in my constituency runs a really successful stonemasonry course, but the length of time, 18 months, is really difficult for prisoners to complete due to shorter sentences, prisoner moves across the prison estate and early release.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I think having a range of options for people is really important, but it also makes it clear that shorter sentences can really prevent rehabilitative work being done, which is why it's so important that we're trying to move to a presumption against shorter sentences to allow just the kind of work that my honourable friend mentions. But I think there is a range of things that can also be done, because there does need to be a coordinated effort to ensure consistency and opportunity across the prison estate. And whether that's perhaps asking different government departments to look at the goods and services that they procure within prisons to ensure that there are options, or build upon the brilliant work being done on procurement, so that employers who provide meaningful work opportunities to prisoners see the wider benefit of that, reinforcing the government's commitment to rehabilitation and reducing reoffending. Because there's a popular myth that the poorer quality of prison, the greater the punishment. But that's been well tested over the last 14 years. And His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons suggests that purposeless prisons are not only harmful for prisoners, but that harm could extend to wider society. You cannot isolate, bore or humiliate someone into being rehabilitated. Far better that they are able to make amends through work. And the idea that giving more people, perhaps people who've never had it, access to good work that might strengthen society comes naturally to me as a Labour MP, because Labour is the party of work, and without it, boredom, frustration and despair can thrive. Work in prisons benefits prisoners, yes, but it also works for those who risk their lives and their safety as frontline prison officers and probation officers. It works for companies, not just because they're keen to do their part for society. It can help meet the skills challenges that industry faces, onshore manufacturing jobs, and creates more funding for victims through the Prisoner Earnings Act levy. Madam Deputy Speaker, job or jail. If we truly want to break the cycle of crime and give people in my constituency of Derby North and across the country the safety and opportunity they deserve, then this is how we begin.
Yeah. Minister Jake Richards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Honourable Member for Derby North on securing this important debate this evening in her fine speech. We've known each other for many years, and she is one of the best advocates I've come across at both the bar and now here in this place, a ferocious champion for justice and social justice, and a credit to the people of Derby North and an asset to our politics. And it's particularly apt that she brings this vital issue to the fore, one that deserves far more attention, and whilst I'm in this role, I'm determined to ensure it receives it. Because we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that finding employment after release is one of the most effective ways to support rehabilitation and break the cycle of reoffending. The evidence is stark, beyond argument, that having a job reduces the likelihood of reoffending. And given that reoffending costs the taxpayer around £20 billion a year, getting prisoners and prison leavers working is not only the right thing to do for individuals and communities, but also for the public purse. And as my honourable friend has mentioned, next week we are debating the sentencing bill at committee stage, and I hope that the whole House will support the government's agenda to try and tackle reoffending in that piece of legislation. And work in prisons is vital because the argument for work in prisons wins both the heart and the head. It is about self-worth for the prisoner and worth for society as a whole. Let's be clear, that must never mean offenders bypass punishment for the pain that they have caused for victims, but it does not mean that they should be left to wallow in prison. Indeed, many have untapped potential that our economy desperately needs, as my right honourable friend's speech has just set out. That is why the government is committed to improving offenders' access to purposeful activity, to strengthen the links between prisons and employers, so that more people leave prison with the skills, qualifications and opportunities they need to succeed. And I must, at this point, pay tribute to Lord Timpson's work before he was made a Minister of the Justice Department and now during, and he continues to be a fine advocate for this cause. I will be clear from the start, however, that delivering skills and work experience to prisoners is not always straightforward. And it's right that I draw the House's attention to Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons and Officers, a report that came out very recently, Just Passing Time, which clearly sets out serious concerns about the quantity, quality and levels of attendance at work in prison. It's something that I take seriously, I know the government takes seriously. But just because something is difficult, especially in the context of a prison's capacity crisis that this government inherited last summer, that does not mean we do not strive to perform better. And that report only motivates me and this government to do more. So I want to take this opportunity to look forward and set out some of the positive measures we are taking to drive improvement in the short and longer term. To properly understand the needs of prisoners, HMPPS are now making sure that every prisoner has an individual learning and work plan during their sentencing, focusing on the needs which might include numeracy,